Chapter 1: The Supreme Male God System has arrived. Am I going to become a male god? On the weekend, in a 40 square meter rental house in Hangzhou. Lin Shu, you must come to Suyu and I's wedding next month. Well, don't worry, I will definitely come. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Time flies so fast. 4 years have passed since I graduated from college. My former roommate started a successful business, bought a house and a car, and was about to move on from campus to marriage with his girlfriend. A true winner in life. And what about yourself? After graduation, I joined an ordinary company, working from 9 to 5. I worked overtime until my liver exploded and ran errands until my legs cramped, but I still didn't get a promotion or a raise. They are really pure cattle and horses, the kind that can be slaughtered at will. What's even more embarrassing is, Li Yue, the school beauty with whom he once had an ambiguous relationship in college, is also returning to China to attend the wedding of her best friend Suyu. Speaking of her, I feel a little sad. Although Lin Shu was born in a small county at that time, he was a well-known figure in the school because of his outstanding appearance and excellent academic performance. By chance, he met Li Yue, a school beauty from the same class, during a campus debate competition. The two quickly fell into an ambiguous relationship and became a hot topic in the school at that time. But the good times did not last long. The gap between him and Li Yue became increasingly apparent, most notably in their views on consumption. Li Yue is a native of Hangzhou. She has the best eating, drinking, and having fun. She is a true rich, white, and beautiful goddess. The worst meal they eat costs 2 or 3 months of their living expenses. How to play this? Every man will feel a sense of disappointment. Although Li Yue doesn't care about these things, she sometimes even pays for them out of her own pocket. Even if Lin Shu paid for the meal, she claimed that she had a discount card and asked him to transfer 100 yuan to her. Afterwards, Lin Shu accidentally found out that there was no such thing as discount cards in those high-end restaurants with an average cost of over 1,000 yuan per person. It was just a white lie that Li Yue told to save her own face. This is exactly in line with the old saying. I met the girl I wanted to protect the most when I was at the most powerless age. Money is a man's courage, and without money one cannot succeed. At that time, Lin Shu deeply realized that people are actually divided into different levels. Li Yue is a good girl with good upbringing, good manners, and understanding. It is precisely because of this that I don't want to delay her. Later, Lin Shu learned that she was planning to study abroad, so he tactfully distanced himself from her. At that time, I vowed to Li Yue that I would become an excellent man and stand in front of her in the future. Now that I think about it, I really am a big braggart. After a few years, not only did he not make any money, but he also developed a lot of health problems, and his looks declined from that of a Yan Zhu level guy to that of Su Daxiang. The soul of a man in his 20s is wrapped in the body of a man in his 30s, and the decline of middle-aged obesity is becoming increasingly prominent. Lin Shu could imagine the embarrassing scene when Li Yue saw him and asked, "Are you still the same Lin Shu?" He would surely be eager to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Hey, they say being good-looking can make a living. I used to be able to make a living by relying on my looks, but now. He stood in front of the mirror in the rental house. Looking at the big belly in front of me, dark circles, puffy eye bags, dark and yellow skin, dry and split hair. I can't bear to watch. Time is really a butcher's knife. What the fuck? If I could be younger, more handsome, and richer. So do I have the confidence to stand in front of Li Yue? Just when Lin Shu was sighing inwardly. Ding! The Supreme Male God Cultivation System is at your service. A loud electronic sound rang in his ears. At the same time, there are 3D character animations to match. Host, Lin Shu. Age, 24. Height, 182. Weight, 183 caddies. Wealth value, 3,134.6 yuan per ratio. Health value, 60 sub-health. Stamina, 60. Appearance, 70 average appearance, just like everyone else, not as good as the readers with an appearance of 99. Discharge times, 2 times. Skills, none. Property, none. Enterprise, none. Vehicle, Udea electric car. System instructions: the Supreme Male God System is designed to enhance the host's charm and make him a true male god. 1. By completing the tasks issued by the system, the host will gain comprehensive improvements in appearance, aesthetics, accomplishments, manners, assets, social status, etc. 2. Post your transformation plan and body changes to social networking platforms regularly to get random sign-in rewards. 3. The current version is the initial 1.0 version. The host's series of growth progress will be linked to the version upgrade. What the hell? System? Is it the kind that often appears in tomato novels? Or are these actually hallucinations caused by the poisoning of the food I have eaten? Lin Shu couldn't help but take a breath. A feeling of unreality filled his whole body and he rubbed his eyes. Next second. Bang! A crisp slapping sound echoed in the small room. A burning pain filled my face, and it made me realize that I was not dreaming. I am an old bookworm. I have read many novels about rich and powerful men, and I have also had similar dreams. But it has never been so clear and real. It turns out that reading novels can really make your dreams come true. If that's the case, then a handsome and charming man, and a healthy and energetic body. Profligate wealth and distinguished social status. The girl I missed in those years. Isn't it just around the corner? While Lin Shu was sighing, he noticed the Newbie gift pack in the upper right corner of the system panel. So he clicked it and took a look. Ding! Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Get 200,000 initial male god bonus. Get the male god shampooing and care set. Get soothing sleep tea. Obtain Insight 1.0. Male god care set contains facial cleanser, shampoo, shower gel, and other care products. With the increase in the number of uses, it will permanently improve the host's hair and skin quality, and say goodbye to greasy men. Calming sleep tea, it can help the host improve sleep quality faster, while relieving all physical fatigue and restoring body functions. Insight 1.0, able to view the other party's attribute values, limited to 10 times per day, and more functions can be unlocked with subsequent upgrades. China Merchants Bank, your account with the last digit 9800 received 200,000 renminbi at 12:21 on January 27. Call. Lin Shu took another deep breath. Although at first glance this novice reward was unremarkable, it was not like other rich novels where one would be given a limited edition supercar, a skyscraper, or tens of billions of cash at the beginning. But he is already very satisfied at this moment. Because he knows, with the system, why would he need a bicycle? The rest is just a matter of time. Just when I was excited. Soon, another crisp electronic sound rang in my ears again. Ding! Triggering the novice mission, first transformation. The conditions for starting the mission require the host to upload his true appearance at the moment to the social platform through the original camera. The conditions for completing the mission are to change everything from head to toe. The system will give a comprehensive score based on the host's hairstyle and outfit and give 5 to 20 times the cash back. The mission is limited to 6 hours. If you think it's good, please collect it, thank you. Chapter 22888 Haircut? Poverty limits my imagination. Snap. According to the system regulations, Lin Shu took a selfie using the front camera of his Xiaomi phone. It was then uploaded to the Douyin platform with the title "The First Day of Becoming a Male God." In the past, he would walk with his head down. I would never dare upload such a selfie with an oily face, large pores and sallow complexion to the internet. But now it's different. With the male god system, he firmly believes that he can make a comeback and transform. This is the confidence that the system gives him. On normal days, on weekends he would just spend his time in his rental apartment eating takeout, playing games, and watching short videos. But today I have a task issued by the system, so I must make good use of it. He threw his phone away and immediately went into the wet and dry bathroom. Half an hour later. Oh my god, the effect is so good? Lin Shu looked at himself in the mirror and suddenly had a different feeling. After using the men's god shampoo and conditioner set, the bumpy skin texture and split and dry hair have visibly improved. Even the teeth that had turned yellow from long-term smoking and drinking became much whiter. The effect is comparable to the black toothpaste commercial I saw on TV when I was a child. If you keep using it, I'm afraid the effect will be really extraordinary. Time was running out, so he put on some simple and cheap clothes and took a special car to Lakeside in 77, intending to start from the beginning first. Hubin in 77 is the most prosperous business district in Hangzhou, covering all aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The streets are full of handsome men and beautiful women, and its fashion level is no less than that of Taikuli Business District in Beijing and Shudu. He came to a Starbucks, ordered a latte, and as soon as he sat down, he searched on his mobile phone for the best barber shop nearby. There happens to be a hair salon called Idol where the average consumption per customer is 888. It is said that the studio has designed hair for many celebrities. High-end, classy and classy. Quite in line with my current status. This is the one. Just when I chose the barber shop. A refreshing fragrance penetrated into his nostrils. Sorry, brother, there was a traffic jam on the road and kept you waiting for a long time. Lin Shu looked up when he heard the voice, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long legs in black stockings that were longer than his life and had a perfect shape. Her upper body is a pleated skirt and a blue and white JK uniform, with a red bow tied on her plump chest. She has innocent eyes and eyebrows, wears light makeup, has a standard oval face, wears 2 ponytails, and looks quite sweet. Such JK girls are definitely the kind of top-notch girls who make people look back every few steps when they walk on the street. In response to this, Lin Shu used the insight technique he had just acquired. Name, Su Qianqian. Age, 18 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Charge, 0. Appearance, 89. Endurance, 60. Favorability, 18. I am your brother's one-day girlfriend today. My name is Su Qianqian. You can just call me Qianqian. One-day girlfriend? Mine? Lin Shu was stunned for a moment before he understood what she said. He had seen similar apps or short videos, and it seemed that it was just about spending some money to get someone to spend a day with you. The main focus is on companionship and emotional value. As for how far you can achieve it, it depends on your own ability. Yeah, isn't it? A client and I have an appointment to meet at this star dad. Su Qianqian also came back to her senses and took a closer look at the other person's clothes, although he was also wearing the blue shirt mentioned in the description. But it seemed to be much cheaper. If I hadn't waited for a long time, I wouldn't have rushed to find him. I'm so unlucky that my first part-time job is going to be cancelled. Her expression became visibly disappointed, and she was about to run away. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Wait, how much do you charge for being a one-day girlfriend? Sorry, I have to go find my client now, so I don't have time to explain this to you. Su Qianqian couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was already annoyed because a client stood her up, and this man kept pestering her with questions. But despite this, she remained polite and responded. How about this, I'm your client today, and you don't have to look for that person anymore. The client can stand me down, but that doesn't mean I can breach the contract, right? Otherwise there will be liquidated damages. Well, how about I double the price? Ha! If you don't believe me, I can pay your expenses for today right now, how about that? Really? Our one-day girlfriend price is 1,500 per day, if it is doubled it will be 3,000. You can charge by the hour, but it's a bit expensive, 200 per hour. And we have already agreed that we are a pure green service, so we cannot do anything embarrassing, okay? Su Qianqian looked surprised, but she still gave Lin Shu a heads up. No problem. My request is simple. Just accompany me shopping for a day and help me put together a few outfits. That shouldn't be difficult, right? He took out his mobile phone on the spot, scanned the code for the other party and transferred the money in one go. Lin Shu saw that the other person was dressed quite fashionably. And she is a beautiful girl. Such a girl must have very high requirements for the opposite sex. Maybe you can give me some advice. Furthermore, wouldn't it be nice to have a beautiful woman shopping with you? Hey, thank you, boss. Is it that simple? Buying clothes is my specialty. Leave it to me. After seeing Lin Shu pay on the spot, Su Qianqian immediately changed her attitude and patted her plump chest confidently and said, Favorability plus 10. Okay, then come with me to get a haircut first. Okay, by the way, what's your brother's name? Lin Shu, Shuangmu Lin, the Chu of Chu River. What a nice name. Can I call you Brother Lin Shu? Sure. Hiss. I have to say, this is the first time I have been called by such a sweet and exquisite girl, and I felt a little numb all over. Is this the joy of being a male god? Then the two of them came to a fashionable hair studio located on the edge of Westlake. Being able to open a barber shop in such a valuable place, regardless of the technology, the service level is definitely beyond doubt. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? I just called. Okay, Mr. Lin, please follow me. A receptionist in work clothes brought Lin Chu and Su Chanxian to a seat with a fully transparent floor-to-ceiling window from which they could enjoy the beautiful view of West Lake. Wow, this is my first time here. However, Su Chanxian couldn't help but look at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I didn't expect that this guy, who looks like he's wearing cheap clothes and using a Xiaomi phone with a broken screen, is actually so capable? Not sure, let us wait and see. After all, I heard from my roommate that many people take out loans for revenge consumption these days. Another possibility is, doesn't he know that this place is expensive? Lin Chu, who was sitting next to him, was more interested in the autographed photos of celebrities hanging on the wall than the luxurious decoration of the store. Among them are many popular first-line stars. Me? And my idol, Mr. Su Cohen? Brother Lin Chu, do you like teacher Su Cohen too? Of course, no boy would reject Mr. Su Cohen's handsomeness, right? I am his football fan and music fan. Yes, the overalls and middle-parted hairstyle that Su Cohen wore when he debuted were designed by Mr. Tom in our store. The receptionist said with a smile as she poured tea for the two of them. Great, can you let Mr. Tom design my hair for me? Lin Chu's eyes lit up. His ability to design hairstyles for so many stars was evident. The higher the score given by the system, the richer your reward will be. I'm sorry, Mr. Tom is on a business trip. You may need to make an appointment with him a week in advance. Is that so? Then how about you recommend someone to me? Mr. Lin, if you have higher requirements, I recommend you choose teacher Jerry. He is Mr. Tom's chief apprentice. He usually stays in the store when Mr. Tom is away on business, but the basic fee is 2,888 yuan. Cat and mouse? Interesting. Wait, master duo? Maybe he was used to being poor. Lin Chu couldn't help but be stunned after hearing the price. Poverty still limits one's imagination. 2888 for a haircut? So expensive. Not only him, but even Su Chanxian beside him couldn't help but be surprised. This is almost as much as my monthly university living expenses. And she had just noticed Lin Chu's reaction and thought that this must be his first time in such a place. So I encountered this kind of barber assassin in the sky-high priced barber shop. According to her understanding of the boy, the beauty is right next to him. If most boys encounter this situation, they may bite the bullet and pay for the sake of face. Even though he paid himself double the salary, it didn't mean he was willing to spend 2,888 on a haircut. Although it is not shown openly, one must feel uncomfortable afterwards. That won't work. Today, as a one-day girlfriend, she has to provide sufficient emotional value. At this time, I should step in and find a way out for him. I'm sorry, miss, it's too expensive. We don't need it. Is there anything more economical? Su Chanxian smiled sweetly and spoke to the receptionist in front of her with great emotional intelligence. Chapter 3, Intimate Girlfriend Su Chanxian. Yes, miss, we have a basic haircut for 648, and a haircut for 888. The lady at the front desk introduced herself with an awkward yet polite smile. But what surprised her even more was that these two men and women were obviously not of the same style. The women are stunningly beautiful and have amazing bodies, but the men are just men. I thought he had some money, but it seems I was overthinking it. These two are true love. Good job. Maybe this guy met her and had an affair? Or maybe he saved her life? Well, that's fine, let's go with 2888. When Lin Chu came to his senses, he found out that Su Chanxian was playing the role of a caring girlfriend to save face because he thought he couldn't afford it. This girl is not only dedicated but also very perceptive. He almost forgot that he now had 200,000 in his account, with the bonus of system cashback. This little bit of money is nothing. Isn't this too expensive, brother? Su Chanxian couldn't help but move closer to Lin Chu and grab his arm. Her expression seemed to be saying, "Are you really not being stubborn?" Lin Chu smiled confidently and patted her hands to show that he was fine. Okay, wait a moment, sir, I'll go get teacher Jerry for you. The receptionist at the side was surprised and ran off to find the barber. After a while. It's a pleasure to serve you. I'm Jerry. Teacher Jerry, with a middle-parted hair and wearing overalls, came up to the two of them with a pair of scissors in his hand. That look really does look like Gidge. But I have to say that its service level is quite good. According to Lin Chu's face shape and the stiffness of his hair. And future development trends have made professional hair design. During this time, the other party was quite surprised why Lin Shu's hair was so dark and shiny. It is as smooth as Dove chocolate, and you can enjoy its silky texture. Even the usually aloof teacher Jerry couldn't help but ask the other person what shampoo he usually used. Lin Shu just smiled pretentiously without saying anything. It seems that the men's God shampoo and conditioner set is really effective. If you keep using it, you may get unexpected results. An hour later, Lin Shu, with a refreshing slightly parted bang, walked out of the barber shop with Su Qianqian. According to the other party, this is more suitable for Lin Shu's face shape and is also convenient for daily maintenance. Brother Lin Shu looks even more handsome after getting a new hairstyle. Ahem, I'm fine. From the beginning till now, Su Qianqian has been praising herself, making herself feel a little embarrassed. Looking at her, favorability, +5. Lin Shu knew that she was not lying. It's a pleasure to be surrounded by such top-notch JK beauties with long black stockings and be praised by them. Anyone would be happy if it were anyone's situation, right? But compared to these, he cares more about the system's evaluation. Ding! Detected that the host has changed his hairstyle. The system is grading completed. 88 points. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10-fold refund. 28,880 yuan has been transferred to the account. Please check. China Merchants Bank, your account with the last digit 9,800 received 28,880 renminbi at 13:21 on January 27th. Oh my god. Cool. I actually earned more than 20,000 yuan for nothing just by cutting my hair? Lin Shu's scalp suddenly went numb when he heard the electronic sound of the system. It was even more exciting than that. It seems that there is some truth in the saying you get what you pay for. If you are unlucky and encounter the ugly ghost shears, I'm afraid this won't be the case. In this case, I should pay more attention to the subsequent clothing matching. Beep. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated several times. From the moment I started getting my haircut, my phone kept vibrating, but since I had just talked to Su Qianqian, I didn't take it too seriously. After opening it, I found that it was a user comment notification from Douyin. The work being commented on is naturally the selfie that one just posted. Nini couldn't wake up, ugh, I almost vomited my New Year's Eve dinner. Don't eat coriander graduate entrance examination edition, open the screen and it hits me. What a disgusting greasy man. How dare he post a selfie when he's so ugly? Practice time, 2.5 years, it's a big oil field. We are saved. Brother, I wish I had half of your confidence. Crazy and dramatic Dong Xiao, although ordinary people can also pronounce Douyin, you are too ordinary. Ime plastic surgery, sir, do you need to know more about plastic surgery? What happened to the saying that people on the internet are very tolerant? Except for the only one who liked the post, which was his own, the comment section was filled with ridicule and abuse. This also allowed Lin Shu to fully appreciate the diversity of organisms on the internet. But Lin Shu did not fight back against these people. Because my next transformation will be the best response to them. What's wrong, brother? It's all my fault. I didn't play the role of a caring girlfriend. I should have tried my best to stop you. Seeing Lin Shu frowning and not speaking for a long time, Su Qianqian looked at him worriedly and said, like a puppy that has done something wrong. Is he still trying to be strong? Yeah, if it were a normal person. Who would spend 28.88 on a haircut? It would be a lie to say it doesn't hurt. She herself felt a little sorry for Lin Shu. Lin Shu was stunned. After a long time, she thought she was feeling sorry for the money she just spent on getting her haircut. In fact, she didn't expect this. Lin Shu not only didn't feel bad about the money, on the contrary, he was very happy. He wished he had more hair all over his body so he could cut it more often. No, you've done a good job. Let's go buy clothes next. Do you have any recommendations? He smiled and touched Su Qianqian's head. I have to say, her hair is very soft, delicate, and has a faint fragrance, just like she used head shoulders. That's good. Well, I will definitely not let my brother down this time. How about going to Zara, or La Carnegie Mellon University, Meters Bonwy, or Anta? These brands are reasonably priced, very affordable, and very cost-effective. My dad also buys these often. Su Qianqian thought that Lin Shu had already suffered heavy bleeding just now, and she couldn't let him encounter the costumed assassin again. She simply skipped those more expensive brands and chose popular brands with better value for money. The main character is a caring girlfriend. Well, I'm not short of money. Forget it. Let's go over there and take a look. Lin Shu knew that Su Chanxian was thinking about him, but it was not her fault. After all, the total cost of his current outfit is less than 200 yuan. To be honest, it might not even be as expensive as one of her lipsticks. These brands are indeed pretty good, and I used to like wearing them. But I want to be a male god in the future. Where else can I wear the same clothes as ordinary people? So he pulled Su Chanxian towards an LV store. The two walked into the store. Is this really possible? The dazzling array of LV luxury goods made Su Chanxian unable to take her eyes away. There is no girl who is not interested in such a big brand, right? Having said that, as a college student, she has only been to this kind of luxury store a few times, so it is inevitable that she is a little nervous. But she was more nervous. Is this Lin Shu pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, or is he really a bumpkin who has no idea about the prices of these luxury goods? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he couldn't afford to buy too much at once? Even if you just look and don't buy, it's quite embarrassing. Girls are very concerned about their reputation, especially beauties like her who care more about other people's eyes. Hello, are there any things I can help you with? The salesgirl in the store quickly noticed these two men and women who had completely different styles. Chapter 4. Su Chanxian's heartbeat quickened. We are just taking a look. Before Lin Shu opened his mouth, Su Chanxian at the side spoke first, smiling a little awkwardly. She was prepared for the worst. Okay, if you need anything, please let me know. Only when the salesgirl left did Su Chanxian seem to breathe a sigh of relief. She picked up a relatively cheap shirt and tentatively approached Lin Shu. Do you think you'd like this jacquard blend long-sleeved shirt, brother? It's okay, but I can't tell if it's just one piece. Can you give me a few sets? Just pick a few sets? Su Chanxian was a little confused. She couldn't help but ask Lin Shu whether he had seen the price clearly. Yes, as long as it looks good, the price doesn't matter. But Lin Shu said, of course he saw it, it was just 10,800. If it were before, he might have thought this was an outrageous price. But now? Sorry, I don't want the ones that are too cheap. Well, since my brother has said so, I won't be polite. Seeing Lin Shu's indifferent look, Su Chanxian no longer had anything to hesitate about. At this moment, her desire to shop is very strong. Although she is still single, she has also fantasized about one day matching nice clothes for her ideal partner. Well, let us use Lin Shu to try out our skills today. Okay, tell me. Lin Shu nodded, walked straight to the rest area, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and drank tea. Occasionally take a look at the beautiful legs wrapped in sheer black stockings. How wonderful. Don't overdo this feeling. After some selection, Su Chanxian came over with a few sets of clothes and matching shoes. Brother Lin Shu, would you like to give it a try? Lin Shu stood up and walked into the locker room. A few minutes later, the door of the fitting room was opened, and Lin Shu, wearing a LV luxury suit, walked out. This made Su Chanxian, who was waiting outside the door, eyes light up. So handsome. You are worthy of being my brother, you are worthy of being me, hee. Su Chanxian laughed. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up to her own aesthetic taste and Lin Shu's outfit. Really good. Lin Shu turned around standing in front of the dressing mirror. The clothes that Su Chanxian matched for him were relatively simple yet low-key. A retro water-based denim jacket is paired with a jacquard cotton shirt, and the lower body is matched with jeans of the same color and a pair of LV white cement sneakers. Although there are no overly conspicuous logos or prints, one can tell at a glance that it is a high-end brand. It is in line with the aesthetic taste of today's young people and instantly makes him look several years younger. After that, Lin Shu changed into other clothes at Su Chanxian's urging. For a moment, he actually suspected that he had become the male model for her dress-up game. It is visible to the naked eye that Su Chanxian's favorability has increased from 33 to 43, a full 10 points. But I have to say that for such a beauty, she has very good taste. The clothes I picked are all very aesthetically pleasing. If I were to choose them myself, I'm afraid the results would be far from satisfactory. Sir, I really envy you for having a girlfriend who knows how to choose clothes. These outfits are perfect for you. Even the salesgirl Charlene beside him couldn't help but admire it. Well, take them all, check out. Okay sir, please wait a moment, I will get you the POS machine. When I heard Lin Shu say he was going to buy it, The corners of Charlene's mouth couldn't help but rise, and she returned to the counter proudly. Xiaolu, don't forget, I'm treating you tonight. Sister Xia, you are so awesome, aren't you? How do you know he is not a bootlicker? This also made his colleagues couldn't help but ask back. So you are still young, so practice more if you are not good at it. Just before the two arrived at the store, Xiaolin made a bet with her colleague Xiaolu. Xiaolu thought that Lin Shu was just a foil for the extremely beautiful Su Chanqian. To put it bluntly, it's just an ATM, the kind that only gives out a few gold coins. But Xiaolin didn't think so. Although Lin Shu was ordinary. But she could see a sense of confidence and calmness from Lin Shu's body that was difficult for ordinary people to detect. These experiences were accumulated from her earlier work at the Guangdong branch. The economic power that Lin Shu exudes is no less than those people wearing big shorts. The second generation of wealthy people who wear keychains around their waists and always wear flip-flops. Hello sir, the total is 180,000 yuan. Ha? Before Lin Shu could respond, Su Chanqian beside him took a deep breath. She couldn't help but cross her legs in black silk under her pleated skirt. 18W? She had thought that these sets might be expensive, but she didn't expect them to be so outrageously expensive. My family is an ordinary dual-income family. The combined income of both parents is just over 100,000 yuan. Wow, these sets of clothes cost more than my family's income. Will he really pay? When she thought of this, her heart couldn't help but rise to her throat. Okay, pay. Lin Shu calmly took out his mobile phone, scanned the code and paid in one go. Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Lin. At the same time. Ding. Detected that the host has changed his dressing style. The system is grading completed. 93 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 12 times the refund. The money has been transferred to the account, please check it. China Merchants Bank, your account with the last number 9800 received 2,160,000 renminbi at 14:31 on January 27. Hiss. A full 12 times. After deducting my own expenses, I still earned more than 2 million. Who would believe that just a few hours ago, he was just a poor guy? Lin Shu's heartbeat quickened when he heard the system prompt. Besides, he also noticed that the message favorability plus 10 was flickering above Su Chanqian's head. Want to ask why? That's because men look their coolest when they swipe their cards. He could feel a bit of heat and admiration in Su Chanqian's gaze. Lin Shu's actual actions undoubtedly directly dispelled Su Chanqian's previous doubts about him. I'll give you an address, please send the stuff there for me. Okay, Mr. Lin, thank you again for your patronage. Since you spent a certain amount of money in our store, we will give you a small gift. At this time, the salesgirl Charlene handed him a classic LV women's bracelet with both hands. Just this one item costs more than 5,000. Ladies? But I don't need it, I'll give it to you, Chanqian. Ah? Is it really okay? Brother, such a valuable thing? Su Chanqian was stunned for a moment and subconsciously refused. She didn't realize that she was just his girlfriend for a day. Is there such treatment? What kind of treasure is this, brother? Take it. I'm still worried about who to give it to. Well, thank you, brother. Come on, let me help you put it on. After saying that, Lin Shu grabbed Su Chanqian's pale hand. She put the exquisite LV bracelet on her slender wrist. Favorability plus 5. Suddenly, Su Chanqian couldn't help but feel her heartbeat quicken a little. Chapter 5 Then go buy a watch. Wow. Su Chanqian couldn't help but cover her mouth. The joy is beyond words. Lin Shu's status in her mind became even higher. Rich and considerate, no girl can resist this kind of guy. As long as you like it. Lin Shu touched Su Chanqian's head and urged. Time is running out, let's go to the next one. Okay brother, leave everything to me. Su Chanqian was very excited after receiving the LV gift. He even couldn't help but take Lin Shu's arm. It's really filling and soft. Lin Shu was talking about the texture of JK clothes. For the second store, Lin Shu chose Dior, a luxury brand of the same level as LV. When mentioning Dior, most people probably think of lipsticks, bags, and cosmetics. But Dior's men's clothing is actually quite good. Dior. This dress looks good on you, brother. And this shoulder bag. I think it looks so handsome on boys. Maybe he has seen Lin Chu's money ability. Su Chanqian was no longer as nervous and timid as before. Instead, he became much bolder and more confident. This feeling of buying things without looking at the price is really addictive. After a series of events, Su Chanqian became her own chief clothing stylist. I picked out many sets of clothes for myself and matching bags and accessories. The total cost of clothes, bags, and accessories was 150,000 yuan. After swiping the card, the system gave an evaluation of 86 points. A little bit worse than just now. The cashback was also several times lower than before, and the total amount was about 1.2 million. I can only say that Dior's clothes are more figure-flattering. I may not be able to control myself at the moment. In some respects, the system's requirements are still much more stringent than those of humans. This also means that there is a lot of room for further transformation of your body. Although it was a bit troublesome, Lin Chu also enjoyed it. He finally understood why he didn't like shopping for clothes before. First, no money. Second, there is no such beautiful woman by your side. Now that these two conditions are met, Lin Chu also finds shopping quite interesting. Today, he fully enjoys the services of luxury brands and beautiful escorts. There are also envious glances from passers-by from time to time. Brother, can I make a small request? As soon as they walked out of the door of Dior, Su Chanqian, who was holding Lin Chu's arm, couldn't help but blinked and asked him. Actually I have always had a dream, which is to be a fashion stylist. Match clothes for the one you like. My brother is wearing something so cool today, so I wanted to take a photo of my first outfit as a souvenir. May I? Su Chanqian blushed and bit her pink lips, looking at herself with a little expectation. This way, she seemed even more pure and lustful. That's it? Of course, take the photo and send it to me later. Lin Chu was stunned for a moment and said with a wry smile. This little girl really knows how to provide emotional value. She is very good at talking. It's comfortable to listen to it myself. However, after Su Chanqian's reminder, he remembered that he also needed to find someone to take a photo with him. One of the rules of the male god system is regularly post your transformation plans and body changes on social networking platforms. You can get a random sign in reward. So it's just right. Thank you, brother Su Chanqian pulled Lin Chu to a wall with a simple background. Then he transformed himself into the royal photographer again and started taking pictures. As I was taking pictures, my cell phone suddenly received several calls, with the note boss. Oh, sorry for the trouble. This made Su Chanqian subconsciously hang up the phone and quickly turn the phone to silent mode. She could probably guess that she would be the one complained about for disappointing her customers. What's wrong? Hey, maybe I didn't meet with that client, so I got complained about. Su Chanqian squatted on the ground and said a little aggrievedly. Is that so? Then don't you need to explain this to your boss? Lin Chu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After all, he was the one who intercepted him halfway. This made him feel a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter. I'm just a part-time worker anyway. I don't care about him. Okay, brother, don't be embarrassed. You've already given me double the money in gifts. Besides, thanks to this coincidence, I was able to meet you, brother. Su Chanqian changed her sad expression and smiled sweetly. This girl is really good at it. That's true. Brother, I've finished taking the photo. Su Chanqian ran in front of him with her twin ponytails swinging cutely and said confidently. Nice shot. Lin Chu took a look and had to say that girls are born to take pictures. He is very good at finding angles and made Lin Chu look quite handsome in the photo. Hey, I'll add my brother on WeChat and send it to you. Then the two of them added their contact information naturally. It can be seen that Su Chanqian still looks very happy. During this time, Su Chanqian also changed Lin Chu's note to brother Lin Chu. At the same time, set the chat box to the top. Hey, brother Lin Chu, you are my only pinned one now, okay? She had a sweet and lovely smile. He shook the fruit phone covered with sequins as if to show off. Okay. Lin Chu smiled helplessly. I have to say Su Chanqian really gave herself enough emotional value. Which man doesn't he like such a top-notch JK girl to act cute with him? After adding the contact information, Su Chanqian couldn't help but ask again. Brother, where are we going next? Well, let me think about it, then I'll go buy a watch. I've bought enough clothes today. If you keep walking around, you will get aesthetically fatigued. It is said that the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and the losers play with computers. Having a good watch is naturally a symbol of noble status and appearance. The most important thing is that the money spent on buying clothes is too slow. This is a time-limited task, and you must maximize the cash back. So we took Su Chanxian to the first floor of the mall. There are a wide variety of jewelry and watch shops here. For example, big brands such as Rolex, IWC, Audemars Piguet, and Jaeger-LeCoultre. Before this, he had considered the brands Rolex and IWC. But it's still a bit lousy. Especially in the Rolex series, there are really a lot of high-quality imitations. As for Audemars Piguet, it seems that there are not many stocks in this mall. After considering all the above, he chose Jaeger-LeCoultre, also a high-end watch brand in Switzerland. Its century-long history speaks for itself. Hello, welcome to the Jaeger-LeCoultre store. Would you like to buy a men's or a women's watch? A middle-aged man in a tailored suit uniform smiled. Is there any in the Q1682410 series? Yes, sir and miss, please come this way. The staff nodded and planned to lead the two to the VIP area. Just at this moment, Qian. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 30s appeared outside the store and greeted Su Chanxian in a low voice. What bad luck! Why did the boss come here? Su Chanxian couldn't help but frown when she saw her boss Lu Sudong. She had no choice but to lean over to Lin Chu's ear and explain. Brother, this is my boss. I'll go over and explain things to him first. Okay, go ahead. Lin Chu nodded calmly and went to the reception area by himself. As soon as he sat down, the man in a suit walked to a larger counter and started talking to another man. After a while, the man in a suit and tie at the counter walked up to Lin Chu. Hello sir, I am the manager of the Jaeger-LeCoultre Lakeside branch. My last name is Lin. May I ask what your last name is? Twin Woods. Okay, Mr. Lin, I have arranged for my subordinates to pick up the watch. If possible. Next, let me introduce this Q1682410 watch to you, shall I? Readers who like it, please click on the collection. The following plot is very exciting. Chapter 6. Do you have something to ask me? After a while, the subordinate who had just received Lin Chu came over wearing white gloves and holding a black square watch box. In response, Manager Lin took the watch box, half-knelt, and looked up at Lin Chudao who was sitting on the sofa. This Jaeger-LeCoultre Q1682410 belongs to the Master Control series. The case is made of fine steel, with a diameter of approximately 37 mm and a moderate thickness. While explaining, he gave Lin Chu a comprehensive demonstration. Not bad, no need to introduce other details. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Chu raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand for the other party to put it on him personally. This watch is much lighter and more elegant than expected. What's the public price today? Mr. Lin, the official price of this watch is 645,000 yuan. Well enough. Lin Chu nodded calmly to show that he could accept it. Because the more expensive watches, no matter what brand, are rarely in stock in the store. Basically, you have to wait in line for several months or a year. Besides, considering my current position, some watches are not even eligible for purchase. This Q1682410 is not top-notch. But as my first high-end watch, Lin Chu felt that it was quite good. Anyway, as a male god, it is impossible for me to have only one watch in the future. Everything is just a matter of time. Broken up a client to take a private job? Outside the door, boss Lu Sudong frowned and said unhappily. Why is he putting the blame on me? I've been waiting for a long time. What can I do if that person doesn't come? You can't let me make this trip in vain today, right? Su Chanxian said indignantly. He is a customer after all, and he was delayed for a while because of something. Forget it, I have no objection to you taking private jobs, but you also have to pay attention to safety. Luckily, I can find you based on the location of the app. What if you encounter bad guys and something happens? The boss Lu Sudong thought that although this client was very rich, but he is indeed a troublesome person, and girls often complain to him that he is too busy. So he didn't bother with Su Chanxian. The reason why he looked for Su Chanxian was first for her safety. Although their business is green. But if something happens to his employees, he will also be held accountable. The second thing is to ask her to admit her mistake to the customer, and the matter will be over. Brother Lin Chu is not a bad person. That's because you're lucky. Forget it, Shanshan, why don't you just go and apologize to the boss? This boss has a lot to do, but he is still very generous. Seeing that the usually aloof Su Chanshan actually spoke for the client, Lu Sudong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but he still tried to persuade her earnestly. I know you feel wronged, but you can't go against money, right? Because her appearance is unique among everyone, and she is also a small internet celebrity on Douyin, she can attract traffic to herself. But the most important thing is that she is a part-time worker, so I really can't scold her casually. How generous can he be? Can he be as rich as brother Lin Chu? Besides, I have already promised a good family to accompany him. Su Chanshan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hey, you female college students who haven't entered the society yet have a low vision. Although Jaeger LeCoultre is a big brand, it also has cheaper models that can be purchased for tens of thousands of yuan. Just like those people who wear Rolex watches, they buy them just to show off. Lu Sudong said with great disdain. He understands the mentality of these young people very well. Because he had done this kind of thing many times when he was young. But this brother just spent nearly 300,000 yuan at LV and Dior? Su Chanshan couldn't help but argue. It's just that the shopping receipt is not with her, otherwise. She wanted to slap Lu Sudong hard in the face. You're just bragging. If he had the conditions, would he still spend money to hire someone to go shopping with him? If you are embarrassed to say it, I will go in and help you explain it to him. Lu Sudong thought Su Chanshan was just making excuses to shirk her responsibilities, so he just walked into the store. When the two of them walked into the store, Lin Chu was sitting on the sofa admiring the watch on his hand. Chanshan, what do you think? Lin Chu, who noticed the two of them, asked Su Chanshan calmly. Brother, although I don't understand watches, I think this watch suits you very well. Well, since you think it looks good, let's take this one. Lin Chu nodded. He thought that this watch would add a lot of points to his appearance. When Lin Chu was demonstrating it, Lu Sudong next to him also noticed this watch. Like, it's a model I haven't heard of. But even so, it didn't stop him from speaking directly. Hello, I'm Chanshan's boss. I came to see you because... Excuse me, can you wait a moment? I'm shopping. Lin Chu waved his hand to interrupt Lu Sudong's introduction. Time is tight now and I don't have time to care about these trivial things. Su Chanshan, who was standing by, couldn't help but show love in her eyes when she saw Lin Chu acting like a domineering boss. Please, this kind of arrogant and cold attitude that does not allow for any discussion. This is really cool, isn't it? Favorability plus 5. TSK. Damn it. Lu Sudong couldn't help but complain in his heart when he saw how arrogant the other party was. It's just a cheap version of Jaeger LeCoultre. I want to see why you are pretending. Pay, Manager Lin, I want this watch. Okay, Mr. Lin. Manager Lin on the side nodded, unable to help but feeling surprised. It hasn't been 10 minutes since I entered the door. A watch worth more than 600,000 yuan was bought so easily? Hey, we all have the same last name Lin, but why are people so different from each other? He immediately brought out the POS machine in purchase form. The total is 645,000 yuan. If you are sure it is correct, please sign and pay it here. Okay. Lin Chu signed smoothly. Wow. Bro, this watch is so expensive? Although he had already experienced Lin Chu's generosity before. But after hearing the price, Su Chanshan couldn't help but sigh. In just a few hours, he had spent nearly 1 million. How rich is this? Favorability plus 7. Ahem. Lu Sudong, who was eating the macarons on the table in a familiar manner, heard the conversation between the two. I almost choked to death with one breath. Sees the young master? 645,000 yuan? Damn, this is just a watch and you tell me it costs more than 640,000? He suspected he had heard wrongly. It wasn't until the sound of successful POS payment rang out that he realized all this was true. What kind of family is this? No, buddy, if you have the conditions, do you still need to spend money to find a girl to play with you? If I were a woman, I would rush to stick to you. He really couldn't understand the thoughts of rich people. His ugly appearance also made Lin Chu frown. In response, Lu Sudong embarrassedly made an apologetic gesture. I've already told you about brother Lin Chu's strength, but you still don't believe it. When Su Chanqian saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy. I feel like I'm benefiting from Lin Chu's help. But Lin Chu did not argue with Lu Sudong. Just listen quietly to the evaluation given by the system. Ding! Detected that the host has changed his outfit. The system is grading completed. 88 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 times the refund. The money has been transferred to the account, please check it. China Merchants Bank, your account with the last number 9800 received 6,450,000 renminbi at 1451 on January 27. Oh shit. 645W. Although the return multiple is not as good as before, the base is larger. Suddenly, Lin Chu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It's so cool. He couldn't believe that in just a few hours, his assets had reached more than 9 million. This is crazy. If there is no time limit for the task. He specifically set a few small goals for himself. But now he is quite satisfied. After all, with the system in hand, his money will only snowball. Half a day later, Lin Chu finally recovered from the joy. Only then did he remember that someone had just come to him for something. At this time, Lin Chu was sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs. He raised his head and said to the other person, "By the way, do you want to talk to me about something?" Chapter 7 JK Girl's Kiss, so sweet. Ahem, hello, Brother Chu, my name is Lu Sudong, and I'm Chanqian's boss. Lu Sudong smiled awkwardly and said a little hesitantly, "Well, what happened to Chanqian?" No, I just happened to pass by and saw you too, so I came over to say hello. This is my business card, you can contact me if you need anything. He wiped his hands and handed over his business card with both hands. Okay. Yes, then I won't bother you two anymore. I hope you two have fun. Lu Sudong nodded, signaled to Su Chanqian to accompany Lin Chu, the big money sponsor, and then left in a hurry. Seeing this, Lin Chu couldn't help but feel a little ironic. Even though the other person is much older than him, he keeps calling him brother. In fact, he knew to some extent that Lu Sudong's aggressive look just now was because he came to find him for some reason. It's nothing more than raising an army to hold someone accountable. Lin Chu could imagine what it would be like if he were a poor guy. Then what kind of attitude and words will the other party use to humiliate oneself? But why did the other party change his attitude instantly? There is no doubt that it is the strong economic strength that supports them. Even though he did nothing and said nothing. Just an unintentional action made the other party to restrain his attitude. Society is a show-off that only knows how to flirt with the rich. From this moment on, Lin Chu experienced for the first time the powerful confidence that money brought him. Su Chanqian, favorability, +5. Ding! The first female character's favorability has reached 75. Opening the social relationship tree diagram for the host. The social relationship, Hongyan, has been successfully lit up. Just as Lin Chu was sighing, the crisp electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind again. Beauty? Lin Chu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then I clicked on the system description. System. An excellent male god needs a beautiful woman to accompany him. When the favorability of each female character reaches 90, the host will receive a random additional reward. All expenses for consumption by the opposite sex will be borne by this system and a certain amount of cash back will be given. Current cashback multiple, double. When the favorability of the four opposite sexes reaches 90, the cashback multiple will be increased. Okay. As expected of the system boss, he always thinks of me. What this means is that you don't even have to spend money to pick up girls, but you actually have to pay for it. I was really afraid that Lin Chu would suffer a loss. It's warm and caring. Lin Chu noticed this while thanking the system dad in his heart. A red dot appears in the Hongyan column of my social network. When I clicked on it again, a little animation of a JK girl with twin ponytails appeared. Very cute, just like a little figurine. Su Chanqian, current favorability rating is 75. Hey, thank you, brother. Su Chanqian moved closer to Lin Chu, took his hand and shook it. It feels so good to see my boss Lu Sudong being humiliated. It wasn't my fault in the first place, why should I apologize? Lin Chu exudes the kind of domineering aura. It really gives me a full sense of security. She is so much more mature than those immature boys who pursue her in school. I didn't like older men before. It seems that I am too superficial. Why are you thanking me all of a sudden? Lin Shu felt Su Chanxian's very attractive figure under JK and said with a wry smile. If it wasn't for my brother, I would have to humble myself and apologize to others. So, but I didn't do anything? Brother, you don't need to say anything or do anything to intimidate the boss. You are so manly. Well enough. Lin Shu put his hand on Su Chanxian's shoulders, crossed his legs and calmly drank his tea. Manager Lin, do you have any watches suitable for girls? Yes, Mr. Lin, the dating series watches in our store are quite popular. As he spoke, Manager Lin immediately arranged for his men to fetch a few watches. Chanxian, tell me which one you like. Brother, are you going to buy it for me? Su Chanxian was stunned for a moment, a look of surprise on her face, but she still declined. No, brother, this is too expensive. You've already given me a gift today. Just pick it if I tell you to. I'm glad you're with me today. You'll never get it again if you miss this opportunity. Lin Shu half commanded in an attitude that left no room for discussion. I wondered why she was still being polite to me. You have to take it even if you don't want it. Otherwise, how can you earn cash back and favorability? Well, okay then. Thank you, brother. Then, I'll take this. Lin Shu's domineering attitude immediately made Su Chanxian's heart beat faster again. This kind of tyrannical and forced love from a rich and handsome man really leaves girls with no resistance at all. After some hesitation, she chose a Jaeger LeCoultre date with a blue strap. This lady has good taste. This Jaeger LeCoultre rendezvous is the most beautiful one. As Manager Lin said this, he personally asked his female subordinate to put it on the other person. It's really beautiful. I love it. Su Chanxian shook her fair wrist and couldn't help but take out her cell phone to take a picture. As long as you like it, just pay the price. Mr. Lin, this lady is wearing this model 357-8430. Today's public price is 136,000 yuan. Wait. How much? 136,000 yuan? Su Chanxian couldn't help but take a breath after hearing the price. Even the hand holding the phone to take pictures couldn't help but tremble. She thought that this watch worth tens of thousands of dollars might be very expensive for her. I didn't expect it to be so outrageously expensive. How could I be worthy enough to wear such an expensive watch? Okay. After hearing the price, Lin Shu nodded and immediately swiped the card. Payment successful. At the same time. Ding. It was detected that the host successfully spent money on Hongyan. The double cashback of 28,880 yuan has now been transferred to your account, please check. China Merchants Bank, your account with the last digit 9,800 received 271,000 renminbi at 1521 on January 27. That's really good. Not only does it cost nothing to spend money on a woman, but she actually has to pay for it herself. This system is really conscientious. Favorability +6. Brother, thank you so much. This is the first time I have received such a valuable gift since I was a child. Mooah. Su Chanxian could no longer calm herself down. With her long legs and black stockings crossed, she hugged Lin Shu and gave him a hard kiss on the face. Ahem. Lin Shu was a little overwhelmed by Su Chanxian's sudden kiss. After all, being kissed by such a beautiful long-legged girl. This was something he had never dared to dream of before. He has been hungry for so long. After enduring till now, it's time to eat meat and seafood every day. Chapter 8, Crying Over an Empty Cup in Old Age? How can this be possible? After buying the watch, Lin Shu planned to separate from Su Chanxian. Brother, I miss you so much. I wanted to treat you to a meal. How come the car arrived so quickly? Well, I'll go back to school first. Mooah. Before getting into the car, Su Chanxian hugged Lin Shu reluctantly and gave him a sweet kiss. The passers-by and drivers in the cars around were immediately filled with envy and jealousy. They thought to themselves that it would be great to be kissed by such a goddess-like figure. It's really worth it in this life. Although there is still nearly an hour left for the system task. You can pull it out until the time is up. But Lin Shu felt that it was unnecessary. As a male god, you have to do whatever you want. Instead of being constrained by tasks and just trying to grab something for the sake of grabbing it, this is too narrow-minded. The so-called steady stream goes a long way. As long as the system is there, this is my greatest confidence. Secondly, I have been sitting in the office for a long time and lack of exercise. In addition, he smokes and drinks frequently and has an irregular work and rest schedule. As a result, I felt a little exhausted after walking around for an afternoon. It is not for nothing that the soul of a 20-something is wrapped in the body of a 30-something. It was really hard for him to imagine how a girl could go shopping for a whole day without feeling tired. It seems that I really need to exercise. Now that I have money, I need a good body to enjoy it. Otherwise, how does the saying go? Looking at an empty cup and crying in old age? He didn't want to end up in such a situation. Ding! Only with a healthy and perfect body can you enjoy life to the fullest and become a true male god. Mission: health is as good as gold. Request the host to increase health value to 80 or above. Mission rewards: Greentown No. 1 Villa, X1, Basic Mixed Martial Arts, X1, Invincible, X1. All mission expenses incurred by the host will be fully reimbursed by this system. Oh my god! You arrived just in time? At this moment, the system seemed to have listened to his own voice and immediately issued the task. And it seems that the rewards for these tasks are particularly awesome and practical. First of all, this is Greentown No. 1 Villa. But this house is known as one of the top villa areas in the whole city of Hangzhou. If I remember correctly, it is worth several small goals. As a male god, how can he not have his own house? This perfectly solved my embarrassing situation of having lived in Hangzhou for several years without a place to call my own. The second is this, King Kong Invincible, Strong and Strong. It is quite effective for my current weak body. It's simply what I need. Just when Lin Shu was sighing inwardly. Hello, sir, may I know something about the tennis club? A sexy voice came into his ears. When I looked up, the first thing that caught my eye was a pair of large thunders. Oh my god! Lin Shu suddenly felt like she was dizzy from milking. Take a closer look. She is a sexy lady wearing a black baseball cap and a white mask, a pink sports vest and gray hip-hugging yoga pants. Compared to the pure JK girl Su Chanxian, this royal sister's figure is simply invincible. The hips wrapped in yoga pants show the attractive body curves with a protruding front and a curved back. The golden ratio waist-to-hip ratio also attracts the attention of passers-by. She was holding a stack of flyers with a poster of Master Tennis Club printed on it. Gentlemen? Under the mask, a pair of beautiful eyes were staring at him. Ahem, tennis club? Yes, if you need it, you can scan the QR code above for details. Oh, okay. Then I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy life. After saying that, the other party turned around and left quickly. Only the faint scent of perfume remained in the air. Tennis feels pretty good too? Lin Shu, holding a promotional flyer in his hand, looked at the charming figure of this top-notch queen as she walked away. I couldn't help but think so. After returning to my own small apartment, Lin Shu lay limp on the bed. My knees are sore and my calves are weak. Tired but happy is how I feel right now. By the way, try that, calming sleep tea. Lin Shu suddenly remembered something. So he made a cup of tea and drank it. What the hell? So awesome? Suddenly, a mysterious power from the east filled his whole body. All the fatigue in his body disappeared immediately, and he even felt full of strength. If he went downstairs and ran a few kilometers at this time, it would be more than enough for him. Brother, I'm at school. Today is the happiest day of my life. Oh, by the way, let me send you the pictures I took for my brother today. It's so cool, I can't help but set it as my phone wallpaper. Hee shy. Su Chanxian, who had just returned to school, took the initiative to report to Lin Shu. I guess the boys who usually chase her. It's hard to imagine that your cold and aloof goddess would be so proactive in front of others, right? Can I treat you to a meal next time? Looking forward to it. In response to this, Su Chanxian was bombarded with a series of messages. Lin Shu didn't respond to her in a hurry. The first step for a man to fail is to reply to the other person's message immediately. You must give the other person a sense of mystery and anticipation. Otherwise, if time goes on for a long time, you will be led by the nose. Sigma men don't need to reply to messages immediately. What's more, I am a male god now. He suddenly remembered the system's regular clocking in task. He saved the photos Su Chanxian sent him and uploaded them to Douyin. The title is A Day of Shopping Until My Legs Are Weak. The picture shows a 45-degree full-body photo of myself wearing a set of Dior men's clothing. I have to say, money really is something that feeds people. Compared to the greasy headshot in the morning, now I have instantly become a little more human-like. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the regular check-in task. Since this is the first time the host has completed the sign-in mission, he has 4 chances to draw a prize this time. Does the host want to extract now? 4 times? Really good. Lin Shu couldn't help but sit up from the bed excitedly, while muttering to himself. Extract. Drawing random rewards for the host. Moment. As the electronic sound rang out beside my ears, a lucky wheel appeared. It is running very fast at this moment. Get luxury car 10% discount coupon X1. Get basic quick learning card X1. Obtain entry-level singing voice X1. Get entry-level painting X1. Hang. 10% off coupon for luxury cars? Lin Shu was stunned for a moment, but was immediately relieved. Yes. As a male god, how can you be without a luxury car that matches your status? The system dad still understands himself. As for this entry-level painting, entry-level singing, and elementary quick learning card, what are they? He found out after reading the system description. Entry-level painting, be able to quickly master basic sketching, coloring, and sketching skills, and the level is comparable to that of students from professional art academies. Painting? Lin Shu was stunned for a long time. I think of myself dreaming of becoming a painter since I was a child. Unfortunately, I am handicapped. Now that I have this skill, isn't it a dream come true? Having said that, I just don't know if it will be useful in the near future. Entry-level singing voice, singing skills comparable to those of professional singers, able to handle most songs on the market. This is good. My previous self. It can be said that she is singing out of tune and running to her grandma's house. Every time I go to KTV to sing, people tease me and ask if I am here to take my life. Now that we have this, wouldn't singing be like heavenly music? Basic quick learning card, you can learn any skill or knowledge at a speed 5-10 times faster than ordinary people. Correspondingly, the host will consume a certain amount of energy and physical strength. Although this prop card is only elementary at first glance, its functions and side effects are relative. But Lin Shu thinks this prop card is extremely awesome. For many people, whether they are students or adults, the most annoying thing is studying. It is boring and tedious, and repetitive practice may not bring you the expected results. For a male god, the most precious things are time and life. This card can save you a lot of study time and bring you the expected learning results. But the prop card is available. But now there is a doubt. What should I learn? Suddenly, he noticed the flyer in his pocket. Master Tennis Club. After showing myself in Chapter 9, I also have haters? Okay, scan the code. Lin Shu took out his mobile phone and scanned the code. As a result, the phone froze for a long time. Oh, it seems I really need to change my phone. Looking at the lag in his phone, Lin Shu shook his head. In fact, he thought about changing his phone when he was shopping at noon. After all, mobile phones are sometimes also a part of a person's appearance. But yeah, Lin Shu is actually a very nostalgic person. This Xiaomi phone was bought for him by his parents when he was in college. It has been with me since college until now, even though the people around me have changed their cell phones again and again. But he has been using this old mobile phone because it contains many unforgettable memories. This includes oneself, relatives and friends, ambiguous relationships, and happy or sad fragments. So in a sense, by changing your mobile phone, you are truly saying goodbye to your past self. Just when Lin Shu was being pretentious, Master Tennis Club welcomes you. The webpage finally jumped out. A very gorgeous website UI interactive design accompanied by elegant background music makes the whole website very impressive. Not only does the jump style webpage introduce the club's history, it also provides a detailed introduction to the many international competition awards won by club members. Many coaches are active or retired professional players. You can imagine how professional they are. Even many high-level VIPs need to verify their capital and obtain professional rating before they can join. The entire tennis club covers a large area and is located on Yuhuang Mountain in Hangzhou. The environment is beautiful, with a sea of bamboo and a sea of clouds, and the main theme is a loving embrace between humans and green mountains. From the above information we can know. This club is not something that ordinary people can join. I guess the sexy lady who handed me flyers today is not an ordinary person. This requires strong judgment on potential customer groups. To put it bluntly, it's all about vision, and you treat people differently based on their perspective. I can tell at a glance whether what you are wearing is a famous brand and whether your words and actions are low class. If Lin Shu had been wearing cheap clothes today, he wouldn't even be eligible to get the flyer. Well, it's indeed a high-end sport. This is it. Lin Shu thought about it and realized that tennis was indeed a high-end sport that he had never been able to achieve. Now I have the opportunity and ability to experience it. In addition, there are golf, equestrianism, racing, diving and skiing, etc. Without some money you can't play at all. At the same time, these movements appear to be just movements. But in fact it is more of a social means for high-end people. Therefore, Lin Shu can not only exercise his body through tennis to complete the task. Maybe there will be a chance to expand your social circle. It's simply double pornography. He immediately clicked on the online appointment. After the reservation is completed. Beep. There were several more sounds of cell phones vibrating. It is a message notification of Douyin users commenting on new works. What kind of comments will be made this time? At least I changed my hairstyle and branded clothes today. Those people must have looked at me with new eyes, right? With a little curiosity, Lin Shu opened the Douyin program again. Dumb tape, Dio? Is there anyone who knows me? Come and see if this is a fake? Crazy and dazzling Dong Xiao, it's fake at first glance, but I'm a VVIP user of Audi. Although I changed my hairstyle, it's still not good enough. Aikuen Bafon like high version, don't be shy, buddy above. We are talking about Dior. Do you think it's the crappy Audi Double Diamond, my buddy, that you played with when you were a kid? Crazy and dramatic Dong Xiao, damn it, it's not okay if I made a typo? Don't eat coriander graduate entrance examination edition, who pooped in my phone? Why is it you, a greasy guy, again? Wearing fake clothes to show off, you don't think you're that handsome, do you? Lauda, I miss you, I took a look at his last work. Does anyone think his skin and hair quality have improved? Aminos, this must be photoshopped. How can there be such a big difference between morning and afternoon? Damn it! I thought the comments would improve. But unexpectedly, the situation was similar to that in the morning. Even the reviews are overwhelmingly negative. Most people come here to have fun. Even if the comments are praising, you still need to add a dog head to protect your life. There is no one who really stands on his side. Oh shit. And what is the story behind this? Crazy and cool young Master Dong, don't eat coriander graduate entrance examination version. Why do you keep catching yourself spraying? In a fit of anger, Lin Shu was planning to block these two black fans. But I thought, I'd better keep it. Just because they are narrow-minded and dark-minded doesn't mean I am the same. As a male god, you must have a good mentality. The reason why they doubted me is that the strength I have shown so far is not enough. After all, the internet and reality are completely different places. In reality, if you buy a watch worth more than 600,000 yuan, the other party will call you brother. In Douyin, he may say anything you do. That's it? I need more practice. I have a few small goals, what about you? However, only in the face of absolute strength will the other party sincerely admire and envy you. There will even be a licking comment. Master, I am late. Does the host's family need a doorman? It's actually so ironic. Lin Shu once again chose to ignore them temporarily. As a male god, how could he have the time to bother with these unknown people? Because I have more important things to do now. That is buying a car. A luxury car not only matches your status. It is also convenient for your daily travel. Now he has a 10% discount coupon for luxury cars and nearly 10 million worth of assets. It can be said that he can buy most of the luxury cars on the market at will. So he searched for luxury car recommendations on Douyin. Soon, several live broadcast rooms appeared with demonstrations in progress. Among them are well-known BBA luxury car brands such as BMW, Audi, and Mercedes-Benz. So Lin Shu clicked into the live broadcast room of a BMW 4 Sun store. Our car is way ahead. This is the latest model this year, starting at 605,000 yuan. BMW is no longer low-key. Big news before the holiday, BMW 5 Series gets an immediate discount of 136,000 renminbi. First time to the store for a test drive to enjoy BMW original gifts. First time to the store to save 5,000 yuan. Save another 5,000 yuan when you order a car. Today's car companies are very competitive and it's hard to sell their cars without giving away something or offering some discounts. Lin Chu skipped the live broadcast room and continued to brush. Then I saw a Porsche live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, we, Porsche, now. Special offer. I saw a black silk OL lady with a ruddy complexion. He was stammering and no one knew what he was saying. Me? This is? Chapter 10. Can anyone really afford a Bentley? Deeply affectionate, what are you doing, host? Are you not feeling well? Get some rest. 19 Tang Bohu, why does it feel like she can't even stand steadily? Lao Wang next door, oh my god, I accidentally pressed the app. Oh my god. Really 666. Salt is not salty at all, right? If today is not to buy a car, I guess I will also join these netizens in having fun. Besides, why do these IDs look so familiar to me? Time is tight and I don't have time to look at these trivial things. Then he immediately skipped over several live broadcast rooms. I saw that the live broadcast room of Bentley 4 Sons store was broadcasting live. There are 508 people online in the live broadcast room. This is our Bentley Bentayga 2024 4.0 TV8 long wheelbase version. It uses a 4.0T, 550 horsepower V8 engine. The back seat sofa adopts. At this time, a well-built lady in black stockings was clearly explaining the Bentley Bentayga behind her. Enthusiastic horse, what a pleasing live studio, the car lights are so big and the distance between cars is so small. No knife on a rainy night, you old pervert. Are you looking at a car? I'm too lazy to expose you. Ace Pilot, host, your Bentley Bentayga is indeed good, but it is still too economical. Is there any more economical model? Will of Fire, yes, brother, here I recommend you to buy domestic brands, there are 9 brands in total. They are Emma, Yadi, Shinri, Xianyo, Xiaodao, and number 9. As we all know, luxury car live broadcast rooms like Bentley. Most of them are here to join in the fun. Occasionally, the fans will tease the beautiful anchor. There are very few people who can actually afford it. At this time, Lin Chu entered the live broadcast room using his own account, Chuchu Bufan. Chuchu Bufan, hello, Bentley Continental GT, do you have it? The beautiful anchor saw a very serious speech among the many funny comments. It was so serious that she even thought it was someone else playing the role. However, as a senior salesperson at Bentley, she still maintained absolute professionalism in her response. Hello, we have the Bentley Continental GT for sale in our store. Although the beautiful anchor is dedicated to her job. But the netizens who were just there for fun were not happy. Enthusiastic horse, no, buddy, we are all here to see the legs, why are you still installing them? Lone Ranger, can you afford it? Just ask. Ace Pilot, we are all poor guys, stop pretending to be so high and mighty. Crazy and dramatic Dong Xiao, oh my god, why are you here too? I know this guy, a pretentious guy wearing crooked clothes. Lin Chu didn't care about this and asked again. Chuchu Bufan, would you like to take a look? If it's suitable, I'll decide on it. Beautiful anchor, hello, Mr. Chu, if it is a ready-made car, it is not in the showroom for the time being. In fact, she also suspected that the other party was a cross-dressing actor and not a real potential customer. She thought it was too troublesome, so she just made up an excuse to get away with it. After all, there are so many people in the live broadcast room every day, and it would be difficult to display every car. If you just say you won tea by it, wouldn't you be exhausting yourself? Chuchu Bufan, well, is it convenient for you to ask for the specific price? Beautiful anchor, currently, the bare car price we offer for Bentley Continental GT is 3.42 million yuan. The specific price should be determined according to your actual situation. After saying this, she gave a perfect professional smile. Warm horse, love it, the anchor is so beautiful. Lone Ranger, as expected of Bentley, he answers all my questions, unlike the live broadcast room next door, who kicked me out when I asked him to look at his legs. Greedy snake, okay, at Chuchu Bufan, are you done asking? Do you still want to buy it? Crazy and dramatic Dong Xiao, don't pay attention to him, he's just talking nonsense. Choo Boo fan, well, then can you give me an address? Beautiful anchor, hello Mr. Chu, our address is Shinya Road, Shangqing District, Hangzhou. Choo Boo fan, thank you. If I have time, I will go to see the car tomorrow afternoon. Enthusiastic horse, oh my, you are still here? Who wouldn't say it? I still think I am the king of onions. Crazy and dramatic Dong Xiao, host, don't pay attention to him, he's just here to mess things up. Ace pilot, hey, who can afford a Bentley? We are just here to pursue our dreams. Regarding the sarcastic comments in the live broadcast room, the beautiful anchor continued to smile and spoke slowly while maintaining her professionalism. Dear gentlemen and ladies, please do not underestimate yourselves. Our Bentley is not out of your reach. Every user in the live broadcast room will actually be a potential customer of our Bentley. Remember, never give up your dreams. Any ordinary person can create a different life. Until one day, maybe Bentley will be right beside you. Snake, this bowl of chicken soup from the beautiful anchor. I drank it. I always feel motivated to do the work tomorrow. Enthusiastic horse, hey, what a kind-hearted anchor. Ace pilot, no more talking. I'm glad to hear the host's gentle voice. My flight tonight is about to take off again. After hearing these words, even Lin Shu himself was almost moved by her. If it were in the past, I'm afraid he will be full of energy and work like a slave the next day. This female salesperson knows how to speak politely. But this is normal, after all, people who work in sales are all smart people. What's more, she is a female Bentley salesperson. After Lin Chu exited the live broadcast room, he checked the time. It's already past 11 o'clock at night. If it were my former self, I'm afraid I went to bed early just to catch the first bus. But I am very different now. He went to bed early, just for his health rather than work. My schedule for tomorrow was very full. First, you need to go to the company to submit your resignation. The second is to take lessons at the tennis club. Finally, as he said in the live broadcast room just now, go to the Bentley 4S store to see what the actual car looks like. Thinking about this itinerary, Lin Chu couldn't help but fall into sleep. 9 o'clock the next day. Perhaps it's the effect of the calming sleep tea. He often suffers from insomnia due to work and life pressure. I slept quite soundly. Shhhhh. Get up slowly and pee. Shake 3 times. I'll go? Lin Shu looked at himself in the mirror and was shocked again. My complexion is no longer so dark and yellow. Instead, his complexion became quite rosy, and the dark circles and bags under his eyes that had been there for a long time also disappeared. I can't help but sigh again. This, calming sleep tea, is really awesome. He's getting more handsome day by day. Wearing the LV I bought yesterday. I fixed my hair again. Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction. Go ahead and quit your fucking job. I don't want to do this crappy job anymore. Chapter 11 Gold Medal Coach Tang Manru? Half an hour later, Jiashan Media Company, Ltd. After completing the resignation procedures and handing over work, Lin Shu planned to leave. Just as he was waiting for the elevator, a familiar figure came into his sight. She wore a black leather jacket with a chest-wrapped vest on her upper body and a Chanel chain bag on her shoulder. The smooth and delicate belly is revealed, and the vest line is slightly visible. The lower body is a combination of leather pants and bare-leg black boots, which perfectly outlines the plump legs. The big burgundy waves in her 175 centimeters height perfectly highlight her mature and sexy aura. Brother Chu? Oh, it's you, In Shintong. Lin Shu couldn't help but cast an insight on his old acquaintance. Name, In Shintong. Age, 22. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Charge, 0. Appearance, 90. Endurance, 65. Favorability, 50. I thought you were the new male internet celebrity in our company. How come it's changed after a weekend? In Shintong looked up and down at the handsome boy in front of her with an expression of disbelief. She is a small internet celebrity in her own company with more than 3 million fans. Lin Chu's daily job is copywriting and script planning, so he often deals with her. After a few interactions, the two became familiar with each other. Why are you staring at me? After all these years, you finally notice how beautiful I am? In Shintong came close to him and blinked her big, kiss me eyes. The distance between the two was less than 10 centimeters, and their posture was a bit ambiguous. However, after 2 years of getting along with each other, Lin Shu also knew that this little girl had such a carefree personality. She is quite confident about her looks, and occasionally likes to tease Lin Shu by using her beauty. Of course, he wouldn't believe that the other person was interested in him. After all, she is a young and beautiful internet celebrity who earns 5 or 6 figures a month. Who would be interested in a young calf who earns only a few thousand yuan a month? Whether it's beautiful or not, look at the thighs. You know I'm obsessed with legs. Lin Shu took a look at her long legs under her boots without any hesitation. Not wearing black stockings, bad review. In Shintong was stunned by Lin Shu's bold gaze. Is this still the same taciturn Lin Shu as usual? TSK, I was in a hurry to go out today and didn't have time to wear it, blame me. She immediately rolled her eyes and responded unhappily. Be careful next time. Oh no, there won't be a next time. Why, are you going to resign? In Shintong seemed to have sensed something was wrong. Right. Are you stupid? The new year is coming soon, and you don't want your year-end bonus? My home was demolished, I don't like these things. If I had said these words before, I might have felt a little painful. But now? The year-end bonus is nothing, not even a hair's breadth away from the system's reward. Oh my god, is this true? In Shintong looked incredulous and then looked at Lin Shu again. Not only did she change her hairstyle, she also put on a set of LV clothes. Even though I can't tell whether it's true or not. You guess. TSK, you have to treat me to a meal, Brother Chu. You've become a rich second generation. Given our relationship, it would be unreasonable not to have a farewell dinner, right? Sure, any restaurant in Hangzhou, you can pick one. That's a deal, but do you mind if I bring someone else with me? You know, I'm a well-known internet celebrity. If someone saw me having dinner alone with you, it wouldn't be good if the news got out. Of course, but only if you are pretty. Ugly ones are not allowed. Lin Shu didn't mind it too much. When he worked with her before, he had eaten with her a few times. Adding one more person is just a matter of adding one more mouth and one more pair of chopsticks. TSK, have you ever seen anyone ugly playing with me? Okay, I'll contact you tonight. Just tell me what you want to eat, or I'll choose it myself. Lin Shu nodded and got off the elevator. Looking at his dashing back as he left, In Shintong couldn't help but become curious again. Is he really the Lin Shu that I know? After leaving the company, Lin Shu took a special car to the Master Tennis Club. Hello sir, are you here to purchase a course? Soon, the lady at the front desk noticed Lin Shu. Right. Lin Shu looked at the row of fee details. I can't help but sigh again that tennis is not a sport that ordinary people can afford. First of all, there is the venue fee, which is divided into indoor and outdoor. Indoors, it's 200 per hour, and outdoors, it's 300. Advanced clay courts cost 600 to 800 per hour. The second is ordinary private lessons, 1500 per hour. Top-level private lessons cost up to 100,000 yuan for 10 lessons. Plus all the other expenses. Just wanting to learn better would cost hundreds of thousands. Have you learned it before? If possible, I can arrange for a coach to give you a trial lesson. As she spoke, the lady at the front desk took out a tablet computer. There are many young coaches there, both male and female. Although most of them I had already seen on the official website yesterday. But he still noticed a familiar new face. It seemed to be the sexy lady in yoga pants who handed out flyers to me yesterday. Tang Manru, 24 years old, is a national-level tennis player who has won the WTA Tour. Okay, is this coach available? Coach Tang? Coach Tang doesn't have classes right now, but the fee for private lessons might be higher. Even a trial class costs 1,500 per hour, right? The receptionist took a look at Lin Shu's outfit and said with a smile. No problem, let's go with her. TSK, another man who paid for Coach Tang's beauty. The receptionist nodded, sighed inwardly, and went to find the coach. Soon, a tall woman walked out of the lounge. About 172 centimeters tall, wearing a white tennis skirt. Under the skirt is a pair of straight and well-shaped long legs and a perky buttock. The white sports vest on the upper body outlines an exaggerated chest curve and reveals a tight waist. It further highlights the perfect waist-to-hip ratio of the golden ratio. She tied her long golden hair up high and fixed it with a red headband with a logo. What is different about her sexiness today is that he is dashing yet a little bit arrogant. She is simply a beautiful lady with a pure sports style. Name, Tang Manru. Age, 23. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Charge, 0. Appearance, 92. Endurance, 85. Favorability, 5. Hello, I'm Tang Manru. Tang Manru said with a sexy voice and a smile. After all, I was the one who handed him the flyers yesterday. So she naturally had some impression of Lin Chu. Wearing Dior, it seems that she has some money. She is quite confident about her appearance and figure. I found myself today and I must be attracted by my own beauty. There are many people like him who come to class simply to pick him up. Over time she got used to it. Well, can we go to class now? However, Lin Chu's straightforward remarks upset Tang Manru's mood. Chapter 12 100 Private Lessons? Tang Jiayi was shocked. Many of the students she met came to her under the guise of learning basketball to inquire about her personal information. This is the first time I have met someone who came up and asked if he could attend the class. This surprised her a bit. Excuse me, sir, what should I call you? Lin Chu, the Doublewood Forest, the Chu of the Chu River. Okay, Mr. Lin, have you ever played tennis before? No, this is my first time trying to learn tennis. Lin Chu shook his head and told the truth. How could I have had such conditions before? Just the cost of some venues. I can only play for 1 hour after working for 2 days. Okay. Lin Chu's figure doesn't seem like someone who exercises regularly. I guess it's just for the sake of novelty. After all, this year domestic tennis players won their first gold medal at the Olympics. There has been a lot of tennis fever recently, and there are many people following the trend. But even so, Tang Manru still carefully explained the basic knowledge of tennis to Lin Chu. For example, knowing the serving rules, ball landing point, racket holding method and so on. After some warm-up exercises, the two chose a clay tennis court. Lin Chu started the most basic ball feeding and batting exercises with her. Before this, he had used the quick learning cards. Therefore, the knowledge that Tang Manru taught would take ordinary people several days to remember and master. After several practical exercises, he fully mastered it. This strong sense of feedback made Lin Chu quickly immersed in the sport of tennis. Yes, Mr. Lin, you have a strong learning ability. Is this really your first time learning tennis? Tang Manru raised her eyebrows and said in surprise. I have taught many students, but I have rarely met someone with such a strong learning ability at Lin Chu's age. Generally speaking, adolescence is the best age to learn tennis. Even Tang Manru started practicing in elementary school and was admitted to university as an exception and joined the national team. And Lin Chu is obviously not at this age. But his ability to comprehend far exceeds that of herself, who was once called a genius girl. This is really my first time, but is it possible that Coach Tang taught me well? Lin Chu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile. He hadn't exercised for a long time and his physical strength was a bit lacking. How can I be so powerful? Being recognized by such a talented Lin Chu, Tang Manru was modest in her words. But I feel an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in my heart. Although she knew very well that most students like Lin Chu were attracted by beauty. I came here for my looks and figure. This situation is not uncommon. They usually add their contact information under the pretext of buying a course or taking a class. Occasionally he would harass her at night, which made her very annoyed. But her current impression of Lin Chu is pretty good. Perhaps this is a bit like a teacher's respect for an excellent student? Favorability plus 10. Soon, the 1-hour trial class was over. Lin Chu quickly mastered the introductory tennis course, which would take an average person a week to master. He sat in the chair in the rest area, drinking the soothing sleep tea, recovering a lot of lost physical strength. Mr. Lin, you are the fastest learner I have ever seen. You are very talented. If you start practicing from a young age, you might be able to become a great professional player. Tang Manru felt a little regretful and leaned over to hand herself a towel. Lin Chu took the towel from her hand and accidentally caught a glimpse of her beauty under her sports vest. I'm shocked. This figure is simply invincible. To be honest, my attention was focused on tennis just now. I didn't really notice the two big balls. Is this the concentration of quick learning cards? So terrifying. Ahem, I don't have such a lofty goal, at most I just want to exercise my body. He suppressed the impulse in his heart and said it with a little embarrassment. I see, that's not bad. Tang Manru's eyes dimmed a little. If she hadn't retired from the national team. In addition, some changes at home could no longer support her to continue competing in international competitions. She would not condescend to come to this club to coach anyone. I still get harassed by some people from time to time. She was tired of this. In fact, when she was practicing with Lin Shu just now, I saw my own shadow. This inspired her again. You must make money before you pursue your previous goals. Well, Coach Tang, after taking your class, I think the experience was pretty good. Thank you for your affirmation, Mr. Lin, but my tuition fee is quite expensive. The trial class is charged at half the normal class fee. You should think about it carefully before making a decision, right? Tang Manru smiled politely. Okay, then I'll buy 100 first and see how it goes. After drinking the tea, Lin Shu stood up and walked to the front desk. I want to buy 100 private lessons from Coach Tang. Okay. Coach Tang's private lessons. Wait, 100 lessons? The receptionist thought she had misheard. It wasn't until she confirmed with Lin Shu again that she took a breath. 100 classes cost 300,000 yuan. Although there are many wealthy people in this tennis club. But it was the first time she met someone who bought so many classes after only taking a 1-hour trial class. Wait, Mr. Lin, 100 sessions? Even Tang Manru, the person involved, was stunned for a long time. Although there are many people pursuing her, many of them are rich second generations. But these rich people are very smart and at most they will buy a few classes to test the situation. If they fail to succeed after half a day, they will give up in disappointment. But he started with 100 sections? She even thought the other party was playing a joke on her. Until she saw the POS payment receipt spit out. She realized that all this was true. These 100 classes cost 300,000 yuan, minus the club's commission. I can get nearly 200,000 yuan. Happiness came too suddenly. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Even when she looked at Lin Shu's profile, she felt that he was quite handsome. Such a neat and tidy payment method. It's really so handsome. Favorability plus 20. You're welcome. It's mainly because of Coach Tang's teaching method that I'm very satisfied. Looking at the favorability level jumping above Tang Manru's head, Lin Shu said calmly. To be honest, he was indeed attracted by Tang Manru's figure and face at first. After all, that's the nature of men. But after a trial class, he found that the other party's strength and teaching methods were quite good. With such a tennis coach, and with the power of learning cards, your health value can be greatly improved. This was the main reason why he decided to buy her course. Ding! The host's tuition fees will be fully reimbursed by this system. The money has been transferred to your account, please check. Besides, all of this will be reimbursed by the system anyway. Why not? Chapter 13, wasn't he just talking nonsense? Why did he really come? After tennis lesson, Lin Shukai discovered that his health value had increased by 2 points. Already reached 62. I improved 2 points in one class, and the effect is very good. After all, health is not something that can be achieved overnight. Lin Shu left the club because he had other plans in the afternoon. He was going to take a taxi to the Bentley 4S store in the upper town to order a car. Perhaps it is because the Master Tennis Club is located in a natural scenic area. As a result, there are few cars around to accept orders. Even if he raised the price to more than 100, upgraded to the highest level luxury car, it will take at least half an hour to arrive. Especially at this time. The advantages of having your own car become increasingly prominent. At this moment, 2 ding-dee sounds came from behind him. Mr. Lin, are you waiting for your driver? A red Xiaomi SU7 stopped in front of her. Tang Manru lowered the window and said. Different from the sporty style just now. Now she puts on a sports vest and pink yoga pants. The gray seatbelt left a deep groove on her chest. One can't help but sigh. It's so moist. Drivers? DD drivers count, too. Lin Shu shook his phone and responded with a smile. Tang Manru was stunned. What a joke. The handsome rich guy who just spent 300,000 yuan on a course actually wants to take Didi? But she said immediately. It's really hard to get a taxi here. If you don't mind, could I give you a ride? Then I'd rather obey you than be disrespectful. Lin Shu didn't bother to be polite with her, but sat directly in the passenger seat. The interior of the car was very clean and exuded a faint, pleasant scent of perfume. To be honest, this was Lin Shu's first time getting into a woman's car. I have to say, the Xiaomi SU7 is a good car, both in terms of interior and exterior. Before he activated the system, he did think that his future goal was to own an SU7. Just as he was thinking this, the limitations of domestically produced cars have been somewhat exposed. Isn't this seatbelt adjustable? Lin Shu is 183 centimeters tall and it is a bit difficult for him to stretch out sitting in the passenger seat. Let me help you. Maybe my best friend has sat here before. After that, Tang Manru unbuckled her seatbelt. He half leaned to the passenger seat next to him. He began to adjust the height of Lin Shu's seatbelt. Hiss. Accidental close contact. Lin Shu couldn't help but feel a little complicated. Okay, you take a look? Ahem, thank you. It's not so tight anymore. I have to say, this headlight is indeed round and big. Of course, Lin Shu was referring to the headlights of Xiaomi SU7. Tang Manru didn't care about this and asked him with a smile. By the way, where is Mr. Lin going? Open at this address. Number 666, Xinya Road, Shanqing District. Looking at the address Lin Shu gave her, Tang Manru was stunned for a moment. This place feels so familiar. If I remember correctly, there is a Bentley 4S store here, right? Mr. Lin, are you looking for a car? Tang Manru couldn't hide her surprise and couldn't help but ask curiously. Well, I'll just take a look. So, what car model do you have in mind? Bentley Continental GT. Mr. Lin, you really have great taste. By the way, this is also my dream car. After hearing the words Bentley Continental GT, Tang Manru's eyes lit up. The mood also rose a little. She had thought that Lin Shu might be quite rich. But I didn't expect he would be so rich. Thinking of this, there was a bit more admiration and envy in her eyes when she looked at Lin Shu. Really? Yes, especially the Continental GT's glacier white color, plus the soft top convertible design. It looks very grand, and anyway, I think it's really cool for a man to drive this kind of car. Great, I didn't expect you to know so much, Coach Tang. Lin Shu was a little surprised when he heard Tang Manru's explanation. Even more than I know, and a few professional terms pop up from time to time. It can be seen that his vision is indeed not low. But he suddenly thought. After all, she is a girl who grew up in a family learning tennis from an early age. Her vision is certainly not comparable to those gold diggers who only know about the BBA series. Mr. Lin, you are joking. If you don't mind, I can give you some advice later? Hearing Lin Shu's praise, Tang Manru's pretty face blushed slightly and she immediately said. Sure, it will be much more convenient if you are here, Coach Tang. Lin Shu had no reason to refuse. After all, it's great to have such a beautiful coach accompany me to look at cars and buy cars. It's also a pretty nice thing. Lin Shu and Tang Manru came to the Bentley 4S store. After getting off the car, Lin Shu glanced at the Bentley store. I was just passing by to take a look. I also envy the people who look at and buy cars in the store. Now, I can also set foot in this place. Young and promising, driving a Bentley. Welcome to Bentley Uptown. Do you have a reservation? The front desk lady greeted me with a smile. Because he saw the sexy beauty next to Lin Shu. It shows how rich he is. I made an appointment on Douyin last night. Okay, please provide your Douyin account number. Extraordinary. Understood. Please come this way. After the lady at the front desk found out the information, she led them to the exhibition hall. At this time in the exhibition hall, Bentley 4S continues to broadcast live today. The number of people online is still about the same as yesterday. They are still the same group of netizens who love to watch the fun and occasionally tease the beautiful anchor. This Bentley Bentayga 2024 model adopts. The beautiful anchor still smiled, but she was constantly complaining in her heart. Every day there are these people who do nothing but love to talk nonsense. I have never met a powerful master. Workers have more resentment than ghosts. But there is no way, this is an order from above. I have to broadcast it myself. At this time, her colleague came to the side of the beautiful anchor. Miss Kai, the customer who made an appointment on Douyin yesterday, came to see the car. Huh? Did anyone make an appointment yesterday? Why don't I remember? The beautiful anchor was stunned for a moment, wondering why she had no impression. There is no way, the live broadcast room is full of people who talk big and want to buy or view cars every day. How can I remember who is who? His user ID is Chu Chu Bu Fan. Chu Chu is extraordinary? The beautiful anchor thought about it. Some impression, but not much. At this time, many enthusiastic viewers jumped out of the live broadcast room. Is it the guy who asked about the price and got scolded by the fans, the one who pretended to be dead? Enthusiastic horse, it turned out to be the Bentley Continental guy from yesterday. You acted like you were really going to buy it, and you actually came? Ace Pilot, oh my god, isn't he? Isn't he a talkative person? Crazy and arrogant Dong Xiao, look at you guys, you're so anxious. Just looking doesn't mean you're really going to buy. In an instant, the viewers in the live broadcast room became excited and curious. Chapter 14, Fully Equipped Bentley? What a niche term. It's him. Didn't expect he would really come? The beauty saleswoman has been on air for 2 or 3 months. Although people are making reservations one after another. But people who come to the store to look at cars. This, Chu Chu Bu Fan, is the first one. Based on the principle of everyone coming. The saleswoman simply tidied herself up. After turning around with a professional smile, he saw a tall man. At the same time, there was a sexy lady with a good figure standing next to him. Nice to meet you, I didn't expect you to actually come. May I ask your name, sir? The beautiful sales anchor walked towards him. Yes, Twinwoods. Lin Shu simply nodded and shook hands with her. Is it inconvenient for Mr. Lin to appear on camera? The beautiful saleswoman asked subconsciously. After all, people who come to buy Bentley are either rich or noble. Most people are very low-key. Yes, but just don't take a picture of your whole face. Lin Shu nodded. He just wanted to develop temporarily. I don't want to make too much noise, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. Besides, Tang Manru was beside him. If he remembered correctly, the opponent is a national-level athlete. So she probably doesn't want to show up in public. Favorability +5. Tang Manru also seemed to notice Lin Shu's gentlemanly behavior. I couldn't help but have a better impression of him. Clear. The beautiful saleswoman gave the cameraman a look. At this time, the camera in the live broadcast room turned to below the neck of the two people. Instantly, the live broadcast room began to boil. A bunch of old-timers who were lurking around were immediately exposed. Ace Pilot, what the hell? Such a big headlight. I am Belia, oh my god? Why don't you show me her face? This figure is really top-notch. AAA building materials brother Lou, fuck? Does this guy eat so well? I'm jealous. Appreciated by both the refined and the popular, tongue-typing to prove innocence, this hip-hugging yoga pants, I'm fine, how about you? Maybe it's because Tang Manru's body is too hot. This caused the attention of the audience in the live broadcast room to be diverted to her. In order to prevent the live broadcast room from being blocked by mistake, the cameraman immediately turned the camera towards Lin Shu alone. Suddenly, the comments were filled with regret. But soon, everyone's attention began to shift to Chu Chu Bu Fan himself. And whether he actually bought the car. No knife on a rainy night, do you think the dead guy will really buy it? After all, the girl next to him has such a good figure. She should be quite strong, right? Unknown person, look at what you said. You didn't see her face, just her good figure. What if it's Xiao Biluo? The old man in the sea, indeed, those who don't show their faces will be handled by Xiao Biluo and Song Xiaobao. Appealing to both the elite and the masses, after all, a Bentley starts at over 3 million, and it's not cheap. Maybe he just brought the girl along to show off? When the audience in the live broadcast room questioned, Lin Shu and Tang Manru followed the beautiful saleswoman to the Bentley Continental GT. Mr. Lin, this is the Bentley Continental GT you asked about yesterday. It was just delivered to our store the day before yesterday. The interior is red and white, and its configuration is The beautiful saleswoman pointed at the car and then began a very detailed explanation. After seeing the actual car, Lin Chu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The glacier white color scheme is extraordinary in appearance, the soft top convertible, and the front face adopts the Bentley family design, which is very recognizable. If it was 2 days ago, Lin Chu would never have thought of it. The car I had always dreamed of. Now it is within your reach. While the sales presentation was going on, Lin Chu had already sat in the car and was feeling the interior. There is no doubt that as a luxury brand, the Continental GT's luxurious interior is no less understated than its gorgeous appearance. Everything within his reach has been polished to the ultimate in luxury. Tang Manru, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but marvel at the luxury of the car from time to time. At the same time, she was more curious whether Lin Chu would buy the car. "Mr. Lin, what do you think?" The saleswoman stroked her tight OL skirt, half-crouched beside the driver's door, and looked up at Lin Chudao. This scene was also noticed by the audience in the live broadcast room. Appealing to both the elite and the masses, "Oh my god, is this Bentley's squat service? It's really cool." The old man and the sea, it is said that for every Bentley sold, there is one less female salesperson. Could it be? It's a bit cold in Tokyo. Did no one notice the Jaeger LeCoultre watch he was wearing? Crazy and dramatic Dong Xiao, it's fake at first glance. Not bad. Lin Chu replied calmly and put his hand on the steering wheel of the Bentley. He touched the letter bin with his hand. "It's a bit cold in Tokyo, ha ha ha, oh my god, this guy just grabbed the big Bentley." The old man in the sea, I suspect he is making a double entendre. But I have no evidence. Even Tang Manru, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and the saleswoman next to her couldn't help but blush. This calmness. It's a real customer and he is not running away. Because if it were an ordinary person, they would have been afraid of accidentally scratching it. I will never touch the car logo with my hands. It is precisely because he has real strength that he can be so calm. Do you have a car in stock? I want it, with full configuration. Ignoring the reactions of the two, Lin Chu spoke calmly. For this car, we need to adjust the top configuration. As soon as I heard that the other party wanted a car, it was a top-of-the-line one. Even the experienced female salesperson couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Not only her, but even the audience in the live broadcast room were going crazy. "It's a bit cold in Tokyo, oh my god. Are you really buying it? And it's the best one." The old man in the sea, I checked, the top configuration is almost 5 million. You are so powerful, brother. Crazy and arrogant Dong Xiao, you are still too young. People deliberately asked for the top configuration, and finally didn't buy it because they didn't have the car in stock. Pay full price within 3 days, I want this car to appear in front of me, if not, I will buy it from another store. Lin Chu said firmly. The beautiful saleswoman couldn't help but shudder when she heard these words. Bentley top model. Full payment. What a niche word. How awesome must a rich second generation be to dare to say something like that? Not only her, but even Tang Manru, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was stunned for a while. She had seen many rich people, but she had never seen anyone as arrogant as Lin Chu. Besides, if he really wants to buy his dream car, he should buy the top model. Favorability +5. I understand, Mr. Lin. Please wait a moment. The beautiful saleswoman immediately stood up and called the person in charge of Bentley's East China headquarters. Communicate immediately and arrange for the train transfer. Mr. Lin, I have already asked for instructions for you. Please follow me for details. After that, the beautiful saleswoman invited the two to Bentley's high-end VIP room. Chapter 15. Young and promising driving a Bentley. In the high-end VIP room of Bentley 4S store, Lin Chu sat calmly on the sofa, being served various high-end teas and snacks. This is the configuration list you just purchased, please confirm it again. The beautiful saleswoman handed over the tablet computer with both hands. At the same time, on the huge screen in the VIP room, a real-time 3D image of the top-of-the-line Bentley Continental GT Glacier White is displayed. And from the beginning, Tang Manru sat next to Lin Chu, watching him choose the configuration with a surprised look. At first I wanted to give him a reference. Result? As he said. Whether it is the appearance, interior, technological configuration or performance. He even closed his eyes and stretched it to the maximum. This is already the configuration ceiling of Bentley series models. Just the purchase tax for a car like this. I think I can buy 2 Xiaomi Su7s like the one I drive now. A true RMB player. She really opened her eyes a little. Well, that's it. Okay, sir, this is the car purchase contract. You ordered the top-of-the-line Bentley Continental GT. A total of 4.88 million. If there are no problems, please sign here. The beautiful saleswoman couldn't help but tremble a few times when she handed over the contract. This is the biggest order I have ever received since I started working as a salesperson. It is also the car with the highest optional configuration among all models. At the same time, the number of people in the live broadcast room of Bentley 4S store has reached more than 3,000. During this period, many people continued to flock to the live broadcast room. 19 Tang Bohu, oh my god. 4.88 million? Did I hear that correctly? Are you really buying it? Brother Lu of AAA Building Materials, how could it be false? Who is this, Chu Chubu fan? Which family in Hangzhou is he from? Tokyo is a bit cold at, I've already said he has the ability, damn, you still don't believe it? Crazy and arrogant Dong Xiao, are you starting to protect your master? Besides, you haven't paid yet, why are you so excited? You act like you bought it. Next second. Brush, brush, brush. Pay the money. According to the regulations, the car must arrive within 3 days. Otherwise you will have to pay liquidated damages. After Lin Shu signed the contract happily, he held the bank card between 2 fingers and handed it to the female salesperson. Okay, Mr. Lin. We will keep our promise. The car will arrive within 3 days. The beautiful saleswoman took the bank card with both hands. At the same time, Lin Shu used the 10% off luxury car discount card. Drop. Payment successful. I spent a total of 488,000 yuan to buy this top-of-the-line luxury car with a total price of 4.88 million yuan. This feeling is so wonderful. Suddenly, the staff in the high-level VIP room showed envy and admiration. Congratulations Mr. Lin for becoming a distinguished Bentley owner. We at Bentley will always provide you with the best service. Swish, 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 all the staff stood side by side and bowed 90 degrees. Tang Nanru, who was sitting next to Lin Shu, couldn't help but look at Lin Shu's indifferent profile with admiration. Absolutely strong economic strength. Extraordinary learning talent. Gentle, generous, and gentle like a gentleman. Simply perfect. It completely meets her criteria for choosing a high-quality man as a partner. When she thought of this, her heart beat faster. Favorability plus 10. And in the live broadcast room, the moment Lin Shu paid, those who had mocked him before were slapped in the face. What's even more ridiculous is that the comments on the barrage immediately reversed. It's starting to show a one-sided trend. Even many people who questioned Lin Shu yesterday said the same thing. Became his bootlicker. 19 Tang Boho, this is so awesome. Is this the daily life of rich people? Xiao Tian Tian, so handsome. Who has this man's Douyin account? I want to follow him. I want to give birth to his children. Ace pilot, fuck, brother Chu is awesome. Who dared to question my brother Chu yesterday? Did it hurt to be slapped in the face? I am Belia, this big brother is so powerful. I can already imagine the beauty of that sexy lady just now. She must be a super beauty. At it, they are the ones who are the most cheerful. Do your faces hurt covering your mouth and laughing? Crazy and dramatic Dong Xiao, ahem, to be honest, I am actually a fan of Brother Chu. I was just pretending to be a black man to go fishing. Crazy and arrogant Dong Xiao, damn it. I'm guarding this live broadcast room today. Let's see who dares to say bad things about my brother Chu. Appreciation by both the elite and the masses, exited the live broadcast room. Unknown person, left the live broadcast room. Ironically, as long as a person demonstrates absolute strength, then those who once looked down on you will even want to kneel down and lick you. Because society is a bitch. She only opens her legs to rich people. Hiss who? Lin Shu slowly lit a cigarette, then slowly stood up and shook hands with the beautiful saleswoman next to him. Contact me when the car arrives. Don't worry, we will contact you as soon as the car arrives. Lin Shu gave a look to Tang Manru, and then the two of them walked towards the door. At the same time, the surrounding staff escorted them until the beautiful saleswoman and Lin Shu walked out of the high-end VIP room. Only then did the other staff members dare to slowly walk out of the room. They looked at the two men's departing backs and couldn't help but sigh. Nowadays, the age group of people buying luxury cars in stores is really getting younger and younger. At such a young age, he has acquired wealth that ordinary people cannot achieve in several generations. What kind of reincarnation posture can allow one to live such a life? Just walked out of the Bentley 4S store. Mr. Lin, congratulations on buying your favorite car. Tang Manru, who witnessed the whole process of Lin Shu buying a car, couldn't help but show admiration again. Indeed, this is the car I have always dreamed of. Lin Shu was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. Mr. Lin, you are joking. When we pick up the car, you have to take me for a ride. Tang Manru was stunned for a moment and really suspected that he was in Versailles. The whole process, from viewing the car to buying it, took less than an hour. With his strength, Bentley is probably just a big toy for him? No problem. Where are you going next, Mr. Lin? Can I give you a ride? Tang Manru pressed the remote control of her car, turned around and said with a smile. This smile is full of charm and has a unique flavor. I have a dinner party tonight. Coach Tang, is there any place you would recommend? Any price. Lin Shu had just sent a message to In Shintong, but she didn't reply. She must be busy. He didn't care and just made his own decision. Anyway, he just wanted to treat her to a meal. I'm just doing myself a favor and putting an end to my working career. Mr. Lin, you've asked the right person. I've checked in at most of the Michelin and Black Pearl restaurants in Hangzhou. If I have to recommend something, I'd go to Inlu. Both the service and the taste are the best I've ever had. Tang Manru bit her pink lips and said after thinking for a while. Chapter 16: The Doubts of the Beautiful Sisters. On the road, a white Porsche Macan is moving. Sister, I really envy you for driving a luxury car at such a young age, woo. In Shintong's distant sister In Nuolin couldn't help but sigh when she saw the luxurious interior of the Macan. In fact, the price of Macan is only 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. But in the minds of many people, the Porsche brand is already considered a luxury car. Aren't you a talented anchor? Don't you make tens of thousands of yuan a month now? If I save some money and work hard, I will be able to drive a Macan like me one day. In Shintong lifted her hair and said casually. But despite this, when I heard my sister's envious tone, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. The cost of living in Hangzhou is so high, how can I afford tens of thousands of yuan? Apart from rent, water and electricity, there are also clothes, bags, and cosmetics. I don't even know where I can save the money. I really hope that a handsome and wealthy top-ranked guy can appear in the live broadcast room and see through my fragility. Even if I'm not handsome, it's okay if I'm rich. In Nuolin frowned her delicate eyebrows and sighed slightly helplessly. Then, she seemed to remember something. Hey sister, I heard from my mom the other day that you seem to be planning to go house hunting? I really envy you. I just want to learn more about it, but I'm not really going to buy it. You know the housing prices in Hangzhou. A house in a good location costs tens of thousands of yuan. Besides, my business has not been very good recently. Even when my live streaming income and business orders were the best, I would have to work for half a year to be able to pay the down payment. This is not a downtown location. In Shintong sighed, her heart filled with helplessness and yearning for life. If you ask me, sister, you really can't let it go. You said you are so beautiful and have such a good figure. There are so many big brothers in the live broadcast room, can't we just catch anyone and sit back and relax? If I had your conditions, I would definitely find a rich second-generation man and live a beautiful life in retirement. In Nuolin spread her hands, seeming to find it difficult to understand her. Have you ever thought about what would happen if the other person changed their mind? Are you waiting to be abandoned? After hearing what her sister said, In Shintong felt as if her three views were shattered. Although she is usually carefree and looks very open in her clothes. But in some aspects he is much more conservative than his sister. I have thought about it. At worst, we can just find someone else. There are so many rich men anyway. With our looks, it shouldn't be a problem to find a few more rich guys, right? Anyway, internet celebrities are young people. If you don't make a living now, what will you do when you get old? Will you lie in a rented house and wait to die? In Shintong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, finding it a little difficult to refute her words. Because what my sister in New Orleans said makes sense. But In Shintong herself just couldn't get over it. After a long time, the white Porsche Macan was parked in an open-air parking space. The two got off the car. What kind of colleague of yours is that? Why did he invite you to a place like this for dinner? This place is right by the West Lake, and there are mostly high-end couples restaurants here, so where are the places for gatherings? Is he trying to create an opportunity to be alone with you so he can have sex with you? In New Orleans has long legs that are not inferior to her sister. The two of them walked together and instantly attracted the attention of passers-by. That's not the case, so I told him I want to bring someone with me. Look, just look here. In Lou? Oh my god, is this true? In New Orleans couldn't help but her eyes lit up when she saw the address. What's wrong? Is it expensive? It's not just expensive. Even if you have money, it's hard to eat here. It's hard to reserve a seat here. This is one of the most famous Black Pearl hot pot restaurants in Hangzhou, famous for its expensive ingredients and soup base. Just an ordinary pot base costs 1,288 yuan or more. Your colleague is quite capable. What does he do? Could it be that little boss in the company? I've noticed that he's interested in you for a long time. In New Orleans looked at her sister with shock on her face, and then immediately showed a look of surprise. No, I'm just a colleague in charge of script planning. Oh? Is that true? With a position like his and that salary, is it enough to live on? After hearing that the other party was just a colleague in a coward position, In New Orleans suddenly felt like a deflated ball and lost interest. I don't know. I never thought he would find such a place. Was his house really demolished? Ha! He told you that his house was demolished? Do you believe me, Xin Huan, or him? After hearing what her sister In Shintong said, In New Orleans couldn't help but roll her eyes. Since you're here, let's go in and take a look. Oh my god. Sister, you are not really planning to go in, are you? You just said that your colleague is just a little cowhorse. A meal here costs several months' salary. If it were you, would you be willing to treat a colleague who is not even related to you to such an expensive meal? Aren't you afraid that they might have made a mistake in positioning? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they did? She immediately stopped In Shintong, who was about to walk towards a large mansion in the style of a Jiangnan water village. Well, what do you say we should do? Why don't you give him a call? Once we're sure this is the place, it won't be too late for us to go in. Okay. In Shintong also felt that what her sister said made sense. She thought the other party must have got the wrong address. And she wasn't stupid enough to believe the other party's claim that he was a demolished household. After this, In Shintong called Lin Shu several more times. But they are all in the unconnected state. Look, sister, you must have offended someone before, so I'm thinking of resigning to give you a lesson. Oh, I shouldn't have come earlier. A friend offered to treat me to a Michelin restaurant, but I refused. Instead, I came to such a crappy place. In New Orleans couldn't help but sigh, and there was even a hint of complaint in her tone. Don't say that, Brother Chu is not that kind of person. In Shintong frowned and defended herself. That is what I said. But she couldn't help but think back subconsciously. Did I offend him before? I don't care, sister, you said you would take me to eat delicious food. Never mind, let us go somewhere else. In New Orleans curled her lips and couldn't help feeling aggrieved. I'm still hungry. If it were someone else, they would definitely get angry after being played around like this by him. Since we are here, let's go in and take a look. Maybe they just didn't answer the phone call. It will take a long time to go back now. If it really doesn't work, I'll just treat you to a meal here. You don't feel bad about the money, but I do. But this is what you said, sister, please don't play tricks later. I said what I said, look at you. In Shintong looked helpless and pulled her sister towards Inlu. Chapter 17. What kind of family can afford this? As soon as the two entered Inlu, they were shocked by the surrounding environment. It is located next to the West Lake, with an elegant environment and lush greenery. The tranquil lake and the architecture of the Jiangnan water town complement each other. Just when we were halfway there, a waiter came towards us. Do you two have a reservation? Reservation should be available? In Shintong said slightly embarrassedly. She looked around the restaurant and didn't see Lin Shu at the table. At this time, she did believe what her sister said. This Lin Shu is really fooling me. I think you two are looking for someone. Please wait a moment. I will go and ask our manager. The waiter was a little confused after hearing her confusing answer. What does it mean that there should be? But out of her professional ethics, she still walked towards the distance with a smile. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came out and asked the two politely. Excuse me, is there anyone among you with the last name In? We only have one reservation list for this time period, and it was left by a man named Mr. Lin. After hearing the manager's answer, In Shintong's eyes lit up. We both are. But may I ask if Mr. Lin's full name is Lin Chu? Hold on. The manager pulled out a black booklet from his suit pocket, flipped through it a few times, and nodded. Yes. That's him. Where is he now? In Shintong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to spend any money. Although it's nothing to eat here at your own expense. But she will also feel pain, okay? This Mr. Lin is currently in the independent VIP room on the 3rd floor, but you need someone to take you there. Why do I need someone to take me to a private room to eat? Yin Nualin, who was standing by, seemed to notice her sister's confusion and leaned over to her ear to explain. Sister, I just checked and heard that the 3rd floor is only for the highest level VIP customers, and the minimum consumption starts at 10,000. No, is your colleague really the kind of slack-jawed worker who only earns a few thousand yuan a month? She couldn't help but ask again. I don't know, but he does seem a little different than before. Did he win the lottery? For a moment, In Shintong's mind was confused. She recalled that when she met Lin Shu during the day, he was dressed in luxury goods. I thought he was wearing fake goods, but it turned out to be real? Just as the two were whispering, a lady in a suit came down from the stairs and said to the two of them with a smile. Excuse me for keeping you waiting. I am the general manager of this restaurant. My last name is Chen. Mr. Lin has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Then they followed manager Chen to the 3rd floor. As internet celebrities, they have naturally checked in at many high-end restaurants. But this, Inlu, is a level higher than any restaurant he has ever been to. A faint scent of sandalwood permeates the air, and the decoration is exquisite and elegant. On both sides of the aisle, there are faintly visible Chinese paintings and potted landscapes. They couldn't help but pick up their phones to take pictures as a souvenir. When the two of them walked into the box, the elegant atmosphere in the room blends with the reflection of the lake. The interior furnishings are based on logs and simple elegance. The blue and white Jingdezhen blue and white porcelain tableware is dotted in it. It exudes a unique atmosphere that combines classic and modern elements. Mr. Lin, your friend has arrived. Do you want the food served now? Well, are you all here? Okay, let's serve the food. Brother Chu, why don't you answer? When In Shintong saw Lin Chu, her heart finally settled down. I was just about to open my mouth to complain about him. But Lin Chu was sitting on the sofa leisurely, drinking tea and chatting with a sexy lady. That moment made her swallow all the questions. After hearing what Noreen said just now, I thought he really wanted to be alone with me. But now, I feel a bit like a clown. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling of jealousy rose in her heart. Okay, I won't answer the phone or reply to WeChat. Let me wait for a long time. But you are here talking and laughing with another woman, right? No, sister, I suspect you are framing me. With this aura and this outfit, you're telling me he's a script planning expert in the company? I suspect you want to eat alone. Nua Lin, who was standing by, pulled In Shintong aside and questioned her. I don't know either. Lin Chu in front of me. Is this really the person she knows? Before she could come to her senses. Please sit down. Make yourself at home. What are you standing there for? Lin Chu gestured for the two to sit down. You're still talking. You didn't answer my calls or reply my WeChat messages. I almost thought you were going to stand me up, Brother Chu. In Shintong was a very straightforward person, and she complained directly to Lin Chu. Lin Chu smiled apologetically. Sorry, I turned my phone to do not disturb after I resigned today. After all, I don't have to go to work anymore, and there is no need to be on standby to answer calls from my boss all the time. After hearing Lin Chu's words, In Shintong was unable to refute anything for a moment. What do you mean you don't have to go to work anymore? Did this guy really win the lottery, or was his house demolished? Okay, I know you're feeling aggrieved, so why don't I treat you to a nice meal tonight? Sit down. Humph, that's better than expected, Brother Chu. I'm going to give you a good meal today. By the way, this is my sister Nualine, also the anchor of our company. Brother Chu, this beautiful lady, could she be my sister-in-law? After Shintong introduced her younger sister, Nualin, she couldn't help but tease tentatively. Before Lin Shu could answer, Tang Manru smiled gently and introduced herself generously. Ms. Yin, you are joking. How can I be worthy of a talented man like Mr. Lin? My name is Tang Manru, and I am Mr. Lin's tennis coach. It is also thanks to him that we can have dinner here tonight. Shintong raised her eyebrows and said jokingly. Tennis coach? Brother Chu, when did you become interested in tennis? I remember you used to be a homebody. I asked you to drink but you never came. Although she said this, she was even more surprised in her heart. Compared with popular sports like badminton and basketball, tennis is not something that ordinary people can afford to play. Not to mention that he also hired such a professional-looking beautiful personal trainer. It's just a workout, just like going to work. Lin Shu smiled calmly, but couldn't help but complain in his heart. Isn't this nonsense? Before, I was a slave earning a few thousand yuan a month. Where can I hang out with a small internet celebrity who earns 5 or 6 figures a month? These people are not from the same class at all. Just when a few people were talking and laughing, the door of the VIP box was slowly pushed open. 5 or 6 male and female waiters in uniform came in pushing a food cart. A variety of dishes were presented one by one. There are many expensive seafood ingredients among them. Pacific bluefin tuna and Alaskan king crabs from the island nation's coastal waters. Yellow croaker from the East China Sea, geoduck from the west coast of North America, sturgeon caviar from Northern Europe. The two of them were stunned at once. Good guy? What kind of family can afford this? Chapter 18. The favorability of the two beautiful sisters both increased. Mr. Lin, all the dishes have been served. Can we start eating now? Manager Chen asked respectfully with a professional smile. Well, let's get started. Lin Chu nodded. Several staff members came forward. Mr. Lin, this is our Inlu signature hot pot. It is made from Australian blue dragon airlifted that day and brewed with secret ingredients. One person is responsible for explaining the ingredients. One person is responsible for breaking down the ingredients. One person is responsible for preparing the ingredients and putting them into the hot pot. The last person was responsible for putting the food on Lin Chu's plate. This scene left Shintong and her sister stunned. Although they have also dined in many high-end restaurants. But for a hotel like Inlu that provides such meticulous VIP box services. But it's my first time experiencing this. Now, they finally understood how luxurious the personal service the waiter had mentioned was. Eat it all, why are you looking at me? Seeing that no one was picking up their chopsticks, Lin Chu picked up a piece of lobster meat and put it into his mouth. Instantly, a smooth and elastic touch blooms on the tip of the tongue. With the chewy elasticity, the fresh juice bursts in the mouth. It seems as if every bite is dancing with the taste buds, bringing a rich taste feast. This Australian lobster that costs only a few $1,000s is indeed very different from the lobster that costs only a few dozen in a meal. Indeed, expensive things have their reasons for being expensive. It's really so delicious. After seeing Lin Chu picking up his chopsticks, the other girls also cautiously put the lobster meat into their mouths. After taking a bite, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. A lobster worth several thousand US is equivalent to tens of thousands of RMB. Just the small bite of theirs would probably cost several hundred yuan. This kind of high-end restaurant has a bad thing. High price, small quantity, and not enough to eat. To be honest, this is not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Soon, an Australian blue dragon was almost eaten by Lin Chu alone. He asked Manager Chen with lingering interest. Manager Chen, do you still have these Australian blue dragons? Please give me a few more. Ahem. After hearing what Lin Chu said, Manager Chen was slightly stunned and then immediately explained. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. We have a limited supply of blue dragons in our store. They are all airlifted in that day. There is only one left today. However, you can try the Boston lobster and European lobster in our store. They have their own characteristics in terms of meat quality and flavor, and are in no way inferior to the Australian blue lobster. Okay, let's have one of each type of lobster. Lin Shu raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and then asked the three women, "Do you guys want to eat?" After hearing his question, the girls looked at each other, shook their heads and refused with a smile. Among them, apart from Tang Manro who had already seen Lin Shu's generosity, the remaining two sisters were secretly surprised. Good job. A lobster worth tens of thousands of dollars is not enough. Do you want a few more? Does Lin Shu have a mine at home? Okay, I'll eat it myself then. Lin Shu didn't care too much when the three women refused. He ordered so much purely for his own enjoyment, not to show off. He had long wanted to have a good meal in such a high-end place. Now it can be said that my dream has come true. But these are my daily routine in the future. After two more lobsters were served, Lin Shu ate them with great relish. But he felt like something was missing. Lin Shu licked his dry lips and turned to Manager Chen. My mouth is a little dry. Manager Chen, do you have any wine suitable for drinking with hot pot? Yes, Mr. Lin, I recommend you Dom Perignon P3 Champagne. It has a refreshing taste and is perfect with hot pot. Lin Shu nodded and decided. Then let's go with this one. Give me a bottle. He suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Sister Yin Shintong. By the way, Shintong, you guys drove here, right? Then you guys should stop drinking. After that, he added to Manager Chen, give them some juice or sparkling water or something. When Yin Nualin heard this, she immediately blinked and said playfully like a little child. Brother Chu, my sister drives, but I don't, so I can drink. He. There was a hint of coquettishness in her tone. But he secretly glanced at the menu. The price of the bottle of wine was clearly marked as 68,888 yuan. She secretly marveled in her heart. I've never tasted such good wine before. I have to have a drink today no matter what. Nolan, well, I can drink too, Brother Chu. If it doesn't work, I can call a designated driver. Yin Shintong couldn't help but roll her eyes at her snobbish sister, then said with a smile. In fact, she wanted to drink it not only because the wine was expensive. What is more important is the strong economic strength that Lin Shu now presents to himself. Subconsciously, she felt that if she refused to drink, it feels like not giving the other person face and offending them. But what she didn't know was, Lin Shu was really just asking casually, without any deep meaning behind it. Well, since you've all been drinking, I don't want to spoil your fun, so I'll have a few drinks with you guys. Tang Manru, who was sitting next to Lin Shu, smiled and said. Seeing this, Manager Chen immediately added. Please rest assured, we at Inlu provide designated drivers and pickup services, so you can enjoy your wine without worrying. After hearing Manager Chen's warm reminder, they began to relax. Brother Chu, it's really thanks to you that I can taste such expensive wine today. I toast to you and thank you for opening our eyes. Yin Nualin stood up holding the goblet, revealing her slender waist and eye-catching long legs that were no less than her sister's. She took a sip of the champagne, but her eyes remained on Lin Shu, as if waiting for his response. Seeing this, Yin Shintong also raised her glass gracefully and smiled generously. Brother Chu, I've really made you spend a lot of money today. This glass of wine is for you. Thank you for your hospitality. Tang Manru leaned slightly to the side, closer to Lin Shu, and raised her wine glass with a gentle lift of her wrist. Her movements were graceful and calm. Mr. Lin, I am really happy to have dinner with you today. This glass of wine is for you. I hope we can have the opportunity to enjoy such delicious food together in the future. Her voice was as gentle as water and her eyes were charming. As long as everyone is happy, today's meal is just for fun, and it also puts a perfect end to my working life. Lin Shu smiled slightly and raised his glass in response. His tone was casual. But he had a calm aura, as if he was already accustomed to such crowds and admiration. Three extremely beautiful women with different styles sat around Lin Shu, their wineglasses clinking gently, making crisp sounds. Such a crowd made him feel comfortable and satisfied. And once upon a time, how could he have imagined that he would enjoy such imperial treatment? No wonder it is said that every man dreams of becoming Wei Xiaobao in the book. Because of this kind of life. It's so fast. An hour later. Ha! After having a good meal and a few drinks, Lin Shu lit a cigarette and waved to Manager Chen. Manager Chen, can you help me calculate the total amount? Mr. Lin, your consumption tonight, including these dishes and service fees, is a total of 188,000. Manager Chen, who had been waiting for a long time, took out the settlement receipt and said respectfully, "Seize the young master? 188,000? Sisterine Shintong pricked up her ears when Lin Shu was about to pay the bill. Although they were prepared that the meal would be expensive. But after hearing the price, Manager Chen said, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. The beautiful pupils even emitted an earthquake. I go. This meal cost me twice my monthly income during my peak period. It seems that Lin Shu has really become a rich second generation. In Shintong, favorability, plus 15. In Nuolin, favorability, plus 30. Chapter 19. It must be because I'm handsome that everything I say is right. Bite. It is detected that the host is a person of the opposite sex. This consumption will be refunded at double the amount. The money has been transferred to your account, please check. So comfortable. A hot pot meal at a sky-high price. Not only did I not spend any money. On the contrary, I made a profit of 188,000 yuan. It really feels so good. After Lin Shu paid the bill and returned to the box, I found that Sisterine Shintong was looking at me with burning eyes. Why are you staring at me so passionately? Don't think too much, Manager Chen, and I didn't do anything bad. Lin Shu shook his hands to prove his innocence. The three beauties were shocked when they heard Lin Shu's hurried explanation. It's only been a few minutes since I went out. Is it over so soon? Seeing their eyes begin to show a little contempt, Lin Shu responded immediately. I'm going to. You guys don't really believe it, do you? What can I do in these few minutes? I don't even have time to take off my long johns. In other words, if you have enough time, do you really want to do something bad? Sisterine Shintong had a playful look on her face. So how many minutes do you have? And her younger sisterine Nuolin looked curious. Lin Shu finally discovered. These two sisters are of the same character, both are good female drivers. I love driving at every turn. If he hadn't seen that the charging count was 0, he would have almost believed it. I guess he is one of those people who is good at talking. But it would be fine if they were the only ones making fun of me. Why was even Tang Manru looking at me with curiosity? To be honest, I have forgotten when was the last time. But it's quite long anyway, at least more than 40 minutes, right? Lin Shu thought for a moment and said seriously. TSK, what are you thinking about? We're talking about how long it takes you to go to the bathroom. That's right, Brother Chu, it's not good for your health to spend so much time in the bathroom. After hearing Lin Shu's serious answer, In Shintong and her sister were stunned for a moment. Especially my elder sister In Shintong. At first, she felt a little strange because of Lin Shu's sudden change in wealth. But now, she suddenly felt that Lin Shu was still the Lin Shu she knew. Oh, I was talking about going to the toilet too. You guys are the ones who are thinking the wrong thing, right? Lin Shu spread his hands and asked back. After hearing Lin Shu's question, Tang Manru on the side couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing. Although on the surface they are playing word games. But Lin Shu's answer couldn't help but make them feel more favorable towards him. He is rich and good looking, but he doesn't play cards randomly. It means that the circle is relatively clean and people keep themselves clean. Long exercise time indicates good health and no diseases. I won't shoot randomly when a girl seems to be driving. In the eyes of girls, these are undoubtedly plus points rather than minus points. In Shintong, favorability, plus 5. In Nuolin, favorability, plus 5. Tang Manru, favorability, plus 5. Seeing the favorability suddenly appearing in the heads of the three people, Lin Shu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Got it. It must be because I am handsome. So whatever you say is right, right? By the way, Brother Chu, Brother Zhang just sent me a message about the company's department team building and asked me if I wanted to go. I said I was having dinner with you. Just now when you were checking out, he called again and asked if you could come along. In Shintong suddenly thought of something and shook her phone and said, Then you guys go. I've already resigned. Why would I go? It's not appropriate. Lin Shu shook his head, his tone indifferent. The brother Zhang that In Shintong mentioned is Zhang Lei, a junior supervisor in the department. He is a relative of the boss, has a little money, and is a rather flamboyant person. Many people said that she had some interest in Shintong. Now it seems the same in Lin Shu's eyes. Besides, those who are leaders. Who wouldn't he be interested in the company as female anchors? Brother Chu, just go, you were once the pillar of our department. Brother Zhang specially called to invite you, which means everyone still cares about you. Today, Xiaoli, Xiaolu and other colleagues asked me, Brother Chu, why did you suddenly resign? In Xintong blinked her beautiful eyes, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Then let's go, but I have to tell you first, if the atmosphere gets awkward, I'll leave at any time. Lin Chu smiled helplessly. In fact, he left in a hurry today and did not say goodbye to other colleagues. Although I have been a slave in the company for several years, I still have a few colleagues with whom I have a good relationship. On weekdays, we also stick together to keep each other warm and occasionally complain about the troubles in the company. It is indeed a bit inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. Brother Chu, with us beautiful ladies playing with you, why are you afraid of embarrassment? Yin Nualin came closer to Lin Chu and said with a smile. Since this is a party held by your company, Mr. Lin, it is not convenient for me to attend. After hearing the conversation between the three people, Tang Manru smiled slightly. Let's go together, Coach Tang. I'm half an outsider now, so don't mind me. Besides, it will be more lively with more people. Lin Chu looked at her and nodded. That's right, Sister Manru, let's go together. I think we can get along well. I also want to learn more about tennis from you. Since both of you say so, then I will respectfully obey your orders. Seeing their cordial invitation, Tang Manro no longer had the intention of spoiling the fun. Afterwards, several people took the pickup service of Inlu and arrived at Jinding KTV. Lin Chu and his group came to the VIP box. Just opened the door. I saw Zhang Lei, other colleagues, and the company's female anchor drinking and talking and laughing. One of my colleagues was singing on the stage with a microphone. Xintong, you guys are finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. And who is this beautiful lady? Zhang Lei's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Tang Manru, who had a sexy figure, standing next to the two sisters. With this figure and looks, she can easily beat most of the good-looking anchors in the company. Brother Zhang, this is Brother Chu's friend, Sister Manru. Ahem, oh, it's Lin Chu's friend. Lin Chu, why did you quit just like that? Did you have a quarrel with someone in the company? Only then did Zhang Lei notice Lin Chu beside them, and also saw that he was wearing LV today. But he did not think much about it, thinking that many young people now wear high-quality imitation goods, and there are many anchors in the company who do so. Compared with these, he was more curious about the little-known employees who were unknown on weekdays. How did I get to know a beauty like Tang Manru? No, Mr. Zhang, I just want to change my environment and lifestyle. After all, life cannot just stand still. Lin Chu smiled slightly, his tone calm. Zhang Lei listened, showing a hint of disapproval on his face, and said with a smile, Oh, it's good that young people are motivated, but it's hard to find a job these days. If you regret it, you can always come back. The company's door is always open to you. Lin Chu nodded gently, his tone calm. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhang, but I'm fine now and have no plans to return to the company for the time being. Zhang Lei saw this and said nothing more. He turned to Yin Xintong and Tang Manru and smiled. Come on, don't stand anymore, sit down. Let's relax tonight, Xintong, don't you love singing the most? You can get one later. Yin Xintong responded with a smile. Brother Zhang, please don't put pressure on me. I'm a dance host. My singing is not as professional as other anchors in our company. Chapter 20 I spent tens of thousands of dollars, and you became the protagonist? You're being modest, aren't you? Our company's anchor sings for work, and you sing for fun, how can they be the same? Look at you, you're already an hour late. It would be a shame if you don't drink 3 cups as punishment, right? Zhang Lei laughed and waved his hand, deliberately showing the Vacheron Constantin watch on his hand. This watch is a 3-hand watch from the Overseas series. Although it is the cheapest series of Vacheron Constantin, the public price is also hundreds of thousands. However, Zhang Lei bought a second-hand version, which cost him more than 70,000 yuan. It is one of the 3 pieces of equipment that he is proud of. The other 2 items were the BMW 525 he drove today and parked downstairs of the KTV. And the Hermes handbag he usually carries to work. Brother Zhang, please forgive me. Yin Xintong was stunned for a moment and said with a wry smile. She knew the watch on Zhang Lei's hand. I didn't understand it before, but I saw Zhang Lei showing off from time to time. Thought it was very expensive. Later she found out the price of the watch. To be honest, it's not even enough for Lin Chu's meal tonight. After saying hello, they sat down one after another. At this time, the music in the box gradually became quieter. Xiao Lu, my colleague who was singing just now, put down the microphone and came over to say hello. Brother Chu, Xintong, you are finally here. He saw a hint of joy on Lin Chu's face. I thought that finally there was someone I could huddle with for warmth. After all, this kind of departmental team building, to put it nicely, is to better enhance the relationship between colleagues and leaders. But even a fool knows that they are just serving as foils for the leaders. That year I stood in the corner like a minion. This is roughly what this situation is about. This colleague is called Lu Ming. He has a good relationship with Lin Chu. They know each other well. Sometimes after get off work, the two of them would have a drink and eat some roadside barbecue. He can be considered as my loser companion. Xiao Lu, you sing well. Lin Chu patted Lu Ming's shoulder and said with a smile. Brother Chu, you are joking. Who is this? Soon, Lu Ming's eyes fell on Tang Manru, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Friend. Brother Chu, it's great to know such a beautiful girl? There was a hint of envy in Lu Ming's tone. He re-examined Lin Chu in front of him. Besides, I think you've become more handsome. Awesome, Brother Chu. I haven't seen you for a few days. You've even got some LV stuff? What do you know? Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Brother Chu is just too lazy to dress up, right, Brother Chu? At this time, Xiaoli and Li Hua, colleagues who had been sitting in the corner without any sense of presence, also came over. Seeing that Lin Chu was wearing LV clothes, she gave him a look. How about it, Brother Chu? The WeChat business I recommended to you last time is good, right? This is a one-to-one high-quality imitation, made by Putian. Putian Original Factory. Oh, it's okay. Lin Chu was stunned for a moment and then smiled calmly. This guy actually mistook the LV suit he was wearing for a fake one. Besides, this guy had been advertising in my ears every day, insisting that some relative of his had opened a factory in Putian. He was able to get cost-effective brands at the lowest price, and he was also given contact information, but he didn't add it. To be honest, Lin Chu used to despise this kind of behavior. Because you are rich, people who wear fake clothes will think you are wearing real things. But if you don't have money, people will think you are wearing imitations even if you wear genuine clothes. To put it bluntly, it's a question of status. Just like now, these two colleagues thought that Lin Chu came here just like them, to serve as a foil for the former leader. Because in their subconscious, Lin Chu was still a loser from the same class as them, who sticks together for warmth. In fact, Lin Chu had already made a leap in class and identity when they were not paying attention. I am no longer in the same class as them. Fuck. Great, Brother Chu, you've got Jaeger LeCoultre, and Brother Chu looks so handsome, I'll get one too next time. It seems that Dao Lin Chu wants to eat such a sexy and beautiful lady. Lu Ming on the side couldn't help swallowing and said in a low voice. Ahem, Ming, keep your voice down, does our Brother Chu have any dignity? Hey guys, tell me your name when the time comes, and I'll give you the lowest price. Li Hua poked Lu Ming beside him and showed an expression that said I understand. But he thought, that's not right, our relative's factory doesn't have any replica watches. Where did this high imitation Jaeger LeCoultre come from? But he didn't think much about it. I thought Lin Chu must have bought it from someone else. Mr. Lin's experience is quite interesting. Tang Manru, who was standing beside Lin Chu and inadvertently heard the conversation between the three people, was stunned for a moment. Then a look of curiosity appeared. Based on his conversation with Yin Xintong about the company during dinner in the evening and his current conversation with his former colleagues, she automatically imagined a low-key and invisible rich second generation. A plot in which one has to work in an ordinary position in order to pass his father's test. Moreover, he is low-key and unpretentious in his dealings with others, and is much more calm than many rich second generations he knows. Thinking of this, she once again felt a little more favorable and curious about Lin Chu. Favorability +3. Me? What's going on? Is this even possible? I didn't do anything. How come she gained 3 more points of favorability? Did she conduct self-attack without knowing it? Looking at the favorability level that popped up in Tang Manru's head, Lin Chu couldn't help but feel surprised. Brother Chu, I really don't want you to leave. From now on, there will be no one to brag with me. Yeah, Brother Chu, why did you leave just like that? In the KTV, except for Li Hua and Lu Ming, many former colleagues expressed their regret. After all, Lin Chu has a very good reputation in the company, and his personality and behavior make people like him. That's right, Brother Chu, let's toast to Brother Chu. When we become rich and powerful, don't forget each other. At this time, In Shintong took the initiative to suggest that everyone toast Lin Chu. Yes, let's toast to Brother Chu. All colleagues expressed their agreement, raised their glasses and loudly congratulated Lin Chu on his future success. Thank you all, it is my honor to meet you all. Lin Chu also smiled calmly, raised his glass and drank it all. The other side. Fuck, what's going on? I spent tens of thousands of dollars and you became the protagonist? This also made Zhang Lei, who was sitting in the corner of the box, look gradually gloomy. He was originally the organizer of this team building. But unexpectedly, once Lin Chu arrived, the focus of the entire party shifted to him. Even the event that he had carefully arranged turned into Lin Chu's farewell party. Seeing everyone toasting and joking around Lin Chu, Zhang Lei felt unhappy and clenched his fists unconsciously. At this moment, Zhang Lei suddenly remembered something. Picking up the microphone, he said with a smile, Lin Chu, since you're here, why don't you sing a song too? I remember the song you sang at the company's annual meeting before, it was very good. Chapter 21 What's going on? Is the original singer here? As soon as Zhang Lei finished speaking, the atmosphere in the box suddenly became a little subtle. Everyone heard the hidden meaning in his words. Once at the company's annual meeting, Lin Chu was randomly selected by the host to sing on stage. As a result, as soon as he opened his mouth, he became the laughing point of the whole audience. The scene of that day is still fresh in the memory of many people. When Lin Chu was called by the host, he declined a few times with some embarrassment. But he couldn't resist everyone's clamor, so he had to go on stage. He ordered a song called Friends. As a result, he was totally out of tune as soon as he opened his first sentence. Friends walk together for a lifetime, those days are no longer there. As soon as Lin Chu's deadly voice came out, the originally lively annual meeting scene suddenly became quiet for a few seconds, followed by a burst of laughter. His pitch was totally off key, he couldn't reach the high notes, he couldn't get the low notes down, and he even got a few lines of the lyrics wrong. The colleagues in the audience were laughing so hard that even the host couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Even more embarrassing is that when Lin Chu was halfway through singing, the accompaniment music suddenly stopped. But he was totally unaware and was still singing to himself. The sound was dry, like fallen leaves blown by the wind, with no sense of rhythm. The laughter from the audience got louder, and some even took out their phones to record it and send it to the company group. The title also says, The Strongest Soul Singer at the Annual Meeting, Lin Chu's Friends Shocked the Audience. Since then, Lin Chu's singing voice has become a joke in the company, and people always make fun of it at every party. Zhang Lei obviously wanted to take this opportunity to make Lin Chu look bad in front of everyone again. Lin Chu put down his wine glass and smiled faintly. Mr. Zhang, I can't sing. I'm afraid of scaring everyone. You know that. Zhang Lei refused to give up and said with a smile. Hey, it's a rare opportunity for us to get together, Lin Chu, don't refuse. Besides, your previous song Friends is a classic in our company, don't you think so? That's right. It's guaranteed to go viral, Lin Chu. If you post this online, it might even go viral. Being black and red is still red, maybe you can become a little internet celebrity by then? That's right. The company can still package you well. Isn't your debut the peak? After hearing this, several of Zhang Lei's lackeys who usually stood on his side couldn't help but laugh and agree. However, colleagues who usually had a good relationship with Lin Chu thought that Zhang Lei's behavior was too unkind and could not help but whispered. Boss Zhang, this is too disrespectful. You just think that Brother Chu is easy to bully because of his temper? That's right. Damn it, Brother Chu has already resigned, so why do you still want to do this to him? If it were me, I would have already resigned and turned against that bastard right on the spot. Then this is his plan. When he promotes it in the company, saying that Brother Chu can't afford to play, getting angry with others over such a small matter. How fucking cheap. In response to this, In Shintong also stood up and quickly chimed in. Yes, Brother Zhang, Brother Chu came here today to relax and say goodbye to everyone. There is no need to sing, right? Although In Shintong also knew about Lin Chu's deadly voice, she would occasionally tease him in private before. But the situation is different. In this situation, Zhang Lei obviously wants to embarrass him. You must sing. Lin Chu, I treat you well in the company, right? If you don't sing, wouldn't that be giving me no face? When Zhang Lei heard this, he immediately became angry and his tone became more severe. After all, he is a small manager in the company with an annual income of nearly 1 million, and is a well-known figure in the company. The woman I usually want to seduce actually speaks to an ordinary employee like this? This made him feel even more upset. Especially Lin Chu, who usually relied on his good relationship with his colleagues and always acted neither humble nor arrogant, which made him, the supervisor, lose face. If I don't take the opportunity to clean up today, won't there be more troublemakers in the future who won't take me seriously? Thinking of this, Zhang Lei's eyes turned cold, and he secretly made up his mind. Today we must make an example of Lin Chu and make him look bad in front of everyone. Let others see who really has the final say here. He sneered, with a threatening tone in his voice. Lin Chu, please don't make things difficult for me, brother Zhang. Everyone is happy today, so what's wrong with you singing a song? Are you afraid of being embarrassed? The atmosphere in the box suddenly became tense. Everyone looked at each other. No one expected Zhang Lei to be so aggressive. Brother Zhang, you. In Xintong frowned and was about to speak up to help Lin Chu, but was stopped by Lin Chu, who gently raised his hand. Brother Zhang, since you insist so much, I will sing a song. But if I don't sing well, please don't laugh at me. Zhang Lei saw that Lin Chu finally gave in and a smug smile appeared on his face. That's right. Everyone is waiting to hear your heavenly voice. Lin Chu ignored his ridicule, walked calmly to the song request desk, and used that entry-level singing voice he had obtained before. Suddenly, a refreshing mist echoed in his throat. It feels like taking golden throat lozenges. At the same time, the lyrics and music scores of most of the world's popular songs instantly flooded into his mind. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Chu mastered the absolute sense of pitch and the knack of singing. Looking at Lin Chu standing in a daze on the stage, the two groups of people below showed different attitudes. The people led by Zhang Lei were waiting to see him make a fool of himself, so they took out their mobile phones to record the video. The colleagues standing on Lin Chu's side couldn't help but sigh. Some people couldn't bear to watch or listen anymore and covered their ears with their hands. Intend to give Lin Chu some dignity as much as possible. Lin Chu ignored the audience's reactions. Instead, he walked calmly to the song request desk and casually requested a song called Fukua. As the prelude sounded, he spoke slowly. If someone asks me, I will tell them, but no one comes. His voice was deep and magnetic, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. The colleagues who were originally talking in low voices suddenly fell silent, and even Zhang Lei was stunned. Oh my god? What's going on? Did this guy steal the original singer's words and lip-sync these times? But when they looked carefully, only the accompaniment logo appears on the KTV screen. This is not the original song. I am looking forward to it, I have something to say, but I can't get it. Lin Chu's singing seemed to have a kind of magic, bringing everyone into the mood of the song. He was full of emotion, and every word seemed to tell his own story. You think I'm exaggerating because I'm afraid. If I'm like a piece of wood or a piece of stone, will I get attention? When the song reached its climax, Lin Chu's voice became more passionate, as if venting his inner emotions. Not only was his singing not out of tune, but it was full of power and appeal, leaving everyone stunned. Does the world still praise silence? If it's not explosive enough, how can there be topics for me to brag about and become a big entertainer? When the last note fell, there was silence in the box. What the hell? What is the situation? Is the original singer, Chen Yixuan, here? Is he Lin Chu or Yixuan? I can't tell the difference. Chapter 22, So what if you are a good singer? You are still poor. This is really the one I know who ran to my grandma's house singing out of tune. Is it Lin Chu, the laughingstock of the entire company, known as the Death Chanter? For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Those who listened to this felt their heads buzzing, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. After a moment, Pa. Tang Manru, who was sitting on the sofa, clapped softly with a look of appreciation and surprise on her face. Her eyes fell on Lin Chu, with a complex light flashing in her eyes. There are surprises, admiration, and a hint of indescribable exploration. At first, she thought he was just a low-key and wealthy young man. But as their contact deepened, she couldn't help but sigh. Lin Chu was like a thick book, with different wonderful things hidden in every page. You think you have understood him, but when you turn to the next page, you will find new surprises. His charm is not the superficial publicity, but the deep and profound background that becomes more and more revealed the more you dig. Every time you come into contact with it, you will want to know more. I want to know how many unknown secrets he is hiding. Newbie, who was standing by, reacted after hearing the applause and also clapped excitedly. Brother Chu, you are amazing. This is simply professional level. Sister, why did you all look pessimistic about him at the beginning, and even look painful? I thought Brother Chu's singing was going to kill someone. Newbie joined the company later, so naturally she didn't know about Lin Chu's dark history. It was the first time for both of them to hear Lin Chu sing. I was already so amazed. What's more, those colleagues in the company who had heard Lin Chu's death song. The shock brought by such a reversal. It is undoubtedly more like a nuclear bomb. It suddenly exploded in their hearts. Shinton's beautiful pupils trembled slightly. She found it hard to believe whether she was hallucinating. Well, I know, Brother Chu must be pretending. There was a hint of uncertainty in her tone, but more of wonder. Shinton, favorability, +5. Newbie, favorability, +5. Tang Manru, favorability, +5. Fuck. It's not Brother Chu. You came back from training an idol producer? Lu Ming's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the envious and admiring looks of several beauties, he couldn't help but roll his throat. Now he completely regards Lin Chu as his idol. If there was no one around now, he would kneel on the ground and shout Godfather to Lin Chu. Seeing this, Li Hua took the opportunity to advertise his own high-end replica. Mingzi, do you know why Brother Chu can sing so well all of a sudden? Of course, he is wearing my high-end replica. Get lost, can this thing change just by putting on clothes? Do you think this is Ultraman? It changes so quickly? Can't you see that Brother Chu was hiding this trick from us, and didn't reveal it until after he left? Lu Ming couldn't help but spit and cursed at Li Hua. Fuck, then why do you think Brother Chu is hiding something? Li Hua scratched his head, looking puzzled. Is there any need to think about that? Brother Chu must be doing this for us. Look, in terms of looks, we are better than Brother Chu. If he shows off his abilities at the annual meeting, all the girls in the company will become his fans, so what will we have to do with him? Lu Ming looked confident, as if he saw through everything. It seems, Brother Chu is sacrificing himself for his brothers. I am crying my ass off. After Lu Ming's imagination, he and Li Hua were deeply moved. It seems as if Lin Chu's hiding his shortcomings is to help them achieve their romantic luck. But in fact, no one in the company looked up to them at all. On the other side, Zhang Lei's face looked extremely ugly. Oh shit. He had intended to take this opportunity to humiliate Lin Chu, but ended up getting slapped in the face instead. His smile froze on his face. My heart feels like it's blocked by something. It's like constipation. It's so uncomfortable. No, he really can sing, right? I was really prepared to laugh at him and humiliate him severely. In the end, he got slapped in the face. This is such a painful thing. Lin Chu became the most dazzling person in the audience again. Zhang Lei couldn't help but wonder again. But what happened to this guy at the annual meeting? Zhang Lei frowned, trying hard to recall the scene of last year. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something and his expression became even uglier. Is it pretending? Good guy. I think I understand it now. This guy is really trying to play the pig and eat the tiger, right? Okay. Your singing is pretty good, but can it make a living? I have so many male anchors who sing well under me. Aren't you still being treated like an ox or a horse? Since we can't compete in singing, let's compete in money. After all, he is just a poor boy. In the face of money, he is ultimately vulnerable. Thinking of this, Zhang Lei felt a little more balanced. He seemed to have already seen Lin Chu's embarrassed look when he faced the wine that cost tens of thousands of yuan a bottle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile proudly. Lin Chu, you sang really well. I didn't expect you to show me your skills, you are really amazing. Zhang Lei also clapped and smiled generously. To be honest, everyone is reluctant to see you go. How about this, I'll take charge today, and treat it as a farewell to you. I'll treat everyone to some good drinks. Waiter! Bring me your drink orders. Zhang Lei raised his hand and called the KTV waiter. Okay, sir, is there anything you need? 2 bottles of Remy Martin Louis XIII and a case of Red Bull, lots of ice. Zhang Lei confidently pointed to a bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII on the wine list that cost nearly 20,000 yuan, his tone full of boasting. Perhaps it was the confidence that money gave him, his voice couldn't help but become a few notes higher. Mr. Zhang is so generous. I am so lucky to drink with him tonight. The lackey colleague at the side immediately flattered him. Oh my god, this is the first time I've been able to drink such good wine. Lin Shu, you have to thank Mr. Zhang later. Another colleague echoed. Okay, sir, but someone just ordered 5 bottles of Hennessy Richard. Are you sure you want more? The KTV waiter couldn't help but ask after taking a look at the menu on the tablet. What? It's Hennessy Richards? Are you mistaken? I know your general manager very well. Be careful or I will file a complaint against you. After hearing this, Zhang Lei was stunned for a moment and then said a little impatiently. Look, not long ago, a Mr. Lin. The waiter looked helpless and planned to show him the electronic menu. You must have made a mistake. We have a man named Lin here, but even if he sold these bottles of wine, he probably couldn't afford them. Zhang Lei waved his hand and replied in a tone that seemed to be teasing but was actually sarcastic. At this time, 2 waiters came in with 5 bottles of Hennessy Richard. Chapter 23 Beautiful Mature Woman Jiang Hanyu. 2 waiters came in carrying 5 bottles of Hennessy Richard, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The wine bottles gleamed luxuriously under the light, as if silently announcing their value. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became subtle, and everyone's eyes turned to Lin Shu at the same time. How is it possible? Zhang Lei's face instantly turned pale. He widened his eyes and took the electronic menu. It turned out that the signature on it was indeed Lin Shu himself. He looked at the 5 bottles of wine in disbelief. My throat seemed to be blocked by something. I was speechless for a long time. He had just been mocking Lin Shu for not being able to afford a bottle of Louis XIII that cost 20,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, 5 bottles of Hennessy Richard, which were twice as expensive as Louis XIII, were placed in front of him. You have to know that the total value of these wines is more than 200,000. A total of more than 200,000. Even based on my income level, I can't afford such consumption. But he didn't even frown? This is the wine Mr. Lin ordered. It has already been paid for. Please enjoy your meal. The waiter smiled and placed the bottle on the table, speaking politely. There was silence in the box and everyone was stunned. Brother Chu, this is what you ordered? Lu Ming asked stutteringly, his eyes wide open. It was as if I had seen something incredible. Yes, today is my farewell party, I can't let everyone drink too shabby. Since Brother Zhang said he wanted to drink something good, I'll order a few bottles of these, everyone can enjoy as they please. Lin Shu smiled slightly and spoke in a relaxed tone. By the way, how many bottles did you order? Li Hua swallowed, his voice trembling. Brother Chu, do you know how much these bottles of wine cost? Lin Shu shrugged, his tone still calm. It's okay, just enjoy the drink, it's so vulgar to mention money. Zhang Lei's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Lin Shu, as if he wanted to find some flaws in his face. He couldn't figure out why Lin Shu, a young man who looked ordinary. How could he just order 5 bottles of Hennessy Richard? This is not something that ordinary people can afford. Lin Shu, where did you get so much money? Zhang Lei finally couldn't help it, and there was a hint of trembling and disbelief in his voice. I played with stocks before, and by luck I made a little money, and then I became financially free by accident. Lin Shuyun smiled calmly and just picked up a bottle of Hennessy Richard. She opened the bottle skillfully and poured him a glass. Ahem, so, I won't drink anymore. Lin Shu, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home. Have fun. Zhang Lei felt a little uneasy and stood up unsteadily after a long while. At this moment, he re-examined Lin Shu's outfit. A set of LV and a high-end Jaeger LeCoultre watch. At first I thought these were just fakes that young people wore to save face. Now that I think about it, I am the clown. Damn it. I really hit a brick wall today. He got up and ran out in dejection. Oh my god, why did Mr. Zhang run away? Ha, you must be too embarrassed to keep it to yourself. Damn it, Brother Chu, now I see you acting like the hero in a cool novel. Brother Chu, are you really financially free? Oh my god, if you become rich, don't forget me. Can you take me with you? Seeing Zhang Lei running away, his former colleagues were secretly happy. Brother Chu, please tell me this is all fake. Damn it. Nima, Brother Chu, it turns out that what you're wearing is genuine, including this watch. Lu Ming and Li Hua really demonstrated the meaning of being afraid of their brother's suffering, but also being afraid of their brothers driving a Land Rover to the fullest. Especially Lu Ming, he finally understood why there was suddenly such a sexy lady beside Lin Chu. It turns out to be the money power. Everyone present knew how valuable the 4 words financial freedom were. There was nothing but envy in their eyes. Come on, everyone, let's have a toast. Thank you for spending time with us. In response, Lin Chu calmly raised his glass and said sincerely. He did not show any sense of superiority brought about by his sudden wealth. Brother Chu, I really can't bear to leave you. If you leave, there will be no one to brag to us. Brother Chu, I wish you a safe journey in the future. Lin Chu, you sing so beautifully, can you sing another song? I want to record it and post it on WeChat Moments. Brother Chu, I like you, even though I'm a man. Stop it, I'm not gay. Stop saying those pretentious things, it's all because of the alcohol. Everyone raised their glasses and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Cheers! Everyone spoke in unison, and the sound of wineglasses clinking echoed in the box. That night, Lin Chu drank to his heart's content, with laughter and tears. It also officially means that my working career of so many years has come to a successful end. 2 hours later, Lin Chu said goodbye to everyone one by one. He took a taxi back to the community. The cool night breeze blew away the smell of alcohol on his body. He took a deep breath and felt much more relaxed. Maybe it's because of the soothing sleep tea I usually drink. Lin Chu, who usually doesn't drink much. I drank a lot of wine but was only slightly tipsy. This made him feel very comfortable. He walked slowly along the street light stretching his shadow into a long slender shape. Just as he was about to turn into the residential area, he suddenly heard a slight sobbing sound not far away. Lin Chu frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a little girl squatting in a corner by the road. He hugged his knees with his hands and his shoulders were shaking, obviously crying. He walked a few steps closer, squatted down, and asked softly. Little boy, what's wrong with you? Why are you here alone so late? The little girl raised her head, revealing a pretty face with red eyes, as if she had been crying for a long time. She sobbed and said, I had a fight with my mother and I don't want to go home. Lin Chu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that such a young child would run away from home. What about your mother? Does she know you're here? The little girl shook her head and tears fell again. Mom doesn't know. She said I was too naughty and she doesn't like me anymore. Lin Chu's heart softened, and he reached out and gently patted her shoulder. How could Mom not like you? She must be in a hurry to say something like that. What's your name? My name is Xiao Nuomi, the little girl answered with sobs. Little Nuomi, this name is so cute. Lin Chu touched her head, trying to calm her down. Then tell me where you live. Can I take you back? Xiao Nuomi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. My home is in Fairview Garden. When Lin Chu heard this, he was stunned. Splendid Garden? Isn't that the neighborhood where he lives? Could this little girl be his neighbor? Before he had time to think about it, Xiao Nuomi suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes and said timidly. Brother, can you stay with me for a while? I'm a little scared. Lin Chu looked at her pitiful appearance, his heart softened, and he nodded in response. Okay, brother will accompany you. But we have to call your mother first, otherwise she will be worried. Xiao Nuomi nodded, took out a pink children's mobile phone from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chu. Lin Chu took the phone and found several missed calls, all with the note Mom. He dialed the number. Soon, an anxious female voice came from the other end of the phone. Little Nuomi. Where are you? Mommy has been looking for you for a long time. Lin Chu cleared his throat and said. Hello, my name is Lin Chu. Xiao Nuomi is with me now. She is near Jinxiu Garden. Don't worry, she is safe. The woman on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then said anxiously. Mr. Lin? I'm Jiang Hanyu, Xiao Nuomi's mother. Thank you so much. I'll come pick her up right away. When Lin Chu heard the name Jiang Hanyu, he was shocked again. Jiang Hanyu? Isn't that his landlord? The house he rented was under Jiang Hanyu's name. I didn't expect that Shanwomi was actually her daughter? Chapter 24, Jiang Hanyu, the Doting Demon. Not long after, a white Mercedes-Benz S500 stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened and a tall and elegant woman hurried down. She was wearing a beige Burberry trench coat with a purple one-shoulder hip skirt underneath. The plump and fleshy legs were wrapped in a pair of transparent flesh-colored stockings. She had long chestnut hair, delicate features, and a hint of anxiety and fatigue between her eyebrows. For a moment, Lin Chu mistakenly thought that she was a married woman from a Korean comic book. The charm remains. I'm referring to this kind of woman. To be honest, this is the first time I have met the landlord in person. I couldn't help but be amazed by her stunning beauty and beautiful figure. Because she was overseas when she rented the house before, the formalities were also handled by an agent. My usual contact with her is limited to transferring rent. At first he thought she was just a rich aunt in her 30s. What he never expected was that his landlord. It turns out that she is such a beautiful woman with a good figure and temperament. Sure enough, the saying that money feeds people is not said in vain. With curiosity, Lin Chu used insight on her. Name, Jiang Hanyu. Age, 33. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Charge, 1. Appearance, 91. Endurance, 30. Favorability, 30. While Lin Chu was thinking, little sticky rice, Jiang Hanyu quickly walked to Shanwomi, squatted down and hugged her tightly. You scared your mother to death. How could you run out alone? Little Nwomi lowered his head and whispered. I'm sorry, Mom, I shouldn't have quarreled with you. Jiang Hanyu's eyes suddenly turned red. She gently stroked her daughter's head, her voice choking with sobs. It's Mom's fault. Mom shouldn't be so mean to you. No matter what happens in the future, you can't run out alone, understand? Little Nwomi nodded and leaned obediently in her mother's arms. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. After a while, Jiang Hanyu finally raised his head and looked at Lin Chu, his eyes full of gratitude. You're welcome, Miss Jiang. I just happened to meet Shanwomi. She's a very sensible child, she just has a little temper. Lin Chu smiled faintly, thinking that it was just a piece of cake. Anyway, I'm grateful to you for today. I'll thank you someday. Jiang Hanyu stood up and stretched out her white jade hand. You don't have to be so polite. We are all neighbors and we should help each other. Lin Chu shook her hand and responded. I'd like to ask you, have you been drinking? If you don't mind, I'd like to give you a ride. As if she smelled the alcohol emanating from Lin Chu, Jiang Hanyu showed a little concern. Ah, yes, you are so polite. It's just 2 steps away. I can walk there in no time. It won't be a bother. I can also get some fresh air to clear my mind. Lin Chu smiled indifferently and didn't take such polite words too seriously. Brother, drink less. Little Nwomi doesn't like people who drink. Just like Dad, stinky. At this moment, Shanwomi on the side grabbed Lin Chu's little finger with her cute little hand and shook it. Little Nwomi, this child is impolite. Mr. Lin, please don't take it to heart. Jiang Hanyu immediately stopped Shanwomi from talking nonsense, looking embarrassed. It's okay, children speak without restraint. Okay, I promise you, I won't drink so much next time. Lin Chu smiled kindly, squatted on the ground and pinched her cute little round face. Jiang Hanyu, favorability, +5. In that case, let's go back first, Mr. Lin. Jiang Hanyu nodded, then lowered his head and said to Shanwomi. Shanwomi, say goodbye to your brother, we are going home. Little Nwomi raised his head and smiled sweetly at Lin Chu. Goodbye, brother. Thank you for staying with me. Lin Chu smiled and waved. Goodbye, little Nwomi. Be sure to listen to your mother from now on. After watching Jiang Hanyu and Shanwomi get in the car and leave, Lin Chu let out a long sigh, feeling inexplicably warm in his heart. Just got home. Lin Chu was lying in bed when he received a message from landlord. Mr. Lin, thank you so much today. This is a little gift from me, please accept it. Transfer 88888. I'm going to. Lin Chu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. The rich woman is worthy of being a rich woman, she is generous when spending money. But we can also see from this how much she loves her daughter housewarming. You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake for me. Little Naomi is very cute. I believe no one would sit idly by and watch. Lin Chu responded immediately and refunded the transfer. Thank you so much. Jiang Hanyu, favorability, +5. In response, Lin Chu did not reply. He reviewed his previous chat history with the landlord Jiang Hanyu. Lamenting the passing of time, he has lived here for 3 years after graduation. But for 3 whole years, the two did not have any additional communication. It's simply a transfer of money. While browsing, Lin Chu accidentally clicked on her profile picture. What is displayed directly is her circle of friends. I remember it very clearly. The other party had blocked me before, right? It is precisely because of this that Lin Chu doesn't know what the other person looks like. Out of curiosity, Lin Chu opened Jiang Hanyu's circle of friends for the first time. In addition to a few photos of traveling and living in Europe, most of them are photos of babies. It records the growth process of housewarming from infancy to present. This is definitely a daughter control freak. Apart from this, there was no trace of any other man in her life. He suddenly remembered that he had heard the agent say this before. The landlord and her husband are in the process of negotiating a divorce. If my guess is correct now, the other party should be divorced. Rich, young, and still charming. Even if you have a daughter, such a woman must be very popular. Lin Chu couldn't help but think so. Just when he quit the circle of friends, someone sent him several messages one after another. Brother, what are you doing? Do you think my new manicure is beautiful? I did it across the street from the school. The whole set is only 188. Photos of nail art plus accidentally exposed long white legs.jpg. I go. This nail art is so white. Phew, this beautiful leg is so red. Are you sure you want me to see a manicure? Chapter 25, Try the Joy of Being the Top Brother. It was a message sent to me by Su Chanshan. The background of the photo should be a student dormitory, with blue and white checkered sheets and a cute doll in the back. It exudes a warm and lovely atmosphere. At this time, Su Chanshan should have just finished taking a shower and went to bed, with some wet hair scattered on both sides. Even after removing her makeup, her bare face still makes people feel stunning. She was wearing a loose Hello Kitty t-shirt, and her plump breasts were covered by her hair, showing off her proud figure. The hem of the t-shirt just covers the base of the snow-white thighs, forming a perfect absolute area. This leg. It's really long and smooth. I was busy these past 2 days and forgot to reply your message. Lin Chu simply replied, and after a closer look, she has sent me a lot of messages in the past 2 days. It's nothing more than sharing some daily trivialities with yourself. It's as if he treats himself as his boyfriend. Soon, the other party replied. Thank you for your hard work, brother. If you are free, I would like to treat you to a meal after class tomorrow. Cute cat expression. Well, let's do it in the evening. We'll contact each other then. Lin Chu thought about tomorrow's arrangements. There was nothing else to do besides practicing, so I agreed. After exiting VX, Lin Chu opened his Douyin and prepared to watch some short videos before going to sleep. At this time, me? What is going on? Why are there suddenly so many messages and fans? He suddenly saw his background message 99+. And the red dots for new fans added in the background. A total of more than 800 fans were added. And 90% of these fans are women. Click on the private message. Long legs and black stockings selfie.jpg. Sexy pink bikini.jpg. Cosplay little police girl.jpg. Spider-Man costume transformation video.avi. In addition to some cool selfies. Just some various black stockings, long legs and some short videos. Almost all of them were friendly greetings from beautiful women. What the hell? I just bought a Bentley, why did so many people send me private messages? Lin Chu suddenly remembered a reply he had seen in the Douyin comment section before. I can't believe how wonderful private messages from rich people can be. He couldn't have imagined it before. Now, he has fully understood it. I am young and energetic, how can I withstand such a test? He immediately exited his Douyin message interface. Clicked on the comments section. The old man in the sea, the live broadcast room's large group has arrived. This big guy is so awesome. He even got a top-of-the-line Bentley. Xiao Tian, is this Choo Choo Buffon himself? So handsome. I want to give birth to a baby with him. Deeply affectionate, Master Chu, you are really too capable. Is your family still in need of a gatekeeper? I can be the stone lion at the gate. Internet beggar, I don't believe it, unless you V me 500 to see my strength. Crazy and arrogant Dong Xiao, get lost, you stinky beggar. Does my brother Chu need to prove his strength to you? If I remember correctly, this guy called should be his #1 black fan. But now, in the blink of an eye, he has become the leader of his own fans? Seeing him defending the comments section for himself, Lin Chu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The internet is really interesting. Just at this moment, Lin Chu suddenly discovered that a person he was following named Tue was live streaming. This person was Yin Xintong, who had dinner with him in the evening. The reason why I pay attention to her is naturally because of what happened in my previous work. He clicked into the live broadcast room. Then I saw Yin Xintong, whose eating style was completely different from that in the evening. Wearing a black sling, 2 thin strings hanging on the white shoulders, the sexy clavicle is clearly visible. The lower body is a pair of hot pants and black garter stockings. It further highlights the golden ratio of her slender, white legs. Seeing this, one can't help but sigh. Yin Xintong's title of long-legged goddess is truly well-deserved. She appears a little cold in the live broadcast room, which forms a sharp contrast with her free and fiery personality in reality. She welcomed the customers who entered the live studio with her sexy voice. Occasionally interact with the audience and answer questions. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room was rolling like boiling water. The legs look really good today, love. Mr. Lai, I give you 82 points for your outfit today, and the rest will be given to you in the form of 3 CXS. Xiao Chunan, sister's dance is so beautiful. The barrage of comments quickly jumped with comments such as love to watch, dance more, and I feel uncomfortable if I don't watch it for a day. The popularity of the live broadcast room quickly reached 3,000 plus. He is indeed a model worker in the industry. He drank quite a lot of wine at night and even came back to live stream. Lin Chu couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. He knew that Yin Xintong was a perfect attendee. I usually work very hard on live streaming. In her own words, she was just from a small county town near Hangzhou. If you don't work hard, you won't be able to survive in this big city, and you won't be able to stand out. Before this, Lin Chu would occasionally watch her live broadcast room. But basically most of them are freeloaders. I didn't have money before, but it's different now. Not only do I spend money on women, I also get rebates. By the way, you can also feel like a big brother. In response to this, Lin Chu clicked on the Newbie recharge button and directly recharged 100,000 Newbie. Choo Choo Boo fan sent Carnival X1. Choo Choo Boo fan sent Carnival X1. Choo Choo Boo fan sent Carnival X1. He directly sent 10 carnivals in one go. Wealth from all directions, oh my god. The local tycoon is coming. A beast in human form, fuck, Tuechui is so lucky today. He actually met Big Brother. Tue's little fanboy, who is this Choo Choo Boo fan? How come the first time I see him, he's still at user level 1? Guangxi cousin, could he be a hidden boss? So low-key? The boss is generous. Crazy showing off coriander, this ID looks so familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? On the other side, Yin Xintong, who was dancing enthusiastically, couldn't help but have her spell interrupted by 10 carnivals. Thank you for the 10 carnivals of Choo Choo Boo fan. The boss is generous. Old. She was surprised and had just finished reading. Suddenly I remembered that Lin Chu's Douyin ID is Choo Choo Buffon. He quickly smiled and changed his words. Ah, it's Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Chu. Brother Chu, why did you come to my live broadcast room? As if she noticed Lin Chu's arrival, she couldn't help but pull up her suspenders. Looking embarrassed. If you happen to see this, please click in and take a look. Take a break. I'm logging off now. Lin Chu replied calmly and then left the live broadcast room. Okay, good night, Brother Chu. Before she could finish her words, Yin Xintong saw that the avatar of Lin Chu, who was #1 on the list, disappeared. Could it be that? Did Lin Shu specifically give himself gifts to remind himself to go to bed early? When she thought of this, In Shintong couldn't help but feel a little warm in her heart. Favorability +5. At this time, the live broadcast room was boiling again. Tuetue's little fanboy, why do I feel like you, Tuetue, are very familiar with this person? Are you a friend? Beast in human form, oh my god, you're just leaving after giving me gifts? What kind of overbearing CEO? Toasted coconut latte, love it, I wish there were more big brothers like this. Crazy showing coriander, fuck, I know who he is. Today in Bentley's live broadcast room. Someone spent 488,000 yuan to buy a top-of-the-line Bentley. I think it was him, right? Bentley? What Bentley? At this time, In Shintong was confused when she saw the barrage and asked the viewers in the live broadcast room. Chapter 26, it turns out that she is also obsessed with high heels? What Bentley? What are you talking about? In Shintong looked at the rapidly scrolling comments on the screen and asked with a puzzled look on her face. Crazy showing off cilantro, Tue, don't you know? Today, a rich second generation went to a Bentley 4S store to buy a car, and the whole process was live streamed. Toasted coconut latte, I searched it and it seems to be true. The one I bought in full was a Bentley Continental GT, with a top configuration of 488W. This person is called Chu Chu Buffon. Stop teasing me, maybe it's just the same ID name? In Shintong smiled, opened the search box half doubtfully, and entered the keywords. As a result, I actually found the live broadcast recording of this afternoon. Although the front face was not captured in the photo, In Shintong recognized at a glance that it was Lin Shu himself. Seeing this, her hands trembled involuntarily and her phone almost fell to the ground. Brother Chu actually bought a Bentley? Bentley Continental GT, top configuration, full price 4.88 million. These few words combined couldn't help but make In Shintong's little head buzz. What shocked her the most was that Lin Shu behaved unusually low-key today and never mentioned buying a car to her. If it weren't for the reminder from the viewers in the live broadcast room, she might still be kept in the dark. Before this, she thought that Lin Shu might have suddenly become rich. Because stocks, if you are lucky, you can make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. But she never expected that he would be so rich. Just imagine someone who can pay in full for a luxury car worth 4.88 million. The liquid cash must be at least over 100 million, right? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but take a breath. So, what he said before about making money from stocks might just be a cover. Could it be that he is actually a low-key rich second generation? In Shintong speculated secretly in her heart. Tuetue's little fanboy, fuck, I didn't expect our Tuetue also knows this super rich guy, what is your relationship? Xiao Chunan, could it be that the host has already given it to him? Crazy showing off coriander, the sky is falling, my goddess is actually another man's. Just when In Shintong was stunned by shock. The barrage has exploded. Many netizens began gossiping about her relationship with Lin Shu. There are quite a few big brothers living in the live broadcast room. In Shintong explained hurriedly. Don't get me wrong, brother Chu and I are just colleagues. He is a low-key person who is always willing to help others. To be honest, I was more shocked than you when you said he bought a Bentley. After some explanation, the pace of the live broadcast room was finally suppressed. In Shintong breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart was still unsettled. The next day. Dong 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 dong. Lin Shu was awakened from his sleep by a cautious knock on the door. Who is it? Lin Shu rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. Squeak. He opened the door. Standing outside the door was Jiang Hanyu. She was wearing a light pink silk pajamas, her long hair was tied up high, she looked exceptionally elegant. Although the loose pajamas were not close-fitting, they vaguely outlined her graceful figure. Even without makeup, her face is still attractive. Compared to yesterday, she has a more pure and young woman's charm. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, did I disturb your sleep? Jiang Hanyu covered her mouth and looked at Lin Shu's sleepy face, her tone full of apology. No, I should be awake by now. What's wrong, Miss Jiang? I accidentally cooked too much today. I wonder if you are free to come over and have dinner with me? Just consider it as a thank you for helping take care of housewarming yesterday. Lin Shu was stunned for a moment, then replied. Ms. Jiang, you are too polite. It's just a small favor. There's no need to be so troublesome. It's no trouble. Shanwomi also said she wanted to see you. She said you had a lot of fun playing with her yesterday. Jiang Hanyu said with a smile, a hint of earnestness in her tone. Lin Shu thought about it and agreed since he had nothing to do. Okay then, thank you for your invitation, I'll be there in a moment. Great, we'll wait for you at home. Jiang Hanyu nodded, a look of delight on her face. Wait until she leaves. Lin Shu simply washed up. Standing in front of the mirror, he couldn't help but sigh again. This is the third day that I have been using the men's shampoo and conditioner set. My skin has become smoother and the bumpy moonlight skin has disappeared instantly. Whether it is blackheads, acne, or dark spots, they are all gone without a trace. Not only that, even the shape of my face has changed. I used to have a round double chin, but now I have a golden jawline. No wonder Shintong and other female colleagues looked at me differently yesterday. The bird has a little cricket. After packing up, Lin Shu walked towards Jiang Hanyu's home. Her house is on the top floor of the building next to hers, a spacious duplex apartment. If I remember correctly, according to the agent, there are even 1 or 2 buildings in this community that belong to her. A real landlady. Lin Shu pressed the doorbell, and soon the door opened. Mr. Lin, you are here. Jiang Hanyu was wearing light pink slippers, and her delicate white feet were evenly painted with red nail polish. This one is food grade. Well, sorry to bother you guys. Lin Shu smiled and nodded. I'll get you some slippers. She bent her graceful body, stroked her silk pajamas, squatted with her back to herself, and opened the wooden shoe cabinet. As you can see, there are many brand name high heels, strappy sandals, and black high heels with red bottoms in this wooden shoe cabinet. There are also YSL's silver-headed men's shoes and Valentino's diamond-studded speed shoes. It seems that the landlord Jiang Hanyu is the same as Lin Shu. I'm a total high-heeled shoe addict. It's just that she likes to wear it and he likes to grab it. I just bought a pair of men's slippers today, but I don't know if the size is right for me. Jiang Hanyu squatted on the ground, looked up at himself, and smiled implicitly. This angle, this smile. There was a moment. It was as if I were a husband who had just returned home and my beautiful wife was changing his slippers. Thanks. Lin Shu admitted that he couldn't help but look a little dazed for a moment. He put on his slippers and went into the house. The house is decorated in a light luxury style, with an area of about 180 square meters. This house is worth at least tens of millions. This house is quite big. We just came back from Europe and haven't cleaned up yet, so it's a bit messy. Please don't mind, Mr. Lin. Watching Lin Shu look around the room, Jiang Hanyu looked a little embarrassed. This is the first time another man has come to my house since my divorce. Elder brother. After hearing Lin Shu's voice, Shanwomi ran out from the living room. With a big smile on his face and a stuffed toy in his hands. Hello, little Naomi. Lin Shu squatted down and gently touched her head. Mr. Lin, please play with Shanwomi for a while. Another dish will be ready soon. Jiang Hanyu looked at such a heartwarming scene, smiling as she tied the white apron around her slender waist. Favorability +2. Chapter 27. The landlady looks a little shy. Really? Little Naomi is the landlord's wife's weak spot. Seeing the 2 points of favorability popping up in Jiang Hanyu's head, Lin Shu sighed in his heart. Don't be so polite, just call me Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled and sat on the sofa. Okay, since I'm older than you, I'll just call you Xiao Chu. This apron seems to be too short. Why is it so difficult to tie it? Maybe it was because the apron strings were too short, so she couldn't tie them for a long time. She frowned her beautiful eyebrows, looking a little worried. Let me help you, Sister Hanyu. Seeing this, Lin Shu walked behind her and grabbed the 2 white laces. The 2 straps were tied tightly around her slender waist. The white apron also wrapped her loose silk pajamas tightly around her body. It shows off her originally proud body curves and perfect waist-to-hip ratio. I didn't expect that under that loose pajamas, there was such a top figure. Lin Shu suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth and his heartbeat quickened slightly. A moment. Okay. Jiang Hanyu's voice trembled slightly, and her ears and neck were instantly flushed with a faint blush. She lowered her head and clenched her hands unconsciously, looking a little embarrassed. Just look at this scene. It reminds me of the ladies wrapped in white aprons in the cartoons of the Japanese countries. What about Takayanagi's family? Pooh. Lin Shu dismissed the dirty thoughts in his mind. Okay, Sister Hanyu. Lin Shu quickly helped her tie her apron, took a step back, and said with a smile. Thank you, Xiao Chu. I'll go cook first. Jian Hanyu whispered. Then he walked quickly into the kitchen, his back looking a little flustered. Lin Shu looked at her hurriedly leaving back and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that the landlady was unexpectedly shy. Lin Shu didn't think too much and sat back on the sofa. Little Nuomi sat next to him obediently. He took out a picture album and flipped through it with great interest. Brother, can you draw? She suddenly raised her head and asked, blinking her big eyes. I can draw a little, but I'm not very good at it. Lin Shu touched her head and answered modestly. Then can you teach me how to draw? I want to draw a kitten. Shan Womi said excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. Sure, don't blame me if I don't teach you well. Lin Shu smiled and nodded in agreement. He suddenly remembered that he still had an entry-level painting skill card in his hand. I didn't expect it would come in handy at this time. So he immediately used entry-level painting. The next second, a lot of art knowledge and painting techniques suddenly flooded into my head. His fingers also became very active. At the same time, an instinctive reaction to artistic structure and color matching is formed in the subconscious. Now his painting skills have reached the level of undergraduate students from professional art schools. What did you want to draw? I want to draw a cat. For cats, this is the way to go. He picked up a pencil beside him and began to teach Shan Nuomi how to outline the outline of a cat. Little Nuomi studied very seriously and giggled from time to time. When Jian Hanyu came out of the kitchen carrying the dishes, she saw the scene and a relieved smile appeared on her face again. She gently put down the plate, walked over to the two of them, and said softly. Little Nuomi, stop bothering your brother and eat first. Mom, my brother is teaching me how to draw. Look, this is the cat I drew. Shan Nuomi held up the drawing paper and showed it proudly to Jian Hanyu. Wow, baby, you draw really well. Jian Hanyu praised, then looked at Lin Shu with gratitude and a hint of subtle surprise in his eyes. Xiao Chu, I didn't expect you could draw. Favorability +2. It's just a casual drawing for fun, it's nothing. Lin Shu scratched the back of his head and said with a little modesty. Xiao Chu, why are you so modest? Okay, the food is ready, let's eat first. At this time, the table was already filled with delicious dishes. Braised spare ribs, mapo tofu, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, blanched seasonal vegetables, and slow-cooked yam and corn spare ribs soup. These are all home-cooked dishes that I like very much. I want to sit with my brother too. As soon as Lin Shu sat down, he saw Shan Nuomi dragging his little stool and sitting obediently next to Lin Shu. Little Nuomi, you kid, your brother still needs to eat, you must not be naughty. Jian Hanyu frowned, squatted on the ground and touched her nose with her finger. But my brother is a good painter and he is also very handsome. I like him, doesn't Mom like him? Little Nuomi pointed at Lin Shu and said in a baby voice. Well, this child, mother. Jian Hanyu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Although children speak without restraint, the atmosphere still became a little awkward. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Shu out of the corner of her eye. It's okay, Sister Hanyu, just let her sit next to me, but Shan Nuomi has to eat well. Lin Shu, the person involved, didn't seem to take these words to heart, but touched her head gently. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. She nodded obediently. You kid, you're obsessed with looks at such a young age. What will happen when you grow up? Jian Hanyu said with a wry smile, then pulled out a chair and sat opposite Lin Shu. Eat it, Xiao Chu. I don't know if my cooking skills suit your taste. Lin Shu picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, frowning. He seemed to be thinking about something, and then took a few more mouthfuls of rice. How is it? Is it not to your liking? Did I put too much salt? After seeing Lin Shu's reaction, Jian Hanyu couldn't help but feel nervous and said with a worried look. On the contrary. Sister Hanyu, how did you make this braised pork? It's so delicious. I swear, this is one of the best home-cooked dishes I've ever eaten. Lin Shu instantly relaxed his brows, and couldn't help but pick up a piece of fat and lean braised pork and put it into his mouth. Although he knew that she was a good cook, at this moment he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jian Hanyu's cooking skills. Pfft, look at you, you naughty brother, did it on purpose. You scared me so much that I almost doubted my own cooking skills. Jang Hanyu then breathed a sigh of relief and complained with a slightly resentful look. Favorability +3. Lin Shu looked at the favorability that popped up in the other person's head and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Really? Sometimes, appropriate pushing and pulling can really make a woman feel more favorable towards you. If it's delicious, then eat more. I haven't cooked so many dishes in a long time. Seeing Lin Shu's good appetite, Jang Hanyu couldn't help but feel a little happy. This meal lasted a long time and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Lin Shu and Jang Hanyu occasionally chat about family matters. Talking about their common hobbies also allowed them to have a deeper understanding of each other. Little Naomi would interject a few words from time to time, making everyone laugh. After dinner, Xiao Nuomi pestered Lin Shu to teach her how to draw. Lin Shu smiled helplessly, picked up a pencil, and began to teach her seriously how to draw figures. Little Naomi studied very hard, but he was young after all, so the lines he drew were a little crooked. Brother, can you draw a picture of Mom? Xiao Nuomi suddenly suggested, his eyes full of anticipation. Lin Shu was stunned and looked up at Jang Hanyu. Jang Hanyu was also a little surprised, with a faint blush on her face, and said softly, Little Naomi, stop making trouble, brother is very tired. Chapter 28. Your face is so red, do you have a fever? It's okay, I can try. Lin Shu smiled, picked up the drawing paper, and looked at Jang Hanyu. Sister Hanyu, just sit there. No need to pose. Okay. Jang Hanyu nodded, sat on the sofa, tilted her head slightly, and looked at Lin Shu gently. Her posture is elegant and natural, like a quiet painting. Lin Shu looked at her intently, the pencil in his hand slid lightly across the paper, and began to outline her. He first used soft lines to outline her facial features, from forehead to chin, and every stroke was extremely delicate. Her eyebrows are gentle, her nose is straight, and the corners of her lips are slightly raised, with a faint smile. Lin Shu's eyes met hers from time to time. Every time their eyes met, Jang Hanyu would lower her head unconsciously, and her ears would turn slightly red. Sister Hanyu, your eyes are very beautiful. Can I add a few more strokes? Lin Shu suddenly spoke, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Jang Hanyu was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Xiao Chu, are you kidding me? No, I'm serious. Lin Shu smiled, still looking at her intently. Jang Hanyu's cheeks felt slightly hot and her heartbeat quickened. She subconsciously pushed the hair by her ears with her hands, trying to hide her panic. Lin Shu's eyes fell on her hands, noticing that her fingers were slender and her movements were soft and graceful. He quickly captured this detail on the drawing paper, with the lines of his fingers smooth and vivid. Mom, my brother is drawing so seriously. Little Naomi came over, looked at the outline on the drawing paper, and said excitedly, Shu, don't disturb my brother. Jang Hanyu said softly, but her eyes unconsciously fell on Lin Shu's face. Take a closer look. Lin Shu was quite handsome, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose bridge, and delicate and fair skin. Especially the golden ratio jawline, which shows the perfect face shape. His focused look gave her a strange feeling. It was as if something was quietly sprouting in my heart. Lin Shu continued to draw, the pencil in her hand sliding lightly across the paper, outlining her long hair. Her long chestnut hair fell over her shoulders, and the strands were so soft and smooth that you could almost feel their touch. His eyes met Jang Hanyu again. This time, she did not hide away, but looked at him quietly, with a hint of tenderness and expectation in her eyes. Sister Hanyu, your hair is beautiful. Lin Shu said softly, with a hint of admiration in his tone. Thank you. Jang Hanyu responded in a low voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, as if something was quietly surging in her heart. Lin Shu continued to draw, the pencil in his hand sliding lightly across the paper, outlining her shoulders and arms. The soft lines of her shoulders and the slenderness of her arms, every detail was captured by him vividly. She is lifelike in the painting, and the gentleness and elegance between her eyebrows are perfectly presented. Okay, Sister Hanyu, what do you think? Lin Shu put down his pen and handed the drawing paper to Jang Hanyu. Jang Hanyu took the drawing paper, looked down, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She is lifelike in the painting, and the gentleness and elegance between her eyebrows are perfectly captured. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and a blush appeared on her face. Xiao Chu, you draw so well. She said softly, with a hint of joy in her tone that was hard to conceal. Sensitivity +15. It's not that I draw well, it's that the model is just that beautiful. Lin Chu smiled and said. Perhaps due to the surge in favorability. He can feel it. Jiang Hanyu's eyes started to become a little dull. Pfft, Xiaochu, you are really good at talking, that's great. I have always envied people who can draw and record beautiful moments at any time. Jiang Hanyu covered her mouth and said with an envious tone. Actually, drawing is not difficult. If Sister Hanyu is willing, I can teach you some simpler drawing techniques. Hey, is it okay? Certainly. Lin Chu came behind Jiang Hanyu and leaned over gently. Come on, Sister Hanyu, hold the brush like this. He said as he grabbed her hand. Hey, what should I do? For a moment, Jiang Hanyu's body trembled subconsciously. She looked up nervously and immediately met Lin Chu's profile as he leaned over. His profile was clear-cut, gentle and considerate, which made her lose her mind. Knock knock. That pair of warm hands instantly made her heart beat faster. Some kind of hormone is secreted involuntarily. I haven't had any contact with a man for several years, let alone such a close distance. Thinking of this, her body couldn't help but become hot. Don't be nervous, Sister Hanyu, just start writing like this and then draw the outline. Lin Chu's voice was low and gentle, as if guiding her into a whole new world. It seemed that Lin Chu just wanted to teach him how to paint, and he looked very serious. Jiang Hanyu was once again touched by his seriousness and tenderness. Her breathing became a little rapid. Is that so, Xiaochu? Yes, it seems that Sister Hanyu is also quite talented in painting. Under Lin Chu's careful guidance, the outline of a rose gradually appeared on the drawing paper. Although the lines are not so smooth, they capture the moment when the rose blooms. It seems that you can feel its vitality. It's a rose. So beautiful. I never thought I could draw such a beautiful picture. Jiang Hanyu felt Lin Chu's gentle hands in unintentional physical contact, and couldn't help but exclaimed with a blushing face. Xiaochu, you are really amazing. No, Sister Hanyu, we are both very capable. Lin Chu said with a smile, then loosened his grip on her hand. Well, we are all very good. Seeing Lin Chu's loosened hand, Jiang Hanyu felt an inexplicable reluctance for some reason. It was as if the warmth of those hands still lingered on her fingertips. Favorability +5. It's hua. Mom can actually draw now, so cool. Little Newbie, who was standing by, couldn't help but applaud after seeing the painting they created together, with an innocent smile on his face. Hey, but Mom, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Little Newbie tilted his head and asked curiously. Ahem, no, nothing happened. Maybe the weather is too hot. I'll go open the window. Jiang Hanyu immediately blushed and explained. At the same time, he stood up awkwardly, walked quickly to the window and pushed it open. The autumn wind blew in gently, bringing a hint of coolness, but it could not blow away the blush on her face and the throbbing in her heart. It seems to be true the sofa is covered in sweat. Little Newbie looked at the sofa curiously and couldn't help but tilt his head and speak. Chapter 29. No money? Then you will be treated differently. Good guy. Sweating so much? Looking at the slightly moist sofa, Lin Chu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It seems that Jiang Hanyu has a physique that sweats easily. Brother, can you come and teach me how to draw more often in the future? Just when Lin Chu was thinking this, Shan Newbie beside him shook his hand and said. Little Newbie, don't be willful. Your brother is very busy and has no time to teach you how to draw. Jiang Hanyu frowned and said helplessly. Although she said so on the surface. But for some reason, I was looking forward to Lin Chu's answer. If you have time, you can, but the prerequisite is that you listen to your mother. Lin Chu touched her head with a slightly doting tone. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. Shan Newbie nodded and made a pinky promise gesture with Lin Chu. Xiaochu, don't spoil her too much, after all, your time is precious. That's not the case. Being able to spend time with Shan Newbie and Sister Hanyu is also a precious moment for me. Lin Chu smiled and shook his head, touching Shan Newbie's head while looking at Jiang Hanyu. Favorability, +3. Hee, Xiaochu, you are really good at it. I am old, and I can't stand the flirting of a young man like you. After hearing Lin Chu's words, Jiang Hanyu couldn't help but reveal a shy expression again. Perhaps it was the increase in favorability that made her speak more directly. The conversation between the two began with some teasing and joking between a man and a woman. Sister Hanyu, it's getting late. I have something to do this afternoon. Lin Shu was still a little surprised at Jiang Hanyu's sudden increase in favor of him. But even so, he had no intention of pursuing the victory. The sense of distance is a very important thing in the relationship between men and women. Especially when the woman is very excited. If you pull away all of a sudden, then she will fall into self-doubt and even start to reflect on whether she has done something wrong. Not only that, it can also increase her curiosity and desire to explore herself. Once the other party is curious about him or her and wants to know more about him or her, the man will have the dominant position in the relationship. Ah, okay, then I'll take you there, Xiao Chu. A trace of disappointment flashed across Jiang Hanyu's eyes, and then she immediately smiled. The two then came to the door. Xiao Chu, thank you so much for teaching Xiaomi how to draw. She and I haven't been this happy for a long time. Jiang Hanyu hesitated at first, but finally said what he wanted to say most. Sister Hanyu, it's too polite of you to say that. You've helped me a lot before, and I remember it. Lin Shu said with a smile. He recalled that when he first started working, he couldn't pay the rent several times. Not only did Jiang Hanyu not urge himself, but he also gave himself an extension of half a year. If it were someone else, they would have probably found someone to kick me out long ago. I'm being polite, but you can come to my place often and I'll make delicious food for you. Jiang Hanyu took a deep breath and smiled in a reserved yet charming way. Okay, I'll leave first, sister, please close the door. Lin Shu nodded and went downstairs. Okay, bye, Xiao Chu. Looking at Lin Shu's receding back, Jiang Hanyu felt inexplicably reluctant for some reason. Thinking of this, her heart couldn't help but become a little complicated. It was obvious that the other party was just a stranger tenant whom I had only met a few times. I was so moved by him all of a sudden. Could it be that I am really lonely? Afternoon. Lin Shu went to practice tennis as usual according to his usual schedule. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. The lady at the front desk immediately smiled sweetly when she saw Lin Shu. Let me help you with your bag. She took the initiative to come to Lin Shu and took the backpack from him, leading him towards the lounge. Looking at the graceful figure wrapped in a professional suit in front of me, Lin Shu couldn't help but think that her makeup seemed to be much more refined than yesterday. Moreover, why does the other person's skirt seem shorter than yesterday? The attitude is totally different from yesterday. This is the status that money brings. After changing into practice clothes, the lady at the front desk said respectfully, Coach Tang is already waiting for you at the stadium. Lin Shu nodded and walked towards the court with her. As soon as I arrived at the court, I saw Tang Manru looking at a male student practicing with a cold expression. This male student was about 35 or 36 years old, and looked greasy and fat from middle age. Mr. Yu, please concentrate when you practice and don't look around. Ahem, okay, maybe you're just too beautiful today, Manru, you've almost taken my soul away. Yufeng, with his beer belly, waved the paddle in his hand slowly. From time to time, he would steal a glance at Tang Manru who was wearing sportswear beside him. Tang Manru could hardly hide her disgust. She couldn't help but look at the time. There was only 1 minute left before the class would be over. Sometimes I have to deal with these greasy uncles from time to time, which is really hard to bear. At this moment, she happened to meet the eyes of Lin Shu who was walking towards her. Mr. Lin. You are here. The moment he saw Lin Shu, Tang Manru swept away her previous annoyance and immediately walked briskly towards Lin Shu with her long legs. Well, good afternoon, Coach Tang. Lin Shu showed a bright smile, and the sunlight happened to hit his face. It outlined his perfect golden outline, making him instantly more dazzling. Favorability +2. Tang Manru couldn't help but feel a little dazed when she saw this scene. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why do I suddenly feel that Mr. Lin is a little more handsome than yesterday? She smiled and spoke directly what was on her mind. I don't know if it's my illusion. Tang Manru could feel that Lin Shu's facial contours and skin texture had improved. Maybe I've been sleeping better recently and I'm in a better mental state. Lin Shu responded with a smile. I see, let's go to the court over there to practice. Tang Manru pointed to the other side of the court and said to Lin Shu. Then he walked towards that direction with him. Wait, Manru, why did you leave me alone? Seeing his goddess leave him without saying a word and throw herself into the arms of another man, Yufeng was confused and shouted immediately. Mr. Yu, your class today ends here. If you still want to practice, please pay the venue fee and practice on your own. At this time, the receptionist standing nearby said to Yufeng. Why? I paid for the course, too. Why is the attitude so different? Also, who is this guy? Yufeng was a little angry about Tang Manru's different treatment of him and couldn't help but complain. Oh, you mean Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin spent 300,000 yuan to buy 100 lessons from Coach Tang. If you, Mr. Yu, also bought so many courses, I think you wouldn't be treated differently, right? In response to Yufeng's dissatisfaction, the receptionist smiled indifferently and explained. Such a simple and direct answer could not help but make Yufeng's heart tremble. He was so choked that he didn't dare to utter a word. What? 30W? 100 lessons, this guy has a mine at home, right? Chapter 30. His family background must be very strong. Mr. Lin, let's warm up first. Tang Manru stretched her body as she spoke. Today she is wearing a short pink sports t-shirt. The close-fitting clothes tightly wrapped her full breasts. The belly-bearing outfit shows off the clear waistline and abs without any hesitation. The lower body is a sports skirt of the same color, which fits tightly against her round and plump buttocks. Lin Shu nodded and followed her to do the warm-up exercises. As his body rose and fell, for a moment he didn't know where to focus his attention. 10 minutes later. Tang Manru pushed over a cart full of tennis balls. For the second period, shall we continue with the serving and receiving movements? Since Lin Shu bought 100 lessons, then Tang Manru's teaching mode must also be changed, and she must move towards a professional training program. Lin Shu must lay a solid foundation, so she was not in a hurry to let Lin Shu jump to the next step immediately. As the saying goes, if the foundation is not solid, the earth will shake. Lin Shu was also very clear about this. If you don't use the correct hitting and serving movements when playing tennis, it is very likely to trigger tennis elbow. This may affect the subsequent practice cap. First, you need to prepare. Hold the racket with both hands and press your waist and back down. This is not okay. You need to keep your back straight. Tang Manru patiently guided Lin Shu's movements. If there were any incorrect parts, she would step forward and demonstrate them herself. Anyone who has followed women's tennis knows this. In addition to the competition of superb skills and speed, women's tennis also. There are two biggest highlights. That is the unique voice and perfect body of female tennis players. Many people should know the former. Especially several international female tennis stars. The soul-stirring screams of Emma Raducanu and Maria Sharapova on the court are almost world-famous. The latter is a feature that only a small number of tennis enthusiasts are aware of. That is the graceful body curve of a tennis player, extremely straight and round. This is related to their long-term training and the athlete's own aesthetic requirements. In addition to tennis, the same is true for volleyball and beach volleyball. A perfect body shape becomes a key part of these ball games. The preparation movements for receiving and serving in tennis fully demonstrate this characteristic. Tang Manru was wearing a short sports tennis skirt. Whenever she bent down her slender waist, all that remained in Lin Shu's sight was her perfect figure. The straight and athletic long legs are wrapped in a pair of white sports stockings, outlining the perfect leg shape. Further up is the outward expanding and curvaceous waistline, showing off the perfect waist-to-hip ratio. When receiving the serve, we must always stay focused and watch the opponent's receiving action. Remember to add cushioning steps when running so that you can keep up with the opponent's movements. Tang Manru patiently demonstrated the serve and receive movements. Her knees, wrapped in white silk, were bent, her toes touched the ground, and she stepped on the spot like a spring. This action. This angle. It's really moist. Lin Shu couldn't help but sigh. While he was observing and learning Tang Manru's movements. It's hard to take your eyes off that fluttering skirt. Unexpectedly. At this moment, he was able to concentrate on doing two things at once. How is it, Mr. Lin? You should understand now, right? Well, I still can't grasp some details. Can Coach Tang please show it again? Oh, okay, Mr. Lin. She looked confused and glanced at Lin Shu suspiciously. Then, Tang Manru also felt a vague gaze from Lin Shu. I suddenly understood what was going on. Even though Lin Shu gave her the impression of being more stable and low-key than other men of the same age. But he is still a man after all, and he is in his 20s, full of vigor and vitality. If you are not interested in your proud figure, Tang Manru began to doubt his sexual orientation. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel hot on her face, and an inexplicable feeling appeared. It was the same gaze, but compared to Yufeng's gaze, it brought about an instinctive physical disgust. For some reason, Lin Shu's gaze made her feel happy and proud. Favorability +1. Seeing this, Lin Shu was stunned. Is this possible? I didn't do anything. Coach Tang like such a serious student? The 2 hours of practice passed quickly. After Lin Shu concentrated on his studies, the feedback he gave on his learning results made Tang Manru deeply moved again. I feel like if you just practice casually, you might be able to reach the top amateur level if you follow Mr. Lin's words. What if I learn from you, Coach Tang? After hearing Lin Shu's question, Tang Manru was stunned for a moment, then answered with a smile. Then you should be able to reach a level close to that of all the professionals. If you want to surpass me, it's probably just a matter of time. Seeing the other party's high evaluation of himself, Lin Shu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After all, the other party has been on the national team. To be able to receive such praise from professional players, it seems that my learning level is still good. Hearing this, Lin Shu became more confident. Okay, then I will practice hard and strive to surpass Coach Tang one day. Okay. Come on. Mr. Lin. Try to surpass me. Maybe you can go to the competition. Tang Manru clenched her fists and encouraged Lin Shu. Favorability +2. But, this sounds a bit weird. But soon her attention was attracted by the thermos cup in Lin Shu's hand. The thermos cup is filled with mist, giving off a rich and fragrant tea aroma. This also made Tang Manru feel quite surprised. I didn't expect that Lin Shu, who is so young and fashionable, actually has such an old-fashioned side. As for Lin Shu at this moment, I drink this after every class to relieve my fatigue. I have to say, after drinking this tea these days, my various body functions have improved a lot. Combined with daily exercise, this also increased his health value from 60 to 65. What's wrong, Coach Tang? Soon, Lin Shu noticed Tang Manru's curious look. Nothing, Mr. Lin, I just think the tea you drink is quite fragrant. Tang Manru couldn't help but blush and explained with a little embarrassment. Would you like to try it? After saying that, Lin Shu handed over the thermos cup in his hand. Well, I'll give it a try. Perhaps the tea aroma from this thermos cup has some kind of magic. This also made Tang Manru, who usually doesn't drink tea, take a sip for some unknown reason. In an instant, a clear and sweet taste lingered in his throat and then echoed in his stomach. Suddenly, even the tiredness after several classes disappeared without a trace. This tea is really delicious. Mr. Lin, what kind of tea is this? Tang Manru showed a surprised expression and couldn't help but take a small sip before asking Lin Shu. It's just a health tea that regulates the body and relieves fatigue. Lin Shuyun explained with a calm smile. I see. Tang Manru's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flicker a little. Although she has no habit of drinking or tasting tea, even so, she also knew that the price of this tea was definitely not cheap and was definitely not something that ordinary people could enjoy. Even when your family is rich and your business is booming. The tea my father usually drinks is several grades worse than this. Just the tea leaves. Tang Manru could vaguely infer how strong Lin Shu's background was. Mr. Lin, could his family be some powerful and hidden family? Chapter 31. Then wear a maid outfit and cook for me? Brother, don't forget the promise we made yesterday. Cat head expression. White silk JK photo.jpg. As soon as Lin Shu left the tennis club, he received a message from Su Chanshan. Remind myself not to forget my upcoming appointment, and also send myself a photo of my outfit today. Looking at the photos sent by the other party, Lin Shu couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. What nice legs. Actually, I didn't have much feeling about white stockings. I always thought that black silk and flesh silk were the best. But now, he realized it after looking at the other person's legs. White silk seems good too. At this moment, he suddenly remembered a sentence. No matter whether it is white silk or black silk, the one that can resist tearing is the good silk. This little girl likes to use these things to test the old cadres every day, right? Do you really think you are a vegetarian? He took a Didi taxi and arrived at the location Su Chanshan sent him. The location is an old residential area in the university town, near the School of Media where Su Chanshan studies. You said you would treat me to a meal, so does that mean we should go to her house? As soon as he got off the car, Lin Shu noticed Su Chanqian standing at the door waiting. Brother. Su Chanqian smiled sweetly, and the unique youthfulness of a female college student came to her face. She was wearing a red JK outfit, with long slender legs under the skirt. Wrapped in a pair of 2D white silk stockings as thin as a cicada's wing, faintly revealing a hint of flesh color. Don't you live on campus, or do you rent a house outside? Lin Shu asked doubtfully. Yeah, sometimes I take some videos and post them on Douyin, so it's not convenient to stay in the hotel, and sometimes my roommates. Su Chanqian hesitated and spoke a little embarrassedly. I see. I understand. Compared with boys' dormitories, girls' dormitories are much more complicated. The various intrigues are no less than those in the palace-fighting TV dramas of the Qing dynasty. It is said that a 4-person female dormitory must have 5, 6, 7, or 8 people in a group chat. It seems to be true. Let's go, brother. I wanted to treat you to a meal tonight, but I think you've probably eaten everything before. Why don't you let me have a taste of my cooking skills? What do you think, brother? As Su Chanqian spoke, she blinked and stuck out her tongue, and she took Lin Shu's arm coquettishly. Perhaps it was the increase in favorability that made Su Chanqian more intimate and bold in her behavior. Okay. Lin Shu felt the touch of each other's soft skin and responded a little distractedly. It is said that if a woman is willing to cook for you, it means she wants to show her best side to you. Cooking is even more of a metaphysics, it's all about the amount of oil, the heat, and the temperature. If done well, it can make both parties enjoy their meal, release a certain kind of dopamine, and increase their favorability towards each other. So, there are 2 women willing to cook for me today? Lin Shu was really talking about cooking. Afterwards, Lin Shu went to the vegetable market with her. Seeing Su Chanqian skillfully picking vegetables in the vegetable market. I originally thought that a female college student like her would be very thin-skinned. But what she didn't expect was that she could actually bargain skillfully with the old men and women. This also allowed Lin Shu to see her unexpectedly true side. After buying groceries, Lin Shu followed Su Chanqian back to the rental house. Brother, my house is a little small, please don't mind. This is the first time I bring a boy home. As soon as she opened the door, Su Chanqian looked a little embarrassed. No, it's safer to be smaller. That's good. Su Chanqian bent down and took off her black patent leather shoes, and lifted up a pair of jade feet tightly wrapped in white silk. In just a moment, Su Chanqian seemed to notice Lin Shu's gaze. She stuffed her feet into the slippers in a panic. Brother, is this a foot fetish? She couldn't help but feel a little proud. Sure enough, I still have some charm. It was all because Lin Shu had been a little cold towards her these past 2 days, causing her to lose confidence in herself. Lin Shu didn't know how to answer for a moment. I didn't expect that I would be labeled a foot fetishist just because I took a look at her taking off her shoes. He is not the type of person who likes to scribble on the corridor, soak his white silk stockings in water, and eat rice in his stinky leather shoes, okay? But she has beautiful legs, there is no doubt about that. What's wrong with liking the jailer? Let's take a step back. What is good if a man is not lustful? How are you? Wait, I'll take off my shoes. Brother, don't move. Let me help you. Because he had just helped to carry some dishes, Lin Shu was a little busy now. Unexpectedly, Su Chanqian squatted down at this time. He started to help himself take off his shoes and put on his slippers without any sign of disgust. In an instant, she turned into a caring and considerate girlfriend. I have to say, this scene made Lin Shu feel happy and even a little touched. It should be said that. Is there any man who doesn't like to be served by a girl wearing white JK stockings? Okay, come in, brother. She looked up at him and smiled sweetly, her eyes full of obedience. Lin Shu nodded, put his things away and walked inside. The house is a 1-bedroom apartment, which was converted into a loft with an Instagram-style decoration and design. Although it is not big, it is quite clean, with some dolls and green plants placed inside. From time to time, the unique fragrance of girls can be smelled. Soon, Lin Shu noticed a maid outfit placed on the sofa, which seemed to be unopened. This is? He picked up the maid costume and asked curiously. Oh, brother, that's the uniform I'm going to use for the next photo shoot. Seeing this, Su Chanqian couldn't help but snatch the uniform from his hand and said shyly. I see, I think it would look good on you. Lin Shu directly expressed his true thoughts. Really? Then, do you like this kind of thing? After hearing what Lin Chu said, Su Chanqian couldn't help but ask curiously with a blushing face. I like it. Is there any man who doesn't like this kind of uniform? Hey, well, if you like it, I can wear it for you, okay? Su Chanqian shyly hugged the maid outfit in her arms, and said after fidgeting for a while. Hiss. Seeing Su Chanqian so delicate, Lin Chu couldn't help but gasp, and his mouth suddenly became a little dry. Suddenly he thought of something and made a suggestion to the other party. Sure, otherwise, you can wear this dress to cook later? Chapter 32. She is really so sensible. Well, then I promise, brother. After hearing Lin Chu's request, Su Chanqian couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She had never worn a maid uniform in front of a man in her life, so of course she was shy. However, she didn't want to spoil Lin Chu's interest because of her shyness. After all, I asked him out for dinner today because I wanted to improve our relationship with him. Lin Chu had ignored her for quite a while these past few days, and she even began to doubt whether she had lost her charm. Or maybe I did something wrong during that date. Therefore, we must take this opportunity to make him happy. A few minutes later, Su Chanqian had already changed into a black and white maid outfit, and she gently pushed open the door and walked out. Lin Chu's eyes immediately brightened. Master, I'm ready. Is this okay? Su Chanqian blushed, and her voice was as gentle as a feather brushing against the tip of my heart. She lowered her head slightly and adjusted the hem of her skirt gently with her fingers. The black lace trembled slightly with her movements, as if drawing a mysterious arc in the air. Under the skirt, the slender legs are looming, wrapped in white stockings just right, paired with red high heels. It looks pure, yet reveals a hint of casual sexiness and charm. The belt around her waist outlines her slender waistline tightly. The bow on her chest rose and fell gently with her full breasts, as if silently inviting something. Hiss. It's really perfect. Lin Chu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ta-di-da. She walked towards Lin Chu wearing 8 centimeters red-soled high heels. Every step was light and graceful, and the high heels made a crisp sound on the floor, as if stirring her heartstrings. Do you like it? In order to make Lin Chu happier, Su Chanqian took the initiative to take on the role of a maid. She sat directly beside Lin Chu, holding Lin Chu's arm. As the granary got closer, Lin Chu couldn't help but feel uneasy. Certainly. Naturally, Lin Chu didn't bother to be polite with her and directly put his arms around her slender waist. He could clearly feel that when he put his hand on Su Chanqian's waist, her body couldn't help but tremble. Favorability +1. I like it very much. Lin Chu leaned close to her ear and said with satisfaction. After hearing these words, Su Chanqian couldn't help but feel shy again and buried her head in Lin Chu's chest. Master, this is really annoying. The next second, Lin Chu's hand was grabbed by Su Chanqian's slender hand. This is? What surprised Lin Chu was that this little girl actually prepared hand silk. I have only seen this thing when watching Douyin anchor videos. After actually seeing it, I can't help but sigh that modern people's design aesthetics are really amazing. This is simply the perfect attack speed buff. The thin black silk hand silk, as smooth as sheep fat, was wrapped around her slender jade hand with red nail polish. It also made Su Chanqian's jade hands instantly become a work of art. Chanqian, you are so beautiful. The two looked at each other and hugged each other tightly. Then, the system prompt sounded in Lin Chu's head. Favorability +1. Favorability +2. Favorability +1. Favorability +2. Half an hour later. Lin Chu sat on the sofa and smoked. Looking at the busy little maid in the kitchen, Su Chanqian couldn't help feeling refreshed. In just a short while, the other party's favorability has skyrocketed by 6 points and now reaches 81. If I work hard today, can I reach 90? Moreover, Lin Chu discovered that Su Chanqian had become more proactive than before. I haven't done anything in the past 2 days. Not only did she not do anything, but Lin Chu even felt that she had neglected her. It wasn't that Lin Chu was deliberately keeping her hanging like this. Because I have been busy these days, I naturally don't have much time to respond to her. Soon, Lin Chu thought of a psychological phenomenon he had learned before. The scarcity effect. When something is hard to obtain, people tend to perceive it as more valuable. The other person's indifference makes you feel scarce, and thus you want the other person's attention or response even more. Obviously, in Su Chanqian's eyes, someone of Lin Chu's status was too outstanding. He was richer and more mature than the boys chasing after him in school. However, his unintentional neglect caused her, who is usually admired by thousands of people, to have self-doubt in Pua. This will make her even more obsessed and want to prove that she is worthy of attention, thus becoming more obsessed with the other person's feelings. To use a more common metaphor, it's like a goddess ignores a licking dog, and the licking dog becomes more excited. After a busy period, Su Chanqian, wearing a maid outfit, came to the dining table carrying several exquisite dishes. There are low-calorie grilled steak, garlic butter shrimp, Italian seafood soup and so on. Lin Shu just now knew that she had good skills. But I didn't expect that. Her craftsmanship is actually really good. Master, dinner is ready for you. Do you want to eat dinner first? Or do you want to eat me first? Su Chanqian squatted on the ground, blinking and grinning, watching herself play out a bad anime meme. Stop making trouble. I'll deal with you after I finish my meal. Get up and eat. Lin Shu slapped her hard. Favorability +1. Hearing Su Chanqian's moaning in pain, Lin Shu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Are you McDonald's? She nodded shyly. Hiss. Wow, there is an unexpected discovery? No wonder the colder I was, the more excited she became. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell rang outside. Hello sir, your takeaway has arrived. Well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Shu took the takeaway and gave him a 100 yuan tip. Just now. He quickly asked the other party to send him a bottle of Princess Louis Cristal champagne and a small umbrella. The other party delivered it in less than half an hour, so he should make the money. Thank you, boss, you are so generous. The delivery guy couldn't help but nodded and thanked him. Yu Guangzhong accidentally saw a beautiful woman with a good figure in a maid outfit. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Oh, it's nice to have money. What city people play with is flowers. Then, the two sat down at the dining table. Su Chanqian, wearing a maid outfit, lit candles for the two of them. The flickering white candlelight matched with the exquisite plating and high-end crystal champagne. Suddenly, there was an atmosphere of a candlelight dinner. Let me do it, master. Su Chanqian carefully picked up the Princess Louis crystal champagne on the table and poured it for him. I was afraid that it would accidentally spill outside the wine glass. After all, before this, she accidentally saw the price of the takeout order, 48,888 per bottle. For me, this is a sky-high priced wine. Looking at the service of the little maid, Lin Shu nodded with great satisfaction. That's really thoughtful. Who can not love such a cute and sexy little maid? This wine doesn't seem to be cold enough, I'll go get some ice cubes. After saying that, Su Chanqian seemed to remember something and immediately ran to the refrigerator and took out the frozen ice cubes. He put 2 pieces of ice in each of Lin Shu's and his own wine glasses. Well, I heard that champagne tastes better when it's chilled. Su Chanqian looked at Lin Shu shyly. TSK. This little girl. You are really sensible. Chapter 33, Cultivating the Temperament of a Male God? Reward, Basic Acting and Etiquette Training. Being sensible is being sensible. But why did she only pour 1 glass? Do I have to wait for myself to drink first? Before Lin Shu could come to his senses, Su Chanqian just picked up the glass goblet and took a sip. De. She walked to Lin Shu again in her high heels and hugged him. She looked at him with a slightly dazed and somewhat shy look. TSK. It really makes people commit crimes. The next second, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Shu's head. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. A few minutes later, a silver line stretched out. I'm sorry, master brother, I can't drink much. Su Chanqian's fair face suddenly turned red again. He looked at Lin Shu embarrassedly and said, It's okay, then you should drink less, I'll do the drinking. Lin Shu smiled gently and touched Su Chanqian's head. I have to say that she is usually pure and lovely. I didn't expect such an unexpected contrast. He finally understood why those ancient kings, princes, generals and ministers loved to sleep drunk on the lap of a beauty so much. With a beauty like this to drink with you, anyone would be confused, and sooner or later the family would be broken up by drinking. Master brother, let me feed you. Su Chanqian began to cut the steak for Lin Shu obediently and then put it into his mouth. It's delicious. I didn't expect your cooking skills are so good. Hate. Su Qianqian glanced at Lin Shu with a resentful look, then shyly lowered her head again. As long as the master brother likes it. Of course I like it very much. Since there is such a lovely and beautiful maid with white silk stockings feeding me personally. My hands are idle anyway. Lin Shu simply opened his mouth to eat while unlocking the screen. I started playing the little game on my phone, Battle of Balls. Brother. I didn't expect you to be so good at this game. Looking at Lin Shu playing the game Battle of Balls on his mobile phone, Su Qianqian couldn't help but admire him. Maybe it was because of the alcohol. Su Qianqian's face became redder and redder, and her delicate look was lovable. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. An hour later. After finishing his meal, Lin Shu, lying on the bed, lit a cigarette with a refreshed look on his face. It is said that a cigarette after a meal is better than being a living god. This is absolutely true. Just when the two of them were eating and playing games. Su Qianqian's favorability has also reached 90. She became the first female character to break 90 in her social relationships. At the same time, the system also gave itself random task rewards. He immediately clicked on the mission reward. Posture Training Book, X1, Basic Acting Skills, X1. Posture Training Book, after use, it can subtly correct the host's posture within a month. Develop the elegant and masculine temperament in every gesture. Oh my god. This is really good. Although at first glance this posture training book doesn't seem to be of much use. But in fact, posture is crucial to a person's appearance. Take the most obvious example. It is a comparison between internet celebrities with millions of fans and popular stars. Many internet celebrities are as good-looking as celebrities. Even better in some aspects, but they often find it difficult to step onto a bigger stage. The root of it is the temperament and demeanor that celebrities have accumulated over the years. The elegance and composure she exudes in her every gesture are hard to achieve for internet celebrities. Stars undergo professional body training and long-term experience in public occasions. Whether it is standing posture, sitting posture, smile or eyes, everything has been carefully polished. Most internet celebrities rely on filters and specific angles, and lack systematic training in etiquette. Once you leave your familiar shooting environment, it's easy to look cramped or unnatural. This gap is not only reflected in appearance, but also in inner aura and self-confidence. The elegance of a star comes from within, while the charm of an internet celebrity relies more on external factors. Thinking of this, Lin Shu had a deeper understanding of the value of the posture training book. He decided to use it immediately so that he could also have that kind of elegance that was hard to ignore. The next second. A lot of knowledge about morphology and etiquette is gradually being integrated into Lin Shu's subconscious mind. He couldn't help but feel that the way he smoked had become more elegant and handsome. Even Su Qianqian next to him couldn't help but come over. She hugged herself tightly and smiled like a crazy girl. Brother, why do I feel that you look so handsome and manly when you smoke? I like it so much. Ahem, that's natural. While puffing out smoke, Lin Shu checked the next skill card of Basic Acting. Basic Acting Skills. After using this skill, the host will be able to quickly master acting skills at the level of Beijing Film Academy and the Central Academy of Drama, and reach the shooting level of most movies and TV series. This skill card looks pretty nice too. Don't think this is just elementary acting. But in this era where young and handsome men are in vogue, and people only look at the capital instead of the acting skills. If Lin Shu were allowed to film a movie, he would be able to easily beat a lot of young handsome guys in seconds. Although the rewards for these two tasks are very good. But they are all oriented towards performing arts and body shape. Could it be that? Soon, Lin Shu seemed to have thought of something. He touched Su Qianqian's head and asked. Qianqian, what major did you study in college? Ha? I majored in acting and modeling, brother, what's the matter? Su Qianqian looked into Lin Shu's eyes and said shyly. Nothing, I was just wondering, no wonder your legs are so long. After saying that, Lin Shu rubbed Su Qianqian's torn long white silk legs. Hate. It made her even more shy. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. If Lin Shu's guess is correct. The reward for this female character's favorability reaching 90. It should be linked to the skills and professional attributes of this female character. Because Su Qianqian studied acting and modeling. That's why the system gave me 2 posture training books and basic acting skills. If you look at it this way, this system setting is quite interesting. Of course, all this is just my own guess. The details can only be verified when the next female character reaches level 90. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Lin Shu was speculating like this, Lin Shu's cell phone on the bedside table began to vibrate. He picked up the phone and answered it. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Manager Su from the Hangzhou Bentley 4S store. The Bentley Continental GT you ordered will arrive at the store tomorrow. Chapter 34. What? You call Bentley a mobility scooter? On the phone, Manager Chen from the Bentley 4S store is informing Lin Shu that the car has arrived at the store. Not only that, they have already helped Lin Shu to handle the license plate registration and all the formalities. So tomorrow Lin Shu just needs to go there to sign and hold a car delivery ceremony. After all, people like Lin Shu are their big clients, and they dare not neglect them in the slightest. Okay, I understand. I'll go there when I'm free tomorrow. Lin Shu replied calmly and then hung up the phone. I just hung up the phone. Su Chanxian, who heard the conversation on the side, asked Lin Shu with a surprised look on her face. Brother, did you buy a car? A Bentley? Well, it's just a car for transportation, buy it and drive it first. Lin Shu responded with a smile. Although Bentley is indeed his first car, it is definitely not his only one. Ah? Su Chanxian was stunned for a moment and blinked her beautiful eyes. No. You call a Bentley a mobility scooter? What about other luxury cars? She couldn't help but sigh in her heart again. This brother Lin Shu was really too rich. At first I thought he was just a rich second generation with assets worth several million. But now he bought a car worth 3 or 4 million at once. This shows how strong his strength is. Lin Shu's strength once again refreshed her understanding of rich people. Not only is he handsome and rich, he is also in good health. And every aspect of it is in line with my preference for a domineering president. No matter where you are, it is satisfying. When I think of this, her long legs couldn't help but put it up again. She acted coquettishly towards Lin Shu. Brother, you are so handsome. Hiss, there's nothing I can do about being handsome. Lin Shu shook his head and put out the cigarette. Why? Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, after Lin Shu got up and took a look at the messy battlefield, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. After more than 4 years, I finally said goodbye to the fifth girl. He is no longer the condor hero who once supported himself in the lonely nights. Looking at Su Chanxian falling asleep happily, Lin Shu kissed her forehead lightly and then got up from the bed. After washing up, Lin Shu stood in front of the mirror. I took another look at myself every day. Maybe it was because I used the posture training book yesterday. Lin Shu could clearly feel that. My arms and spine, which had been bent by life and work for a long time, straightened up. His eyes and expression revealed an inexplicable elegance and calmness. The pupils are deep and carry a hint of unfathomable attraction. To be narcissistic, if he were a woman, I would probably be attracted to him at first sight. After getting dressed, Lin Shu headed to the tennis club as usual. As soon as he arrived at the club entrance, he noticed that the atmosphere was a little different today. The receptionist did not greet him enthusiastically as usual. Instead, he stood respectfully next to a man wearing Hermes casual clothes and black sunglasses, whispering something. Soon, the receptionist noticed Lin Shu and raised her head with a smile on her face. Mr. Lin, you are here. Lin Shu nodded, but his eyes involuntarily fell on the man in sunglasses. The receptionist was about to introduce them, but the man in sunglasses had already walked over with big strides. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a young and handsome face. He reached out and shook Lin Shu's hand enthusiastically, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. I'm the owner of this club, Wei Yi. Lin Shu was a little caught off guard by this sudden enthusiasm, but still responded politely. Hello, Mr. Wei, may I ask? Wei Yi smiled, his tone relaxed and natural. I was on a business trip in Shanghai a few days ago and just returned to Hangzhou today. I heard that you bought more than 100 private lessons in our club at one time, worth more than 300,000 yuan. It's really a big deal. How can I not come and meet a distinguished guest like you in person? Lin Shu then realized that this was the reason why the other party came to him. He smiled slightly, his tone calm. Mr. Wei, you're too polite. I'm just interested in tennis and would like to support the club's business. Wei Yi waved his hand, speaking sincerely. Mr. Lin, you are too modest. People like you who are capable and have good taste are exactly the most welcome customers in our club. I just came back from studying in the United States this year, and my father handed this club over to me. I also want to meet more friends like you, so that we can communicate more in the future, and maybe we can have the opportunity to cooperate. Lin Shu nodded, and his impression of Wei Yi improved a little. Although the other party is the young master of the club, his attitude is humble and there is no arrogance of a rich second generation in his words. Instead, he gives people a sincere feeling. Mr. Wei is young and promising. Please take care of me in the future. Lin Shu said politely. Wei Yi laughed and patted Lin Shu on the shoulder. Mr. Lin, you are so polite. When you come to the club next time, just tell me if you need anything. Don't be shy. By the way, you are going to take Coach Tang's class today, right? She is the ace coach of our club. You have a good eye. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Wei Yi said goodbye and left with a lingering feeling. Lin Shu looked at his back and thought to himself. Although Wei Yi is young, he is quite experienced in dealing with people. It seems that he is not the kind of rich second generation who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Shaking his head, Lin Shu put away his thoughts, turned and walked towards the tennis court. Came to the tennis court. Lin Shu saw Tang Manru leading a little girl of 6 or 7 years old doing stretching exercises. Under the parasol next to the court, sitting on a chair was a beautiful young woman wearing a white Chanel sun hat, with elegant manners and still charming demeanor. The snow-white skin was as delicate as mutton fat, and it sparkled slightly in the sunlight. Just from his expression and behavior, one can tell that the other person is definitely a wealthy and powerful person. Okay, say goodbye to Coach Tang. She stood up, swaying her beautiful body and walked in front of the girl. Goodbye Coach Tang. Goodbye Shue, the next class is next Monday, remember to come early. Tang Manru said goodbye to her with a gentle smile before noticing Lin Shu nearby. Mr. Lin, you are here. The beautiful young woman holds the little girl's hand. After her beautiful eyes stayed on Lin Shu for a moment, she nodded politely and left the court. Lin Shu also responded calmly. Then let's start the class. Wait, sorry, Mr. Lin, I have to answer a phone call first. Just as Tang Manru was preparing for class, a rapid ring rang from her backpack which was placed in the rest area not far away. Chapter 35, Lin Shu, who is rich and considerate, makes her favorability soar. Tang Manru opened her backpack and took out her cell phone. When she saw the caller ID, her expression froze slightly. She quickly ran a few steps away and answered the phone in a low voice. Mom, what's wrong? I'm at work now. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. Ro, your dad has run into some problems again, and I need you to transfer tens of thousands of dollars to him. Didn't I just transfer tens of thousands of yuan a while ago? Why do you want more money? Hearing her mother asking her for money again, Tang Manru said helplessly. This time it's not a debt collector, it's your father who sprained his ankle, it seems. The ligament was torn, the surgery will cost a lot of money. What happened to my dad? The ligaments are broken? This is no small matter. After hearing my mother's answer, Tang Manru couldn't help but worry about her father's health. After a while, she looked down at her cell phone and saw that her mother had sent her father's hospitalization certificate. Her fingers slid lightly across the screen, and her heart felt heavy, as if a stone was pressing on it. I'll transfer another 100,000 to you. I only have this much left on my card. Her voice was very soft, as if squeezed from her throat. How did my dad get it? Beep, beep. Before Tang Manru could ask about her father's condition, her mother quickly hung up the phone. She held the phone and stood there for a few seconds, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Although she has become accustomed to this situation, she still can't help feeling sad every time she receives such a call. Why? She put her phone back into her backpack, took a deep breath, and walked to the tennis court with a forced smile. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, shall we continue with the class? Her voice was still gentle and there was a professional smile on her face. Looking at her like this, Lin Shu didn't say anything. Soon, the two began their daily study and practice. Today we are still practicing basic ball feel, forehand and backhand. However, she, who is usually full of energy, seemed a little absent-minded today. Tang Manru stood on the tennis court, holding a racket in her hand, but her eyes were a little distracted. Although her eyes were on Lin Shu opposite her, her thoughts had already drifted away. What my mother said on the phone and the situation at home still seemed to echo in my ears. I had saved up money with great difficulty for half a year, but it was all taken away by my family in just these 2 months. Although Lin Shu gave me a commission for buying lessons this month, according to my current family situation, who can guarantee that this money can be saved? She originally planned to use the money to participate in some competitions. But now, this goal seems to be getting farther and farther away. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the handle of the racket, and her palms were slightly sweaty. Coach Tang, it's your turn to serve. Lin Shu's voice came from the other side, with a hint of warning. Tang Manru suddenly came back to her senses and forced a smile. Yeah, okay. She threw the ball up, but her swing seemed a little stiff. The ball did not fly over the net as expected, but hit the net directly and bounced back. Sorry, I'll try again. She whispered, bending down to pick up the ball, her fingers shaking slightly. She took a deep breath and tried to focus. But the image of my father lying on the hospital bed appeared in my mind again. She bit her lower lip and tossed the ball again, but her swing was still not smooth enough. Although the ball passed the net, its landing point was extremely off and flew directly out of bounds. Lin Shu frowned, put down the racket, and walked towards her. Coach Tang, you don't seem to be in a good condition today. Are you feeling unwell? Tang Manru lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, her voice a little hoarse. No, it's okay, maybe I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a little tired. Lin Shu did not respond immediately, but looked at her expression carefully. Her face was a little pale and her eyes were wandering. She completely lacked the focus and energy she usually had in class. Her fingers were tightly gripping the racket, her knuckles were slightly white, and she was obviously suppressing some emotions. If you don't feel well, we can take the class another day. Lin Shu's tone was gentle and concerned. Tang Manru shook her head and forced a smile. No need, Mr. Lin, I'm fine, let's continue. Soon, she adjusted her mindset, because the other party was Lin Shu after all. You can't bring your emotions to work, this is a big taboo. Well, let's continue. Since the other party said so, Lin Shu didn't say anything more. After all, there is no such thing as easy in the adult world. Everyone has more or less troubles in life. Before this, Lin Shu knew this better than anyone else. Since she didn't want to say more, he wouldn't ask any more questions. It's enough to let her go at this time. Favorability +2. Afterwards, the 3 classes ended with continuous practice. Lin Shu was still sitting on the bench in the rest area drinking tea just like yesterday. Take a sip, maybe it will make you feel more relaxed, he said to Tang Manru with a smile. Okay, then I will respectfully obey your orders, Mr. Lin. Tang Manru did not bother to be polite with Lin Shu, but took the cup of tea he poured. After taking a few sips, his originally furrowed brows couldn't help but relax. An inexplicable force once again echoed in my heart. The anger that had been pent up in my heart was instantly relieved. She knew yesterday that this was a good tea, and she also knew that it could relieve fatigue and calm the mind. But didn't expect it to have such a magical effect? Or is it that all this is just a psychological issue? In fact, it was Lin Shu's gentleness and thoughtfulness that made him feel much better. Compared to the effect of tea, Tang Manru believes this statement more. Favorability +3. Thank you, Mr. Lin, I seem to be feeling much better now. Tang Manru smiled and said. Well, Coach Tang doesn't have any classes today, right? Lin Shu nodded and said to Tang Manru. Well, there are no classes today. Could it be that the car has arrived? Tang Manru seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes flickered. Yes, I promised you before that the first thing I would do when I picked up the car was to take you for a ride. So if you're not busy, let's go together later? After Lin Shu finished the tea in his hand, he slowly stood up. How can a luxury car be without a beautiful woman? Okay, then I'll have to take advantage of Mr. Lin later. Thinking about being able to sit in the car of my dreams later. Tang Manru's originally depressed mood couldn't help but ease a lot. Perhaps, today's troubles can also dissipate with the wind. Chapter 36, Young and Promising, Driving a Bentley. A two-way trip with Tang Manru. Mr. Lin, please sign your name. In the Bentley 4S store, Manager Su handed over the vehicle receipt form with both hands. Behind him, a group of staff in suits and uniforms stood neatly in rows on both sides. Lin Shu leaned forward slightly, and his slender fingers gently grasped the exquisite pen, his fingertips glowing faintly in the sunlight. With the help of the posture training book, his movements were smooth and calm, and the tip of the pen moved across the paper, leaving behind elegant arcs, as if each stroke has a unique rhythm. When signing, he turned his wrist slightly, his movements were quick and decisive, without any delay, as if everything was under his control. The moment the pen tip touched the paper, a slight rustling sound was heard, as if accompanying his elegant temperament. When he put down his pen and raised his head, his eyes were calm but with an invisible sense of oppression. It was as if the whole world had quieted down under his gaze. The air around him seemed to become solemn because of his presence, yet full of heart-stirring charm. "It's so handsome and elegant." Tang Manru and other staff members couldn't help but hold their breath. My heartbeat quickened, as if I was firmly attracted by his aura and couldn't look away. After signing, the store is carrying out the final stage of the car delivery ceremony. "Mr. Lin, congratulations again on becoming a distinguished Bentley owner." The manager, the photographer nearby, and Tang Manru all took pictures of Lin Shu, who was standing next to the Bentley Continental. The photographer quickly adjusted the angle to capture his every subtle movement. The flash kept flashing, freezing his figure in the picture. Manager Su was all smiles, directing the photographer to take more pictures, and complimenting. "Mr. Lin, your temperament and this car are a perfect match. This photo will definitely become a classic promotional photo for our store." Lin Shu nodded slightly, his expression indifferent, as if all this was natural. He seemed to have thought of something. "Coach Tang, come over and take a couple of pictures too." "May I?" Tang Manru was a little surprised. Of course, a beautiful car goes with a beautiful woman, which is also a recognition of this car. "Bulu no longer needs affirmation, I'll just take it as a compliment from you." Tang Manru smiled, and the way she looked at Lin Shu was a little different. Afterwards, Tang Manru also stood in front of the white Bentley Continental GT. Today, she dressed up specially for Lin Shu's car delivery ceremony. A slim-fitting black one-shoulder skirt perfectly outlines her graceful figure, and the hem just reaches her thighs. She showed off her long and straight legs, and the pair of red high-heeled shoes on her feet made her look taller and more elegant. After taking a few photos, Tang Manru's bright and beautiful eyes fell on Lin Shu. "Mr. Lin, can we take a photo together?" Lin Shu raised his eyebrows and walked to her side. As soon as he walked over, he felt his arm being held by her and pressed against her softness. Lin Shu naturally didn't say anything, but followed her wishes and gently hugged her slender waist. Such a combination of handsome men, beautiful women and luxury cars naturally aroused envy and admiration from everyone present. Driving a Bentley at a young age instantly became a concrete fact. After taking the photos, Lin Shu took the key and sat in the driver's seat, glancing at Tang Manru, who was standing next to the car. "Come on up, Coach Tang. Today I really benefited from Mr. Lin's help." Tang Manru opened the car door, stroked her hip skirt with both hands, and gently bent her legs. A standard fight about the standard sitting posture in a tight skirt was staged. The posture of getting into the car is standard, elegant, and sexy. Lin Shu suddenly became a little distracted. It is indeed the top-of-the-line Bentley Continental GT. Sitting in the supportive leather seat, Tang Manru looked up at the starry sky with a surging heart. Lin Shu started the car, and instantly, the colorful ambient lights in the car lit up quickly. The distinctive flip screen of the central console quickly lights up. Lin Shu greeted Manager Su and started the car. As a man who has never driven a car since he got his driver's license, Lin Shu was not in a hurry to step on the accelerator to make a noise. Instead, he left the 4S store very smoothly. Although Lin Shu hadn't driven a car for a long time, with the help of the primary learning card, he was able to drive less than 2 kilometers. He immediately became familiar with the route and instantly turned into an experienced driver. The rate of people turning back to look at me along the way was off the charts. More importantly, driving this top-of-the-line Bentley Continental GT gave him a very refreshing driving experience. The originally congested Hangzhou elevated road has become extremely smooth. Almost no one in the surrounding cars dared to get too close to me, for fear that a scratch would result in the loss of their own car. Not to mention cutting in, even normal turning conditions. As long as Lin Shu's car doesn't move, everyone else's cars won't move either. Only after Lin Shu's car started and drove a distance did they dare to start slowly. I remember this elevated road was always very congested. Could it be that this is the ultimate driving experience for distinguished Bentley owners? Compared with her Xiaomi SU7, the road conditions here are simply not in the same city. Tang Manro said with a bit of disbelief, looking at Lin Shu, who was driving with one hand with envy. Coach Tang, with your outstanding abilities, it's only a matter of time before you can buy a Bentley. Lin Shu spun the B logo steering wheel in his hand and exclaimed in admiration. Thank you for Mr. Lin's kind words. This is too far away for me. But for me, being able to sit in the passenger seat is enough for me. Tang Manro smiled calmly upon hearing that, and generously looked at Lin Shu's handsome profile. Come to think of it, you're also the first person to sit in my passenger seat. Lin Shu glanced at Tang Manro's beautiful legs under her black hip skirt. I heard that the legs of the co-pilot of a Bentley owner have an inexplicable magnetic force. From time to time, it would be sucked towards the central control. Thinking of this, Lin Shu couldn't help but reach for the central control. So I am Mr. Lin's first woman as co-pilot? Seeing Lin Shu's hand reaching for the central control, she bit her sexy lips and spoke slowly. Although she is not unreasonable, she is not such a casual woman. Because of her affection for Lin Shu, she consciously put her snow-white legs together and slowly moved closer. Mr. Lin's girlfriend wouldn't mind, right? Feeling the warm hand on her leg, Tang Manru blushed and couldn't help but play a bad joke. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Feeling the other party's two-way rush, Lin Shu smiled calmly. That's true. An ordinary woman is not worthy of a man as outstanding as Mr. Lin. After hearing Lin Shu's answer, Tang Manru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In order to ease her mood at the moment, she asked Lin Shu curiously. Mr. Lin, where are we going next? A place where you can relax. Lin Shu smiled and pointed to the destination not far ahead. Have you ever heard of Shanshui Muge Health Club? Chapter 37, Shanshui Muge Health Club, Meeting an Old Classmate. Shanshui Muge Health Club? I have heard of this name before. I heard it is the largest health club in Hangzhou? After hearing what Lin Shu said, a hint of curiosity flashed across Tang Manru's eyes. She had heard of Shanshui Muge, after all, she dealt with rich people every day. I heard that the bathing service there is quite good, with complete equipment and entertainment facilities. Yes, I have never been there either, so I thought of taking you to experience it together. Lin Shu smiled and said that he also learned about this place by chance after hearing about it from a colleague. But the service prices are not so friendly. When I heard that the basic price started at 1,888, I instantly gave up the idea of spending some money. Now that I have money and time, I have to go and experience it myself. Although this was the first time he brought a woman to such a place. But it does not affect his enjoyment of the best quality service there. In fact, life is like this. When I was working, sometimes I was under a lot of pressure, so I would inevitably want to find a way to vent. Drinking a little wine, eating some barbecue, chatting with friends, and washing your feet, although it can't completely solve the problem, it can at least make you feel a little more relaxed. Lin Shu spoke the simplest words while spinning the steering wheel of the Bentley in his hands. Mr. Lin is right. It's good to relax occasionally. However, I don't enjoy life as much as you do. I usually work all the time and I have never been to places like this. Tang Manro nodded slightly, with a hint of a smile on her lips. She suddenly felt that Lin Shu's behavior sometimes revealed an elegant gentleman of the upper class. But sometimes it is very down to earth and does not give people a sense of strangeness or distance at all. Undoubtedly, Lin Shu was channeling himself in his own unique way. Favorability +3. Half an hour later, Lin Shu drove the Bentley Continental GT to the Shanshui Muge Health Club. He slowly parked the car between two Cadillac CT5s. Welcome. When Lin Shu and Tang Manru arrived at the hall, the customers and staff around them couldn't help but stare at them. One is handsome and the other is sexy and charming, which seems a bit too eye-catching in this kind of entertainment club. Could these two be internet celebrities from somewhere? Many people couldn't help but speculate secretly, and some even noticed his white Bentley Continental GT parked at the door and took out their phones to take pictures. Let's go for 60,000 first. Lin Shu took out his bank card and said to the receptionist. Yes, sir. The receptionist took the bank card from his hand, but she couldn't help feeling shocked. Go for 60,000 right away. This guy looks like some rich young man from somewhere. But Lin Shu didn't care about these. This time the consumption was for the opposite sex, so it would be reimbursed. It can also be considered as taking advantage of the system, and the money that cannot be spent this time can be used next time. Soon, the front desk manager walked towards them. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the manager here, my last name is Wu. Well, do you have a 3,888 psychological healing program here? Lin Shu nodded calmly and asked him. Yes, sir. This project is on the third floor. Please follow me. Following Manager Wu's steps, the two came to the third floor at Shanshuamuch Health Club. The decoration style of the third floor is extremely luxurious, as if you are in an exquisite oriental garden. At the entrance is a rockery shrouded in clouds and mist, with water flowing slowly down the mountain, making a crisp sound. There is a large pond under the rockery, in which koi worth tens of thousands of yuan are swimming, colorful and leisurely. There are several antique stone lamps dotted around the pool, and the soft light is reflected on the water, making it look particularly quiet. It makes people's hearts calm down a little. Compared to the bustle on the first and second floors, this place seems a bit calmer. But this is understandable. Generally, the projects here start at a minimum of 2 to 3,000, and few people come here to be sucked. However, Lin Chu is an exception. Because he is not short of money, he comes here purely to enjoy himself, and by the way, he can also improve the favorability of girls. Why not? We're here. VIP room 888 is the dedicated room for the psychological healing program. You two can go change your clothes first before experiencing it. Manager Wu gave a professional smile. Mr. Lin, see you later. Tang Manru said softly, then walked towards the women's locker room. Lin Shu nodded and responded easily, see you later. He went into the men's locker room and changed into some comfortable clothes. When he returned to the hall again, he saw a familiar figure. A slightly stout man wearing a Rolex Daytona. A young man in a floral shirt was feeding the koi in the pond with a cigarette in his mouth. Brother Chen? Lin Chu couldn't help but shout at him. Lin Chu? Oh my god, ahem. No, the big client that Manager Wu told me about turned out to be you? When Gao Chen saw Lin Chu, he was stunned for a moment and his mouth was choked by the smoke. Why are you here? Could it be that? Lin Chu was also very surprised that he didn't expect to meet him here. Gao Chen is a senior in his university basketball club. He is a typical second-generation rich man and is nicknamed the Emperor of Bathing. He was also one of the people who introduced Lin Chu's foot bath project. When I was in college, I would often go out with him for a period of time. But we haven't been in touch much since graduation, which is about 4 or 5 years. You guessed it right, this club is owned by my father, and I am now the second in command here. Gao Chen took out a pack of Dichongjiu from his pocket and handed a cigarette to Lin Chu. Sure, Brother Chen. No wonder you took us to various clubs every day when we were in college. I guess you are expanding your network and familiarizing yourself with the business ahead of time, right? Lin Chu patted Gao Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile. Gao Chen is a very outgoing person. Although he looks fierce, he can get along with everyone. When he was in college, he would run into people he knew wherever he went. His network of contacts is quite extensive. Thinking of this, Lin Chu finally understood something. There's nothing I can do. This is what my family does. As the saying goes, like father, like son. I just look like my grandfather. Gao Chen laughed and waved his hand. But I'm really surprised that it's you. So how are you and the school beauty Li Yue doing? You and her had a big fight at school before. Gao Chen suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but gossip. Chapter 38, When you walk in society, you will find the ways of the world everywhere. Don't mention it, Brother Chen, that's all in the past. We didn't keep in touch after graduation. Her family was well off and she had the ability to study abroad. As for me, my family situation was not very good at that time, and I felt that I was not worthy of her, so I stopped pestering her. Lin Chu shook his head and said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Gao Chen frowned, patted Lin Chu on the shoulder and joked. You kid, I've wanted to say something to you a long time ago. You've grown a face that is just for nothing. If I were you, wouldn't it be nice to be a gigolo? Brother Chen, you know me too. I'm thin-skinned. How can I make a living by relying on women? Lin Chu smiled indifferently and waved his hand. Perhaps he had heard others mention his relationship with Li Yue before. His heart would skip a beat and he would feel uncomfortable for a long time. But now, he is no longer the same as before. Yes, I understand. Money is the courage of a hero. A man without money will be led by a woman. But you are getting better now, you just recharged the 60,000 yuan membership fee casually. Having said that, Gao Chen couldn't help but look at Lin Shu with a new respect again. Lin Shu used to be good in everything except that he had a bit of inferiority complex. To be honest, if it weren't for his handsome looks, playing with him would attract a lot of girls. A rich second generation like Gao Chen might not be willing to play with someone from such a background. It's fate that I can meet you here, Brother Chen. Don't worry, we are all good brothers. We won't treat you badly when you come here. There are still hidden menus. Gao Chen patted Lin Shu on the shoulder with an expression that showed he understood. Hidden menu? Lin Shu was stunned for a moment. Then he seemed to understand something. I'm not sleepy anymore after you said this. For example, mouth-watering chicken, for happiness meatballs, American hot dogs, etc. And they are not packaged like those working flight attendants, internet celebrities, and even special shows for anime cosplayers. Gao Chen winked at Lin Shu frantically and whispered in his ear. That's awesome, Brother Chen, but isn't this a formal place? It's not bad to make money. You don't know how competitive this industry is now. All those girls who are a bit pretty use beauty filters to go fishing for the top guy. That's true. After hearing this, Lin Shu felt very confident. He also knew several anchors in the company before. It is said that before becoming a host, he worked part-time in some shopping malls or clubs. Every time I see myself, I call him brother. The emotional value I give him is quite sufficient. That mouth is quite sweet, and it makes Lin Shu confused. So, I'm planning to do a special show for the island country soon. Oh my god, that girl is so hot. Just when Gao Chen was about to say something. As far as his eyes could see, a sexy lady with a good figure was walking slowly towards them. Mr. Lin, I'm fine. Who is this? Tang Manru was wearing a very simple women's club suit, but it still couldn't hide her curvy and hot body. One of my senior classmates in college, Gao Chen, is also the boss here. Lin Shu nodded and introduced Tang Manru. Hello, Mr. Gao, my name is Tang Manru. Hello, Miss Tang, nice to meet you. I hope you can have fun here. If you need anything, just let me know. Hearing Lin Shu's words that he had very high emotional intelligence, Gao Chen proudly puffed out his chest and said with a smile. Okay, thank you Mr. Gao. Tang Manru smiled slightly and walked to Lin Shu's side. Brother Chen, I'll be leaving now. Okay, Lin Shu, if you're free someday, let's get together. Gao Chen nodded, waved his hand and said with a smile. He looked at the backs of Lin Shu and Tang Manru as they left side by side, and couldn't help feeling envious. He stood in the hall, a cigarette in his hand, but his eyes followed the two figures until they disappeared at the end of the corridor. This kid, no wonder even the school bell is not attached to him. With such a top-notch girl, who wouldn't be confused? Gao Chen muttered softly, with a hint of sourness in his tone. The image of Tang Manru just now appeared in his mind. That figure and temperament are simply impeccable. Especially when she smiles, there is a hint of charm between her eyebrows, but it doesn't make people feel frivolous. Such a woman, let alone Lin Shu. Even a rich second generation like him who was used to seeing beautiful women had to admit that Tang Manru was indeed a top-notch beauty. Under the guidance of the manager, Lin Shu and Tang Manru walked around the third floor and came to a place similar to yoga. The entire floor was covered with soft yoga mats, with two lying cushions in the middle. There are toolboxes on both sides, which contain various ear cleaning tools, and a wooden table next to them. There was a bouquet of flowers on it and wooden incense burners in the candlesticks. Hello, both of you. The woman sitting cross-legged in the middle smiled a very healing smile when she saw the two of them come in, and motioned for them to sit on either side. It is really hard to associate such a formal and serious place with the hidden menu that Gao Chen just mentioned. I am the psychological therapy teacher for this session. Please lie down first. When Lin Shu saw a singing bowl placed in front of Teacher Fong, he immediately paid attention. It turns out that this psychological healing project is singing bowl therapy. Before, he would occasionally play some audio to help him sleep when he couldn't sleep at night. Many people say that this is just a project for rich people to spend money to have fun. Today, Lin Shu had the opportunity to experience it personally to see what it was actually like. After he and Tang Manru lay down, suddenly, two girls in silk uniforms walked in from the door. They had fair skin and slim figures. The two of them knelt on top of Lin Shu and Tang Manru, indicating that they could rest their heads on their legs. Knee pillow? There is actually such a service. To be honest, I have never experienced it before. After making eye contact with the girl above him, she couldn't help but shyly dodge a little. Two guests, let us help you clean your ear canals first. Boom! As the woman struck the singing bowl with a mallet, the ethereal sound, like the sound of Sanskrit, instantly echoed throughout the huge room. The girl's technique was quite skillful as she cleaned the foreign object from her ear. Lying on her soft thighs, a pleasant aroma wafted from her from time to time. It makes people feel relaxed and happy immediately. The whole process lasted for more than an hour. During this time, Lin Shu almost fell asleep. However, he heard the psychological therapy teacher Fong talking to Tang Manru beside him from time to time. It seemed as if he was helping her to resolve the troubles in her heart. After the entire treatment was completed, Lin Shu walked out of the treatment room refreshed. Tang Manru on the side seemed to be much more relaxed, and her joy was visibly visible. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for bringing me to experience such a wonderful project. Tang Manru obviously also knew that according to Lin Shu's status and position, he must have come to accompany her to heal his body and mind. Although he did not care about the troubles in his heart, he cared for and healed himself in his own way. She couldn't help but feel fond of him again. Favorability +3. You're welcome, Manager Wu. Please help me pay with my card. Lin Shu smiled calmly and said to Manager Wu, who had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Lin, Mr. Gao has waived the bill for your purchase this time. Manager Wu smiled and responded respectfully. Is it free? Lin Shu's eyes flashed with surprise, then he nodded and said to Manager Wu. How about this, then add another 100,000 to my card. Chapter 39, the relationship with Tang Manru heats up, and he encounters Peninsula girl Shin Mina by chance? Mr. Lin is so generous. Hearing this, Manager Wu immediately bowed respectfully to Lin Shu and smiled brightly. You're welcome. Lin Shu didn't say anything, but took out his bank card and swiped 100,000 yuan. Now for me, 100,000 yuan is just the cost of a meal. Besides, all the expenses today were reimbursed by the system. Soon, Manager Wu completed the recharge service and handed over the store's supreme VIP black card with both hands. Mr. Lin, we have upgraded you to the highest membership of our store. After you top up, plus the gift amount, the total is 200,000 yuan. Well, thank you, Manager Wu. Mr. Lin, take care. Manager Wu winked at the people around him. I wish our distinguished guest Mr. Lin a safe journey. Welcome, Mr. Lin, please come next time. All of a sudden, all the staff in the hall stood in a row and bowed to the two of them. The customers who came to have their feet washed were stunned for a moment. Among them, many are old customers who often visit here. It was also the first time for them to see someone washing feet in such a grand manner. Lin Shu had just taken a few steps out of the club. His cell phone rang. It was Gao Chen calling him. However, this was also within Lin Shu's expectations. Lin Shu, why are you so polite to me? Gao Chen on the phone said in a very unhappy tone. This is your first time to shop in our store, and I really want to treat you well. After all, we are all brothers. You say? If you want to top up, just show your appreciation. There is no need to top up so much and make things so awkward. Brother Chen, I'm not being polite to you. I really think your service is good. Besides, this money is not given to you for free. I come here to spend money next time? Lin Shu responded with a smile. Hey, you kid, okay, since you're giving me so much face, I can't just not show any appreciation. How about this? I'll add another digit to your membership card, so it'll be 18,888, which looks more auspicious. Gao Chen said with a somewhat helpless tone. Okay, Brother Chen, since you said so, I'll take advantage of you a little more. That's right. Oh, by the way, how about next week? Depending on your schedule, I'll set up a party and we two brothers should have a good chat. After hearing Lin Shu's answer, Gao Chen's tone softened a bit, and he immediately made a straightforward invitation to Lin Shu. The only difference is that the time he mentioned changed from the vague when I'm free to the clear next week. Okay, I'll contact you then. Lin Shu boasted to him a few more times and then hung up the phone. After that, Lin Shu took Tang Manru to eat a famous omakase Japanese meal in Hangzhou. Including today's consumption, the system gave him a total cash back of nearly 250,000 yuan. At 10:30 in the evening, Lin Shu's Bentley slowly stopped downstairs of the Greentown community where Tang Manru lived. Inside the car, soft music flowed gently, and the atmosphere seemed a little ambiguous. Tang Manru turned her head and looked at Lin Shu, with a hint of gratitude and complicated emotions in her eyes. She said softly, Mr. Lin, thank you so much for today. I haven't felt so relaxed in a long time. Lin Shu smiled, his tone gentle. You don't have to be so polite. I'm also very happy to spend a pleasant day with you. Tang Manru pursed her lips, as if she had made up her mind. She leaned forward slightly and kissed Lin Shu gently on the cheek, then quickly pulled away with a blush on her face. Lin Shu was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed, with a teasing tone. Is that all? Won't you invite me upstairs for a glass of water? After all, after a few days of cultivating feelings, Tang Manru's favorability has reached 80. The favorability level is still far from 90. Maybe if I work hard today, I can raise it to a higher level. When Tang Manru heard this, the blush on her face deepened. She hesitated and whispered awkwardly. Mr. Lin, actually. I think so too, but I live with someone else, so it might not be very convenient. Lin Shu raised his eyebrows and sighed in disappointment. Is that so? That's such a pity. Well, as compensation. Tang Manru felt a little sorry when she saw this. She stretched out her arms and hugged Lin Shu's neck, accompanied by the flowing music. There was a sound of passionate kissing in the car. A few minutes later, a silver line was drawn. Mr. Lin, just call me by my name from now on, Manru. Lin Shu looked at her tenderly and touched her head. Well, I'll just call you Brother Chu then. Tang Manru buried her head in Lin Shu's neck shyly. Good. Lin Shu didn't bother to be polite with her, but directly put his arms around her slender waist. Looking at the Bentley logo, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction arises in my heart. He couldn't help thinking. Tang Manru, who is usually sexy and sporty, unexpectedly has a different side. I don't know how much time passed. Tang Manru then reluctantly left. Brother Chu, see you tomorrow. She kissed Lin Shu and got out of the car. Well, see you tomorrow, Manru. Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction and said. At the same time, a crisp voice came from outside the car. Manru. Oh my god, it turns out it's really you. They both turned around at the same time and saw a fashionable young girl standing outside the car, waving at Tang Manru. The girl looked to be in her early 20s, with dyed blonde hair and long, curly eyelashes on her watery eyes. The facial features are three-dimensional, the appearance is very delicate, and the legs are straight and slender. She has a very typical appearance and dress of a Korean girl from the peninsula. Tang Manru was stunned for a moment, then responded somewhat awkwardly. Minner? Why are you here? I just came back from the convenience store and saw your back from a distance. I didn't expect it was really you. Who is this? Shin Minna walked over with her long legs, her eyes fell on Lin Shu. There was a glimmer of curiosity and gossip in his eyes. This is Brother Chu. Today he invited me to experience Shanshui Muge's health program. When she suddenly asked this, Tang Manru was at a loss to explain her current relationship with Lin Shu. Shin Minna chewed bubblegum, blinked, and said oh meaningfully. Then he smiled and greeted Lin Shu in standard Chinese for foreigners. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Manru's roommate, Shin Minner, from Peninsula Seoul. Thank you for your guidance. Readers who think it's good can click to urge for updates and send free gifts. This will give me more motivation to update Xiao Xie. Chapter 40. Could it be that she saw everything just now? Looking at the blonde girl in front of me, who looks like the Peninsula actress Zhang Yuanying, Lin Shu couldn't help but cast an insight spell at her. Name, Shin Minna. Age, 23. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Charge, 0. Appearance, 91. Endurance, 65. Favorability, 40. Good guy, although it's the first time we meet. But Lin Shu was really confused by the favorability score of more than 40 points. I saw it on the internet before, saying that girls in the peninsula are born to be obsessed with looks and worship money. It seems that this is true. If I were riding a shared bike today, then she probably wouldn't even look at me. Hello? Hello, my name is Lin Chu, nice to meet you. Lin Shu put away his thoughts and smiled. Brother Chu, Minner was my classmate when I was studying abroad. She is now a trainee here. Tang Manru explained with a little embarrassment. I don't know if Shin Minna saw me and Lin Shu being intimate in the car just now. If I saw it, I would be doomed on the spot. She couldn't help but observe her roommate's reaction. Lin Chu, your car is a Bentley, right? It's so cool. Is it a convertible? Shin Minna blinked her long eyelashes and asked Lin Chu curiously in the car. Shin Minna looked at Lin Chu expectantly, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Appa, can you show me how to open the convertible top of this car? I've never seen it before. Lin Chu smiled and nodded. Sure. He pressed a button inside the car, and the roof of the Bentley Continental GT slowly opened. The mechanical structure emits a slight humming sound, and the whole process is smooth and elegant. Shin Minna's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but applaud. Wow! It's really cool. Appa, your car is so cool. As she spoke, she moved closer to the car and carefully looked at the details inside, her face full of excitement and envy. Favorability +5. Lin Chu looked at her childish appearance and couldn't help laughing. Do you like it? Do you want to come up and sit for a while? I'll take you for a ride. Shin Minna's eyes lit up when she heard this and she nodded quickly. Is it really possible? Appa, you are so nice. Tang Manru, who was standing by, felt a little uncomfortable when she saw this. She gently pulled Shin Minner's arm and whispered. Minner, it's getting late and Brother Chu has to go back. Let's do it another day. Shin Minna seemed not to hear and continued to speak excitedly to Lin Chu. Appa, why don't you come upstairs and sit for a while? We have coffee at home, and I make delicious coffee. When Tang Manru heard this, she became even more anxious. She quickly pulled Shin Minor, with a helpless tone in her voice. Min-air, stop making trouble. Mr. Lin is very tired today. Let's make an appointment another day. Shin Minna then curled her lips reluctantly and muttered. Okay, then Appa, come visit us often when you have time. Lin Chu smiled and nodded. Okay, let's make an appointment another day. Seeing this, Tang Manro quickly pulled Shin Minor to the community and said to Lin Chu as they walked. Brother Chu, let's go up first. Be careful on the road. See you tomorrow. Lin Chu waved his hand. See you tomorrow. Watching the two people walk into the community, Lin Chu couldn't help but smile. This is the first time I have met a girl from the peninsula. Shin Minna's liveliness and straightforwardness made him feel somewhat fresh. On the other side, Tang Manru pulled Shin Minna into the elevator, feeling a little complicated. She couldn't help asking. Min-air, why were you so proactive just now? Brother Chu, but he is my guest. From what she knew about Shin Minna, she was quite aloof outside, especially towards men. She didn't expect that she would be so enthusiastic towards Lin Chu today, which made her inevitably think too much. Manru, I just think Lin Chu's car is very cool. Are you jealous? Shin Minna stuck out her tongue mischievously and looked at Tang Manru with a smile. I don't have any. After being asked this, Tang Manru felt a little embarrassed. So Lin Chu Appa is the man who bought so many of your classes at once, wow. Where is your relationship at now? Shin Minna looked at Tang Manru meaningfully and then gossiped. Our relationship is not what you think. When asked this question suddenly by Shin Minna, Tang Manru didn't know how to explain their relationship. Is it a simple relationship between coach and student? Or are they just good friends? She doesn't know either. But today, Lin Chu's extreme gentleness made her unable to help but get carried away and do many things that were beyond the rules. Hey, but Lin Chu Appa looks like a young, promising, handsome, gentle, and wealthy man. This man is a very high-quality man even in our peninsula. You must hold on to him well. Shin Minna smiled as she watched Tang Manro make some gestures with her hands. Minner you. Such teasing made Tang Manru's face turn red all of a sudden, and he couldn't help but slap her butt. Hey, Uni, why did you spank me? I was doing this for your own good. Shin Minna pretended to be in pain and looked aggrieved. I told you not to talk nonsense. Tang Manru really doubted whether she had really seen something just now. But she had no evidence to question her. Okay, I was wrong, Maniot. But what is this? Is there something stuck to your clothes? Shin Minna suddenly noticed something and reached out to touch Tang Manro's clothes. Then he put it to his nose and smelled it curiously. At this moment, Tang Manru wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She must have discovered something, right? But, the next second. TSK, did Uni secretly go out to eat Japanese food again? I'm so envious. Shin Minna looked at herself with envy, and seemed a bit naive. Fortunately, the Shin Min-ah that Tang Man-ru knew. On the surface, he is a carefree old driver who likes to shoot occasionally. But in fact, she is the typical girl who only talks big but does nothing. She doesn't look like she's pretending. Tang Man-ru was somewhat certain that she should not have seen what happened in the car just now. In that case, she followed the topic raised by Shin Min-ah and said with a blushing face and a little embarrassment. Well, Brother Chu took me to eat omakase tonight. It's the newly opened Lin in Hangzhou. Oh. I know that place. The Japanese food costs more than 3K per person. I envy you so much. Mani Auni. When it comes to food, Shin Min-ah instantly turns into a foodie with her eyes lighting up. I want to eat Japanese food, too. Can you take me with you next time you go on a date? Don't worry, I'm only responsible for eating. I don't care what you do. I will be as quiet as the sleeping husband in the Japanese movies. Shin Minor couldn't help but pull Tang Man-ru and act coquettishly. Tell me, Minor, did you see everything just now? Maybe I heard some sensitive words. Tang Man-ru finally couldn't help but ask her. Chapter 41: A strange phone call from a foreign country. Under the night cover, the white Bentley Continental GT is like a stream of light, shuttling through the bustling streets of Hangzhou. Inside the car, a melodious jazz music is being played on the audio system specially designed for it by Naim, a top British audio brand. The notes seem to jump in the air, surrounding the entire carriage. The bass is deep and powerful, the treble is crystal clear, and every detail is perfectly presented, as if you are in a private concert. It's so cool. Lin Chu held the steering wheel, feeling the Bentley's precise control and powerful power. Every time you accelerate, the roar of the engine interweaves with the music, bringing an unparalleled driving pleasure. The seats have excellent wrapping properties, as if they are integrated with the body of the car, and the bumps on the road are filtered out by the chassis to the point where they are almost imperceptible, leaving only stability and comfort. He enjoyed being alone more at this moment than during the day. Just as Lin Chu was enjoying the happy time of returning home. A call from the UK came to my cell phone. He parked the car on the side of the road and answered the phone. Hello, is this Lin Chu? A familiar yet unfamiliar female voice came from the other end of the phone, gentle yet a little cold. Lin Chu was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Li Yue? It's me. There was a hint of smile in Li Yue's voice. I didn't expect you to remember my voice. Lin Chu smiled, his tone relaxed. How could I not remember? I've been hearing your voice for 4 years. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then Li Yue said softly. I'm going back to China next week. Suyu is getting married, so I thought, you should go too, right? Of course, Tiancheng is my good brother in college, how could I not go? Lin Chu turned the steering wheel in his hands, his tone full of ease and generosity. Perhaps he would have hesitated before, or even found an excuse to be a coward. But now he can answer Li Yue's questions confidently. That's good, I thought you. What do you think I am? Lin Chu replied with a smile. It's nothing. Anyway, I'm relieved that you can go. Li Yue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but also seemed to have thought of something. How have you been lately? It's fine just like that, how about you? Afterwards, the two of them chatted briefly. Perhaps the sound effects were too good, making Li Yue think that Lin Chu was still working overtime at the company at this hour. In order not to disturb him, I made up an excuse and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chu's thoughts couldn't help but drift to the memories he had with Li Yue. When he was about to smoke a cigarette, he found that all the cigarettes in the box had been smoked. So he went to a nearby convenience store and bought 2 packs of Heatianxia cigarettes. When he was about to get back to the car, suddenly, I heard a quarrel not far away. He frowned and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see several people gathered on the side of the road, and it seemed that someone was arguing. Lin Chu didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but when he passed by and approached. But he found that the person surrounded was actually his landlord, Jiang Hanyu. At this time, she was being harassed by a middle-aged man. The other person was half lying on the ground, pointing at her car, the Mercedes-Benz S500, and yelling. You hit me. Don't try to deny it. Pay me. Jiang Hanyu obviously had not encountered such a situation. Her pretty face looked a little pale, but she still spoke calmly. Sir, I didn't touch you at all. You just rushed out on your own. I can call the police and let them handle it. The man refused to give in and spoke in a fierce tone. Call the police? Do you think I'm afraid? I'm telling you, if you don't pay me today, you can't leave. Although passers-by watched, no one dared to step forward to help. After all, less trouble is better these days. So even if someone saw the cause and process of the incident, they would not dare to speak out and say anything. Seeing this, Lin Shu frowned and strode over. Sister Hanyu, what's going on? Lin Shu walked up to Jiang Hanyu and asked in a low voice. When Jiang Hanyu saw Lin Shu, a hint of surprise and relief flashed in his eyes, and then he whispered. Xiao Chu, why are you here too? This guy suddenly rushed out on an electric bike and said that my car hit him, but I didn't touch him at all. I understand, Sister Hanyu, don't worry, I'm here. After hearing what happened, Lin Shu nodded and patted her shoulder gently, indicating that he would handle it. He turned to look at the man, speaking calmly. Brother, you said she hit you, do you have any evidence? When the man saw Lin Shu standing up, his tone became even more arrogant. Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Can't you see I'm lying here and my car is broken? I tell you, if you don't pay today, no one can leave. Lin Shu ignored the man's arrogant attitude and looked at him calmly. Soon, he discovered several things that were wrong. First of all, although the man was lying on the ground, there were no obvious scratches or bruises on his body, and even his clothes were intact. Secondly, although his electric bike fell to the side, there were no signs of impact on the body of the car, and not even a piece of paint had fallen off. The most important thing is that although the man's expression was fierce, his eyes were flickering, and he was obviously guilty. Lin Shu felt relieved, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his tone remained calm. Hey, big brother, you said she hit you, but where are your injuries? How come there is no trace at all? And your electric car, the paint hasn't even come off, isn't that weird? When the man heard this, his expression changed immediately, but he quickly pretended to be calm and shouted. What do you know? I have internal injuries. Do you understand internal injuries? Also, my electric bike was broken. Doesn't it cost money to repair it? Lin Shu smiled, pointed at the Bentley Continental GT parked on the side of the road, and said lightly. Internal injuries? Then do you want me to take you to the hospital for a full body checkup? I'll pay for it. But I have to remind you that my car is parked over there. There is a dashcam in the car. What happened just now should have been recorded. How about we call the police and let them take a look at the video? The man looked in the direction Lin Shu pointed and saw the white Bentley Continental GT at a glance. His face turned pale instantly and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although he doesn't know much about cars, he knows what level of luxury car Bentley is. The other party can drive this kind of car at such a young age, he is definitely not someone he can afford to offend. You, don't scare me. I. The man stammered, his tone noticeably softening. Chapter 42 Golden Legend. The biggest reward. Whether I am scaring you or not, you will know when the police come. However, I must remind you that it is illegal to commit fraud, and in serious cases, you may go to jail. Lin Shu still had a smile on his face, but his tone was a little cold. When the man heard the word jail, he immediately panicked. He quickly got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and said in a panic. Well, maybe I remembered it wrongly. Forget it, I won't bother with you anymore. After saying that, he turned around and tried to slip away. Lin Shu said coldly. Wait, didn't you just say you were going to call the police? Why, you don't want to call the police now? The man's face froze and he waved his hand. No, it's my fault. I'm sorry. After saying that, he ran away without looking back, not even bothering to pick up the electric bike, for fear that Lin Shu would really call the police. Seeing this, passers-by around couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Is this the face of a Bentley owner? If this was an ordinary Nissan, this guy would probably just stay there. After all, everyone knows who can afford such a luxury car worth millions. Who isn't rich and powerful, with some background? After seeing the scammer run away in disgrace, Jiang Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Chu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. She turned to look at Lin Shu, her eyes full of gratitude and relief. Sister Hanyu, you're welcome. It's just a small favor. Besides, you usually take good care of me, so this little thing is nothing. Lin Shu smiled, his tone relaxed. I didn't expect you, Xiao Chu, to be surprisingly reliable. When she thought of this, Jiang Hanyu's heartbeat accelerated again. Favorability +5. Sister Hanyu, what did you just say? Although he didn't hear Jiang Hanyu's whisper, Lin Shu still clearly saw that the favorability level on the other person's head increased by 5 points. Nothing, Xiao Chu, get in the car. It's still a long way from here to the community. I'll give you a ride. In response, Jiang Hanyu dodged her gaze, blushed, and shook her head. That shy look actually has a unique charm of a good girl. No need, Sister Hanyu, I can go back by myself. After saying that, the white Bentley Continental GT behind Lin Shu flashed its 2 big headlights. Ah, Xiao Chu, is this car really yours? Seeing this, Jiang Hanyu looked at the streamlined white Bentley behind Lin Shu with an expression of disbelief. She knows a lot about cars, so she naturally knows that this car would cost at least 4 or 5 million. However, it was really hard for her to connect this car with the tenant in front of her, Lin Shu. At first she just thought the other party was bluffing and deliberately claimed that the luxury car on the roadside was hers. Well, I just mentioned it this morning. Unfortunately, I can't experience the feeling of sitting in the passenger seat of Sister Hanyu. Lin Shu nodded generously and said half-jokingly. Could it be that, Xiao Chu, you are some hidden rich second generation? Are you actually just here to experience life? Jiang Hanyu asked with a little surprise. Well, I guess so. I do have a good father. Lin Shu waved his hand and responded to her doubts calmly. There is a system father who is also a big father, right? No problem. Afterwards, the two drove back to the community. Since Lin Shu's residential area is an old one, most of the parking spaces have already been occupied by other property owners. At this time, Jiang Hanyu played the role of landlady. He casually pointed to a particularly large empty space and asked Lin Shu to park there. But what shocked Lin Shu even more was that 90% of the parking spaces in this community were occupied by her family. Although this provides great convenience for me. But this is not where I can settle down after all. This also made Lin Shu more eager to get his package and move into the big villa. According to the current health value of 70, it will take a few more days of healthy living to meet the requirements. After returning home. After Lin Shu washed off the stickiness on his body, he lay down on the bed feeling refreshed. Open your phone and log into Douyin. I found that my number of fans had surged to more than 30,000. Wow, am I now a blogger with tens of thousands of followers? But Lin Shu didn't care about these. Instead, he uploaded a photo of himself picking up the car at the Bentley 4S store today. By the way, he also added a few handsome side profile photos of himself driving a Bentley with one hand. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the regular check-in task. Your renovation plan is being graded, grading completed. 93 points. Congratulations to the host for winning 3 random draw opportunities. Do you want to start the lottery? Start the lucky draw. After Lin Shu silently recited something in his mind, a lucky roulette will appear in his sight again. It is rolling constantly at this time. A few seconds later. 3 golden lucky bags popped out from the lottery animation on the system interface. Wow! Golden Legend. Looking at the lucky bag emitting golden light, Lin Shu couldn't wait to open it quickly. Get 100 million investment rebate card, X1. Obtain body optimization potion, X1. Obtain spring breeze, X1. Oh shit. Lin Shu deserved to win the jackpot this time. These rewards are much larger than any previous ones. First, he checked the instructions for using this 100 million investment rebate card. Any commercial investment activity performed by the host will receive double cashback. As the name suggests, the credit limit of this card can only be used for business purposes and cannot be used elsewhere. Next is the instructions for using the body optimization potion. After use, it will optimize the host's body proportions, change the decomposition and reorganization of fat, and make the fat distribution more even. Eliminate local obesity, slightly change the bone and muscle structure, and achieve a perfect body with golden ratio. Fuck. When Lin Shu saw this potion, he didn't know what to say and could only sigh with a traditional Chinese saying. After all, a person's body muscle structure, in most cases, requires long-term exercise to slowly change. Most of them change through sports and fitness, and some heavy bodybuilders even use some high-tech and powerful products. Although the figure becomes perfect, the body will become weak due to the side effects of the drugs. To put it bluntly, it is just dead muscles. With the Yi body optimization potion, Lin Shu can save most of his time and energy and get it done in one step. He used it immediately without thinking. In an instant, an abundant white light flashed on his body. At the same time, all the muscles in his body began to expand, contract and heat up. An inexplicable force began to surge into the body, and there was no extremely painful transformation that the protagonist in the novel had to endure. The next second, he took off all his clothes. Standing in front of the mirror. This is... Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Chu couldn't help but be stunned for a long time. Chapter 43, Exploding Charm, The Lost Jiang Hanyu. Lin Chu stood in front of the mirror, staring at himself in the mirror, almost unable to believe the changes before his eyes. The originally slightly fat and loose abdomen has now been replaced by 6 well-defined abdominal muscles, and each muscle is clearly visible as if it had been carefully carved. The grooves between the abdominal muscles are deep and powerful, as if containing infinite power. His waist and abdomen are tight and smooth, without a trace of excess fat, and he looks tall and strong. Not only his abdomen, but his chest muscles have also become fuller and stronger, his shoulders are broad and powerful, and the muscle lines on his arms are clearly visible, full of power. The contours of the back muscles also become more obvious, presenting a perfect inverted triangle body shape. Lin Chu couldn't help but reach out and touch his abdominal muscles. They felt hard and elastic, as if every muscle was telling of their strength. He took a deep breath, and his abdominal muscles rose and fell slightly with his breathing, making him look more three-dimensional. This is too exaggerated. Lin Chu couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. He turned around and looked at the mirror sideways, and found that his waistline had become tighter and his waist-to-hip ratio was impeccable. The leg muscles also become tighter and stronger, and the whole person looked strong and flexible. Lin Chu couldn't help but do a few simple movements and found that his body coordination and flexibility had also improved significantly. Every movement is full of power, as if every muscle in the body is working in perfect coordination. This is so cool. This is the perfect body that fitness enthusiasts dream of. Lin Chu couldn't help but sigh. After calming down my excitement, Lin Chu checked the last mission reward, Spring Breeze. After smiling, you can choose to trigger it, which can temporarily greatly amplify the host's own aura, increase a certain amount of charm, attraction, and pressure. Cooling time, 48 hours. Call. This is also a very useful thing. Although being rich and handsome is indeed attractive, but in special circumstances, these things are not a panacea. If you encounter someone who is difficult to deal with, you can use your sense of oppression to make the other person surrender. The cooling time is just a bit long. It seems that I really won the jackpot today. Lin Chu felt secretly happy. Just at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. There was a gentle knock on the door. Who? It's me, Xiao Chu. The person standing outside his door at this time was the landlord Jiang Hanyu. Why did she come to see me so late? Here I am. Oh no, wait for me, Sister Hanyu. Lin Chu hurriedly put on his clothes. When I opened the door, I saw Jiang Hanyu standing outside, wearing a black nightgown, with a pair of flesh-colored silk stockings wrapped around her pretty legs. At this moment, she was holding a basket of beautifully packaged fruits in her hands and had a gentle smile on her face. Sister Hanyu, it's so late, what's the matter? Lin Chu asked with some surprise. Jiang Hanyu smiled and handed over the fruit basket. Xiao Chu, these are some imported fruits my friend sent me today. Housewarming and I can't finish them all, so I thought of sending some to you. Today's events are all thanks to you, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. Lin Chu took the fruit basket and said with a faint smile. Sister Hanyu, you are so polite. It's just a small favor, but you even specially sent me some fruit. I feel embarrassed. Jiang Hanyu shook his head, his tone gentle. You've helped me so much, this little token of your gratitude is nothing. Besides, you usually live alone, so eating more fruits is good for your health. Lin Chu nodded and stepped aside to make way for the door. Thank you, Sister Hanyu. Why don't you come in and sit for a while instead of standing at the door? After hearing Lin Chu's invitation, Jiang Hanyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and walked into the room. She looked around and said with a smile. You've kept this place quite clean. It's much tidier than I thought. Lin Chu smiled and put the fruit basket on the table. Sister Hanyu, you make it sound like I'm usually sloppy. Jiang Hanyu covered her mouth and chuckled. I didn't say that. I just think it's rare for you guys to keep your house so clean when you live alone. As the two were chatting, Lin Chu suddenly felt that the buttons of his shirt were a little loose, probably because he didn't button them properly when he was hurriedly putting on his clothes. He subconsciously raised his hand to tidy it up, but accidentally revealed his strong chest and faintly visible abdominal muscles. This unintentional action was seen by Jung Hanyu. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes were a little evasive, but she looked at him a few more times unconsciously, and even swallowed her saliva subconsciously a few times. She didn't expect that Lin Shu, who usually looked gentle and low-key, had such a good figure. Xiao Chu, do you usually exercise? Zhang Hanyu asked with some stammering, with a hint of surprise and shyness in her tone. Lin Shu noticed her gaze, and his heart moved. Then he smiled slightly and straightened his body deliberately to make the muscle lines under his shirt more obvious. Well, I exercise occasionally. Sister Hanyu, what do you think? Zhang Hanyu's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and said softly. Very, very good. I didn't expect you to have such a good figure. Seeing this, Lin Shu smiled secretly and decided to try out the spring breeze skill he had just acquired. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a gentle and somewhat charming smile, and looked at Zhang Hanyu intently. Sister Hanyu, I feel embarrassed when you praise me like this. At this moment, the effect of spring breeze was quietly triggered. Lin Shu's smile seemed to carry an invisible magic that made Zhang Hanyu's heart beat faster involuntarily. She felt her cheeks getting hot and her breathing became a little rapid. Xiao Chu, you look a little different today. Zhang Hanyu's voice trembled a little, but her eyes could not move away from Lin Shu's face. Lin Shu smiled slightly, speaking in a gentle tone. Really? Maybe you're in a good mood today. Sister Hanyu, you look a little different too. Zhang Hanyu was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head, his voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. I don't have any. The atmosphere in the room became ambiguous, and an invisible tension seemed to permeate the air. Zhang Hanyu felt her heart beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. She secretly looked up at Lin Shu and found that he was looking at her gently with a faint smile in his eyes. Sister Hanyu, you are blushing. Lin Shu said softly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Zhang Hanyu was immediately ashamed. She stood up quickly and said in panic. Well, it's getting late. I'm going to go home first. You should get some rest early and remember to eat the fruit. After saying that, she almost fled from Lin Shu's room, not even daring to look back. Chapter 44 Favorability breaks through 70. Zhang Hanyu reveals his inner thoughts. Zhang Hanyu almost stumbled back to her house. As soon as he entered, he leaned against the door, breathing heavily. Her heartbeat still hadn't calmed down. Lin Shu's solid chest and faintly visible abdominal muscles kept appearing in my mind. And his smile that is somewhat playful yet gentle. The effect of spring breeze seems to have not completely dissipated. Her ears were still burning and the blush on her cheeks lingered for a long time. What's wrong with me? She whispered to herself, her heartbeat speeding up even more. Zhang Hanyu felt like she had returned to her teenage years. The heart-pounding feeling made her feel both strange and familiar. Mom, where have you been? Why is your face so red? Hearing the sound, Xiaomi rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the bedroom with a teddy bear in his arms. Nothing, baby, I'm sorry, I woke you up by closing the door too loudly. Zhang Hanyu touched her little head and carried her back to the room. After coaxing Xiaomi to sleep, Zhang Hanyu thought he had diverted his attention. But as soon as he returned to his room, the previous scene reappeared in his mind. She couldn't help but recall Lin Chu's performance over the past few days. Zhang Hanyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He is not only gentle and considerate, but also takes good care of his daughter. Moreover, he came out to help her solve the problem tonight and showed another side of him that she had never seen before. That mature, confident and somewhat mysterious temperament made her impossible to ignore. When she thought of this, her face became hot. She couldn't help but think back to her life. Since her divorce a few years ago, she has been busy with life and taking care of her daughter. The emotional vacuum has lasted too long. She almost forgot what it felt like to be so close to a man. But tonight, the side of Lin Chu that she inadvertently showed made her feel a strange emotion that she hadn't felt for a long time. Zhang Hanyu, what's wrong with you? She patted her cheeks, trying to sober herself up. But that inexplicable feeling of excitement surged like a tide and could not be suppressed. She picked up her phone and subconsciously opened the chat interface with Lin Chu. She hovered her finger above the screen and hesitated for a long time. Should I send him a message? She bit her lower lip, struggling a little. Reason told her that it was already late and sending a message rashly might seem inappropriate. But emotionally, she couldn't suppress the urge to say a few more words to him. In the end, heart beats reason. She took a deep breath. I quickly typed a line of words on my phone. Then I checked it several times before pressing the send button, for fear that my tone would seem too deliberate. Xiao Chu, thank you so much for today. Is the fruit to your liking? Smile. After sending the message, Zhang Hanyu put the phone on his chest, feeling a little nervous. She didn't know why she was so nervous. It was just an ordinary thank you message, but it gave her an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Not long after, the phone vibrated. Zhang Hanyu quickly picked up the phone and saw Lin Chu's reply. Sister Hanyu, the fruit is delicious, thank you. But you left in such a hurry just now, did I offend you in some way? When Zhang Hanyu saw the message, her face turned red again. Favorability +4. At this time, Zhang Hanyu's favorability has exceeded 70. No, I just suddenly remembered that I had something to deal with, so I went back first. She replied immediately, fearing that the other party might misunderstand her. That's good. I thought I did something wrong and made you unhappy. Just a few simple words made Zhang Hanyu's mouth curl up unconsciously. She stared at Lin Chu and waited for him to reply. The gentle tone and faint smile on Lin Chu's face when he spoke emerged in my mind. She gritted her teeth and typed another line of words as if possessed by a ghost. Xiao Chu. I think you have a good figure. I never thought that you have trained so well. The moment the message was sent, Zhang Hanyu regretted it. She quickly covered her face and muttered. What am I talking about? This is so embarrassing. She even wanted to withdraw the message immediately. But as soon as my finger touched the screen, Lin Chu's reply popped up. Ha, Sister Hanyu, are you praising me? I just practiced casually, I didn't expect you to notice it. As for you, you must have taken good care of yourself, otherwise how could you be so young and beautiful? When Zhang Hanyu saw this message, her face suddenly turned red again. She didn't expect Lin Chu to praise her back so directly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. She held the phone in her hand, feeling her heart beating like a drum. Lin Chu's handsome face involuntarily appeared in my mind. This guy is quite sweet. She muttered softly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to reply. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I'm old. You're really good at making people laugh. After sending this message, Zhang Hanyu simply threw his phone aside, got up to pour a glass of water, and tried to calm himself down. But just as she picked up the cup of water, her cell phone rang again. She put the cup down almost immediately and ran back to pick up her phone. Sister Hanyu, you don't look old at all, really, you look like my sister. Zhang Hanyu looked at the message. My heart seemed to be gently scratched by something. I couldn't help but cross my flesh-colored thighs and raise my legs. She knew that Lin Chu was probably joking. But she couldn't help but think about it a little more. She hesitated for a moment and sent another. Xiao Chu, actually, you look really different today. Lin Chu replied, Oh? What's the difference? Zhang Hanyu bit her lip and tapped lightly on the screen. It's just, I feel like you're more mature and more attractive than before. Shy. After sending this message, Zhang Hanyu felt his face getting hot again. She put her phone aside, feeling a little nervous, but couldn't help but look forward to Lin Chu's reply. Not long after, the phone vibrated again. Zhang Hanyu quickly picked up the phone and saw Lin Chu's reply. Sister Hanyu, I feel embarrassed when you praise me like this. But I am very happy that you find me attractive. Zhang Hanyu's heart was beating fast when she saw the message. She bit her lip, and then mustered up the courage to send another message. Xiao Chu, actually, I've always felt that you are a very special person. What happened today made me even more certain of this. Sister, I found that I seem to have fallen in love with you. Just after returning from your house, I have been thinking about you. After sending this message, Zhang Hanyu felt her heart beating faster. She didn't know how Lin Chu would respond, but her heart was full of anticipation. If you like it, you can click on the free gift to urge me to update more, thank you. Chapter 45. The relationship is confirmed after extreme pulling. Lin Chu sat on the sofa, holding a piece of fruit that Zhang Hanyu had sent him. When the phone screen lit up, he was taking a bite of watermelon. It was juicy and sweet, making him happy. When he saw the message from Zhang Hanyu, he was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but sigh. My current figure, coupled with the effect of spring breeze on my face, is simply at the nuclear weapon level. What he didn't expect was that after these few days of contact, coupled with tonight's catalyst, Jiang Hanyu actually expressed her feelings so directly. However, Lin Chu did not rush to respond to her confession, but chose to continue to pull, maintaining an ambiguous atmosphere of being close yet distant. Sister Hanyu, I'm really flattered by what you said. Lin Chu replied slowly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Then he sent another message. In fact, I always thought you were the special one. Gentle and strong, and you took such good care of little Naomi by yourself. I also think that Sister Hanyu is really an amazing person. In front of the phone, Jiang Hanyu stared at the screen. Seeing Lin Chu looking at her like this, the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously, and her face became even redder. She bit her lower lip and slid her fingers lightly across the phone. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey, but she was also a little panicked. She was afraid that what she had just said seemed too rash and that Lin Chu would misunderstand something. She hesitated for a moment and quickly typed the following line. Xiao Chu, don't say that. I'm not that good. I feel embarrassed when you praise me like that. Ha, Sister Hanyu, I'm telling the truth. I'm really happy to hear you say you like me a little bit. But don't think too much about it. I know you might just be in a bad mood tonight. I feel the same way. I feel very comfortable with you. I feel honored to have you thinking of me. After Lin Chu sent the message, he leaned back on the sofa, tapped the phone case lightly with his fingers, and a smile flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he already knew that Jiang Hanyu was almost defeated. Unlike other girls, a divorced, beautiful, and wealthy landlady like her has no shortage of money or men pursuing her. What does she want? Of course, it is Lin Chu's emotional value and young and strong body. So, if she was a smart woman, she should know what she meant. Call. Jiang Hanyu felt more at ease and relieved when she saw his rational response. She is aware of her own charm. Even when taking care of her children, long-term high-quality maintenance has enabled her to maintain a good appearance and figure. Until now, there are still many high-quality men pursuing me. Although he was so excited just now, as a man, he showed a more rational side. What does this prove? It proves that Lin Chu is a person who doesn't mess around and who can keep his composure. She felt that her impulsiveness had not messed up anything. In fact, when she sent that message I like you a little bit, she was indeed emotional. Lin Chu's performance tonight made her heart beat fast, and she knew she had not misjudged him. Now she knows very well that she does not want a clear romantic relationship. After the divorce, the focus of her life has always been housewarming, and love has become a luxury for her. What she wants more is a simple and warm companionship and mutual learning between adults. No commitments or labels needed, just the feeling of being able to lean on each other when needed. To this, she immediately replied. Xiao Chu, I don't actually want any clear relationship between us. I know you are still young and there are many possibilities in the future. I just hope we can be there for each other and take care of each other. Adult relationships don't necessarily require any commitment, as long as you are there when the other person needs you and make each other happy. After seeing Jiang Hanyu's reply, Lin Chu thought that he had not misjudged the person. Her thoughts coincided with his. Sister Hanyu, you are right. The most important thing for an adult relationship is to be comfortable with each other and to be happy together. Lin Chu put down his phone and smiled. Perhaps in the days to come, he and Jiang Hanyu will become as close as Guan and Bao. He can give the other person what he wants, and the other person can also give him what he wants. This is a kind of tacit understanding between adults. And this kind of relationship is what both of them really want. Lin Chu stood up, put a cigarette in his mouth and went into the bathroom. Since I started drinking the health tea, I have developed a healthy habit of going to the toilet on a regular basis. Only in this way can you excrete harmful substances from your body every day and form good metabolism and blood circulation. Wait until he walks out of the bathroom with a refreshed look on his face. Only then did he realize that Jiang Hanyu had sent him several more messages. Picture. Picture. Voice message. What the hell? Lin Chu couldn't help swallowing when he clicked on the picture, and his heartbeat quickened. At this time, Jiang Hanyu was wearing a purple nightgown with lace edges, and under the skirt was a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in purple suspender stockings. She is showing off her perfect and attractive figure in a semi-lying position. Such bold dress and shocking figure are comparable to the plump ladies walking out of the comics on the peninsula and the island country. Is this also the effect brought about by spring breeze? Although Lin Shu was not quite sure, there was no doubt that the clarification of the relationship between the two had made the gentle landlady become much more proactive. At the same time, it also allowed Lin Shu to see her particularly contrasting side. He clicked on the voice message. I don't know why, but I couldn't sleep after returning from Xiao Chu's house. Jiang Hanyu's voice became more sexy and mysterious during the conversation. TSK, it sounds like it's about to be drawn. In response, Lin Shu did not say anything polite to her. Instead, I made a video call directly. After about 10 seconds, Jiang Hanyu slowly answered the video. Xiao Chu, why did you call suddenly? Her voice was flustered and her cheeks were flushed. Nothing, I think we can communicate better if I video chat with you at this time. Lin Shu pointed the phone towards himself and smiled calmly, the camera also showing his solid chest and abdominal muscles. Perhaps it was because of the sweat, his muscles glowed brightly under the light. Ahem, hateful, Xiao Chu, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Jiang Hanyu on the other end of the phone crossed her legs and couldn't help but turn her face away. But what she didn't know was that her throat subconsciously swallowed saliva. It's too hot. Besides, can't I show Sister Hanyu a good look at my well-trained body? It seems that Sister Hanyu is very interested. Lin Shu said with a smile. He patted his abdominal muscles twice with his palms. This, Xiao Chu, are you using this to test your sister, right? Jiang Hanyu had never encountered such a situation before. At this moment, she was shy and wanted to peek, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. Chapter 46, It's just a walk, why are you so nervous? Lin Shu looked at Jiang Hanyu's shy and flustered appearance on the screen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he felt secretly proud in his heart. He coughed lightly, deliberately slowed down his tone, and said with a hint of joking. Sister Hanyu, you look like you really can't sleep. How about, we go out for a walk? The night breeze outside is quite cool, maybe a walk can help you relax. When Jiang Hanyu heard this, she was stunned at first, and the blush on her face deepened. She is not some naive little girl anymore, and everyone knows what the purpose of inviting her out at this time is. She lowered her head and bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously clenched the edge of her nightgown, rubbing her knees in purple stockings. After hesitating for a moment, he replied in a low voice. Now. Isn't it too late? But there was a hint of anticipation in her tone, which she herself didn't even notice. It's a little late, but I think the moonlight is nice tonight, so it's nice to come out and get some fresh air. As Lin Shu spoke, he stood up, grabbed a white shirt and put it on. The outline of his chest was still faintly visible under the thin fabric. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Sister Hanyu, if you're willing, please come down. He smiled at the camera, and that smile made people's hearts flutter. But before Jiang Hanyu could think more, Lin Shu hung up the video call, leaving her alone in the room with her heart beating faster. She stared at the black screen for a few seconds, and her heart was in turmoil. But when she thought of Lin Shu's perfect figure, she found it difficult to refuse such an invitation. Eventually, emotion overcame reason. She sat up from the bed and ran to the mirror to look at herself. Jiang Hanyu stood in front of the mirror and took a deep breath. She picked out a khaki Burberry trench coat from her closet and put it on. The thin texture fits her curves, concealing the boldness of the purple lace nightgown while revealing a hint of low-key sexiness. She lowered her head to adjust her collar, then fiddled with her slightly curly long hair in front of the mirror. Her hair fell softly on her shoulders, with a bit of lazy charm. She took one last glance at the sleeping Xiaomi, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, she closed the door quietly and went downstairs. The street lamp downstairs cast a dim glow. Lin Shu leaned against the lamppost, an unlit cigarette in his mouth, his hands lazily in his pockets. The night breeze was cool, causing the edge of his shirt to sway slightly, vaguely outlining his solid chest. He looked up and saw Jiang Hanyu walking out of the corridor. He raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth when he walked towards her. Wow, Sister Hanyu is pretty fast. I thought you would have to struggle for a while longer. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes involuntarily lingered on her for a moment, and then he added jokingly. Sister Hanyu, isn't it too hot to wear this? Jiang Hanyu in front of me was wrapped in a khaki windbreaker. Her slender figure was wrapped tightly, but it outlined an indescribable temptation. The belt of the windbreaker was tied casually, outlining her slender waist, and the hem was slightly open. As she walked, her beautiful legs wrapped in purple suspender stockings were faintly revealed. The stockings glowed delicately under the light, paired with a pair of diamond-studded Valentino high heels. Every step seems to be stepping on one's heart, with a fatal temptation in the elegance. The edge of the purple stockings was vaguely visible, as if there was some secret hidden under the cover of the windbreaker, which was hesitant to reveal. Lin Shu's eyes followed her figure and he took a deep breath in his heart. Hiss. This woman, although she didn't reveal anything on the surface, had an itchy aura hidden within her. The windbreaker looks conservative, but whenever the night breeze blows and the hem flutters gently, one can't help but imagine what the nightgown underneath looks like. He thought of the photo she sent him, the lace, the purple stockings, the half-lying posture. Looking at the outfit now, it is clear that her boldness is hidden in her restraint, which makes her even more attractive. Jiang Hanyu felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at her. She lowered her head and pursed her lips. Her ears felt slightly hot. She retorted softly. It's not hot at all. It's cool at night. Is it okay for me to be afraid of the cold? But she didn't sound confident enough to say this, and she didn't even notice that there was a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Lin Shu smiled, his eyes stayed on her for a while, and then he said slowly. You're afraid of the cold, but why are you wearing so little? Sister Hanyu, no matter how tightly you wrap your legs, you can't hide your temperament. He deliberately lowered his voice, with a hint of teasing and ambiguity. Favorability +2. Jiang Hanyu glared at him and said with a slight frown. You have a dishonest mouth. But she unconsciously slowed down her pace, and the hem of her windbreaker swayed slightly as she moved. The pair of purple stockings were faintly visible under the dim light, as if silently teasing something. Lin Shu followed her, the smile in his eyes deepened, thinking to himself. This woman is really good at playing. She also likes to be tough. On the surface, she looks as dignified as a noble lady, but her charm that cannot be concealed is simply the ultimate in temptation. Let's go. There's a small park nearby. It's quite quiet. Let's just stroll around. The two walked side by side towards the park. As the night deepened, Jiang Hanyu's windbreaker fluttered gently in the wind. The combination of stockings and high heels made a slight tapping sound, and each click seemed to hit Lin Shu's heart. He couldn't help but look at it a few more times, secretly sighing. This is not a walk at all, it's clearly a silent seduction. The two of them walked and talked, and they didn't know how long they had walked before they just arrived at the park. There were not many people in the park at this time, only a few street lamps were lit alone, the shadows of the trees were swaying, and the moonlight was shining through the branches and leaves on the ground, making a mottled scene. Lin Shu stopped first and turned to look at Jiang Hanyu. How's it here? Pretty quiet, right? Yeah, it's good. Jiang Hanyu nodded, looked around, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle. She lowered her head and kicked the pebbles at her feet, trying to hide her nervousness. Lin Shu smiled, walked to a bench, and patted the seat. Would you like to sit for a while? Jiang Hanyu hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and sat down. Lin Shu sat down next to her, deliberately keeping a distance without seeming distant. Ha ha. He stretched, his arms casually resting on the back of the chair, his fingers only a few centimeters away from Jiang Hanyu's shoulders. The night wind blew, Jiang Hanyu's hair was gently lifted up, and a few strands brushed across the back of Lin Shu's hand. He glanced down at her and saw that she was fiddling with her fingers with her head down, her ears slightly red, as if she was a little embarrassed. He deliberately leaned closer and whispered. Sister Hanyu, are you a little nervous? We are just taking a walk, not doing anything big. Jiang Hanyu was amused by his words. She looked up and glared at him, but couldn't help laughing. You are just talking nonsense. I am not nervous at all. But before she could finish her words, Lin Shu's fingers gently touched her shoulder, seemingly unintentionally, but with a hint of tentativeness. Jiang Hanyu's body froze, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she did not dodge, but just muttered in a low voice. Hate it, Xiao Chu, please stop moving. Chapter 47. Why do I feel like I've become the prey? Sister Hanyu, I'm not moving around. I'm just afraid you'd be cold, so I'm blocking the wind for you. Lin Shu smiled innocently but did not take his hand back. Instead, he put it on her shoulder, as light as a feather, but it made Jiang Hanyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerate. She bit her lip and turned her face away as if she didn't care, but she couldn't hide the blush on her cheeks. Lin Shu looked at her like this, and the smile in his eyes deepened. He suddenly reached out and grasped her hand. Sister Hanyu, I think you are really beautiful. Lin Shu's voice became low and serious, his eyes fell on her face, as if he wanted to take in every bit of her expression. There was still that playful smile on his lips, but there was a different kind of tenderness in his eyes. Jiang Hanyu was caught off guard by his words, and her face suddenly turned even redder. She turned her face away, trying to hide her panic, muttering softly. You, don't talk nonsense. I'm not that pretty. But she said it softly, as if she was acting coquettishly, and she herself didn't even notice the coquettishness in her tone. Lin Shu looked at her like this and couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't let go, but squeezed her fingers gently, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Sister Hanyu, your reaction is so cute. You don't believe me when I tell you that you are beautiful? Then I have to say it a few more times. He paused, leaned closer, and added in a low voice. Really? When I saw you walking towards me under the street light just now, I was stunned for a moment, wondering how this woman could be so beautiful. Jiang Hanyu's heart trembled at his straightforward words. She glared at him and said angrily, Your mouth is getting more and more out of line. She finally pulled her hand back, but unconsciously touched her cheek with her fingertips, as if to check her own temperature. The cold night wind blew, lifting the hem of Jiang Hanyu's windbreaker. The pair of legs wrapped in purple stockings gleamed in the moonlight, and the delicate luster outlined her slender curves. She couldn't help but shiver a few times, and subconsciously hugged her arms with both hands, trying to resist the sudden coldness. Lin Shu's gaze stayed on her for a moment, and the smile in his eyes was gradually tinged with a deeper emotion. Sister Hanyu, are you cold? Lin Shu lowered his voice a few notches, and without waiting for her to answer, he stretched out his arms and gently but firmly embraced her in his arms. His chest was broad and warm, with a hint of body temperature and the fresh scent lingering on his shirt, instantly enveloping her. Jiang Hanyu was caught off guard and her body stiffened for a moment, but the warmth did not make her push him away. Instead, she subconsciously moved closer to him. Xiao Chu, what are you doing? She muttered quietly, her voice a little flustered, but her tone was so soft that it sounded like she was acting coquettish. She raised her head to glare at him, but accidentally met his eyes that were so close to her. The tenderness and smile in his eyes intertwined like a net, completely disrupting her heartbeat. What? To keep you warm, of course. Lin Shu looked down at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his voice was a little teasing, but also revealed unquestionable tenderness. His hands tightened slightly, wrapping around her waist, and his fingertips felt the warmth through her windbreaker. Jiang Hanyu's face turned even redder. She wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't squeeze out a word. The night was quiet, the sound of the wind and the swaying shadows of the trees by the lake formed the background. Lin Shu's gaze slowly moved down and landed on her. He whispered softly. Sister Hanyu, you look at me like this. Without waiting for her to react, Lin Shu slowly lowered his head. Xiao Chu, you. She couldn't help but call out his name softly, her voice was weak and filled with increasingly intense shyness, her face was as red as a ripe fruit. A few minutes later. Favorability +3. When Lin Shu looked at her like this, the tenderness in his eyes became even stronger. He reached out and brushed away the wind-blown hair on her forehead, and whispered. Sister Hanyu, I'm sorry, I just think you're so pretty. Lin Shu touched his nose and face a little embarrassedly. I know. She muttered softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum, but Lin Shu heard it clearly. He smiled, and suddenly took her hand again, interlacing their fingers. TSK, I never thought that Sister Hanyu was just a big talker. It was like that on the phone, but now it seems like I am bullying you. But to be honest, Lin Shu doesn't hate this feeling. On the contrary, I like it more. Every man likes adventure, exploring and conquering unknown new things with a little sense of mystery. If something comes too easily, it will make people feel boring. A woman like Jiang Hanyu, who appears dignified and gentle on the surface, gradually reveals her soft and fallen side during the struggle. This contrast in rhythm is exactly what he enjoys the most. Jiang Hanyu was so embarrassed by his words that she glared at him resentfully. Hee, Xiao Chu, are you very proud? Next. She lightly stepped on Lin Shu's foot with her purple silk-wrapped Valentino high heels. Grabbing the collar of Lin Shu's shirt with her slender hands. Hiss. Lin Shu was caught off guard by her reversal and couldn't help but gasp. He couldn't help but glance at his stepped-on shoe. The next second. Favorability +1. Favorability +2. It's getting late and the weather is getting colder. Let's go back early. Xiao Chu, I can't leave Shanwomi alone at home for too long. As Jiang Hanyu spoke, she lowered her head and wiped the remaining lipstick from the corner of her lips. Her movements were gentle but carried a hint of shyness that she could not conceal. She pulled her windbreaker closer, trying to make her tone sound more natural, but her slightly red ears revealed her true emotions. She looked up at Lin Chu, then quickly looked away, as if avoiding his inquiring eyes. I didn't expect Sister Hanyu to be so proactive. Let's go home. Lin Chu was stunned for a moment, then he put his arms around Jiang Hanyu's slender waist under her windbreaker and said with a little surprise. It has to be said that his almost flawless figure and muscle lines make him a male succubus, and he can make many women fall for him with just one move. Even a gentle young woman like Jiang Hanyu would show such a contrasting and proactive side in front of him. TSK. As expected, women of this age are like wolves and tigers. He suddenly had the illusion that he had become her prey. The two returned to the downstairs of the community. We're here, Xiao Chu. Jiang Hanyu said softly, with a hint of reluctance in her voice. She lowered her head and adjusted the hem of her windbreaker, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the corners of her coat, as if she was hiding something. Lin Chu looked at her and smiled. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Jiang Hanyu suddenly take a step forward. She stretched out her arms, gently but firmly wrapped them around his waist, and pressed her whole body against him. She buried her face in his chest. The corners of her windbreaker swayed slightly as she moved, and her purple stockings shimmered in the light, outlining her slender figure. My relatives are coming to my house these days, so it's not convenient. So please come and play after my relatives go home. She kissed Lin Chu's face, bit his ear and whispered. When the time comes, I'll let you see if I'm the best at talking, huh? Chapter 48, a breakthrough in health value, and several small goal mansions are within reach. The next day. Lin Chu slept until he woke up naturally according to his usual biological clock. The sunlight evenly sprinkled on his abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles, outlining a dazzling golden outline. Wow, it's really perfect. Even Lin Chu couldn't help but stand up narcissistically and admire his perfect body in the mirror again. No wonder Jiang Hanyu's eyes were almost tearing last night, and he looked like he wanted to eat himself alive. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but check his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chu. Age, 24. Height, 182. Weight, 183 caddies 170 caddies. Wealth value, 9 million plus middle class. Health, 60-77. Stamina, 60-80. Appearance, 70-92, still not as good as the readers with an appearance of 99. Discharge times, 2 times 4 times. Skills, entry-level singing, entry-level painting. Property, none. Enterprise, none. Vehicle, Bentley Continental GT Glacier White. Well, it feels okay. It is visible to the naked eye that one's current values are growing significantly. At this time, he noticed that his health value had reached 77. It was only over 70 before yesterday. How come it increased by 7 points in the blink of an eye? Soon, he understood that this might be due to the use of the body optimization potion. After all, the effect of body optimization potion is to remove excess body fat and restructure muscle structure. If the human body has too much fat, it will induce cardiovascular disease, leading to a series of problems such as intestinal burden, metabolic disorders, and diabetes. Therefore, timely removal of fat can help you achieve both health and a perfect body. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh again. It's so cool. It's simply double pornography. Now that my health value has reached 77, I am only one step away from completing the task. In other words, if I continue to attend classes and exercise according to the original plan today, it is very likely that I will break through 80. Complete system tasks ahead of schedule. The Greentown Villa is also within your reach. Thinking of this, Lin Chu couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, I have been living in Hangzhou for so many years and I am finally going to own a house of my own. With excitement, he immediately got up, washed up quickly and went to the tennis club. 2:30 in the afternoon. Lin Chu arrived at the tennis club on time. The sun was shining on the court and the breeze carried the fragrance of the grass. He was wearing a white Lacoste tennis suit, holding a racket, and walking towards the court with brisk steps. Manru, here I come. Tang Manru looked up and saw him, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and nodded. Good afternoon, Brother Chu, how are you today? Didn't you stay up late last night? Her tone was relaxed, yet unconsciously contained a hint of concern. All sorts of scenes from last night flashed through her mind, causing her ears to warm slightly. I heard that after a man does certain things, his body won't be able to keep up with the exercise. I didn't stay up late, I'm still energetic. Manru, you underestimate me. I must try to learn a few more moves today. Lin Shu responded with a smile, casually resting the racket on his shoulder, inadvertently showing off his perfect figure. Brother Chu, were you in such good shape before? Tang Manru saw Lin Chu's figure under her tennis uniform and couldn't help swallowing. Favorability +2. Maybe it's because I didn't wear tennis clothes before. Lin Shu said with a relaxed smile. After all, he had been wearing loose sportswear before, and today he just changed into tight tennis clothes. It wouldn't seem too abrupt if I explained it this way. Just as Lin Shu was talking to her, he unexpectedly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. On the other side of the court, Shin Minna's blonde hair was particularly dazzling in the sun. She was wearing a pink and white tennis skirt, the hem of which swayed slightly with her movements, making her look lively and eye-catching. At this moment, she was playing against a tall boy, and the racket made crisp sounds when it was swung. The boy had short, slightly curly hair and handsome features. He looked to be in his early 20s, and was dressed like an idol. He was obviously a friend from her trainee circle. Isn't that your roommate Shin Minna? Why is she here too? Lin Shu couldn't help but ask Tang Manru curiously. Well, actually Minna has been practicing tennis with me, but she was busy recently, so she came today because she was free. She's a mediocre person who keeps asking me to help her practice. But she's quite talented and can get the hang of it pretty quickly. She's been practicing for almost a year now. Tang Manro gave a wry smile and explained helplessly. That must have something to do with your guidance, Manru. Lin Shu looked at the court and said with a smile. Perhaps it was a breakthrough in their relationship. I felt that Tang Manru was visibly more intimate and ambiguous with me today. He was about to look away when he saw Shin Minna suddenly stop and look towards him. Lin Shu Appa. Good afternoon. Are you here for practice too? Her voice was clear, with a peninsula accent at the end. She dropped her racket and trotted over, her face full of curiosity and anticipation. She didn't even receive Fong Jun's serve. Good afternoon, Minna, you are here too. Lin Shu nodded with a smile, his tone relaxed. Shin Minna had already come close to him, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Appa, your car yesterday was really cool, and you look so cool in this outfit today. You and Manruani must be very good at practicing basketball, right? I heard you have great talent too. It takes others a long time to learn something, but you mastered it in just 1 hour. Appa, are you a genius? Her tone was full of interest in him, like a little fan staring at her idol, and she even forgot Fong Jun's existence. How can it be so exaggerated? I'm just a beginner. After all, Manru is the best instructor. In response to Shin Minna's praise, Lin Shu waved his hand casually and spoke in a low-key manner. I don't care, Appa is the best, wow, and this muscle and body, wow, I didn't see it clearly yesterday, it turns out Appa has such a hot body. Can I touch your muscles? Appa. After Shin Minna noticed Lin Shu's perfect figure, she couldn't help but make a crazy face and said. Sure. Lin Shu smiled generously. TSK, Lin Shu Appa is really hard here. Shin Minna chuckled and stretched out her slender hand to pinch his biceps a few times. Min are you? Seeing this scene, Tang Manru couldn't help but feel jealous. Why, I haven't even touched it yet, but Shin Minna has already taken the initiative? What's wrong, if I touch Lin Shu Appa like this, won't Manro Uni be angry? Shin Minna seemed to have noticed Tang Manru's displeasure and deliberately spoke in a green tea tone. You girl, be careful of me. Never mind, I'm not that stingy. Okay, Minna, stop chatting. We have to start practicing. She said this unhappily, and at the same time made a gesture with the racket to spank her buttocks. Seeing that she immediately gave in, she urged her to go back to practice by herself. I know Lin Shu Appa, see you later. Shin Minna stuck out her tongue and waved at Lin Shu. And the other side. Fong Jun, who witnessed the entire interaction, frowned, picked up the ball that rolled to his feet, and glanced at Lin Shu with a bit of scrutiny. He looked Lin Shu up and down, his mouth curled slightly, and he said in a very unhappy mood. Damn, who is this guy? Why is Min Air so enthusiastic about him? He is dressed so well. Isn't he just another show-off who can only pose? Chapter 49. I want to see how capable a newbie is. Brother Chu, today, I will be very strict. You have to be serious. Otherwise, don't blame me if you can't keep up. Tang Manro stood across the court, racket in hand, her tone more serious than usual, even with a hint of subtle sourness. She narrowed her eyes slightly and glanced at Lin Chu. Although there was a smile on the corner of her mouth, there seemed to be a hint of other emotions hidden in that smile. Lin Chu raised his eyebrows, noticing the subtle change in her tone, and nodded with a smile. Understood, Sister Manru, I will do my best and promise not to lag behind. He got into position, racket in hand, eyes focused, but not giving it much thought. I have to make you sweat a little today. Tang Manru muttered secretly in her heart, but her hands did not stop moving. It was just as she said. Today, I have to increase the intensity of Lin Chu. But after a while, after more than 10 or 20 rounds, the two were still fighting back and forth. Lin Chu caught the ball neatly. Although he was a beginner, his reaction was amazingly fast. Even some of Tang Manru's tricky serves were returned by him steadily. Although she didn't use her full strength. But it is already the most difficult level for beginners. On the other side, Shin Minna stood on the sidelines and stole a few glances. The more she watched, the more interesting it became. She muttered to herself. I heard from Manru that Lin Chu Appa just started learning. How come he is so steady? Yesterday I thought he was just a cool driver, but it turns out he plays basketball in such a cool way too. Favorability +2. Fong Jun looked more and more disdainful. He patted the ball and shouted to Shin Minor. Minor, aren't you going to practice? Why are you staring over there? I thought that guy was so awesome, but this is all he is? His tone was sour. From what he had just seen, Lin Chu was at most a more talented beginner. But it shouldn't be enough to make Shin Minna so excited and curious, right? After all, I have reached the level of a half-step professional. He's rich and handsome, what on earth does this peninsula chick see in that brat? An hour later. Tang Manru put down her racket, put her hands on her hips, stared at him for several seconds, and then said slowly. Brother Chu, tell me the truth, have you ever secretly trained with another coach? This talent is too outrageous. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone, but more of surprise. She had originally just wanted him to suffer a little. But now, she was so shocked by his strength that she was speechless. Lin Chu came over, smiled and waved. No way, it's all thanks to your good teaching, Manru. I was afraid that I couldn't keep up with you, so I tried my best to catch the ball, right? There was a hint of teasing in his tone, but there was a genuine gleam in his eyes. Tang Manru snorted and looked at him resentfully. Brother Chu, stop with your sweet talk. You're off today. She turned around to clean up the basketball hoop, but the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. The jealousy in her heart had been diluted by his performance. Instead, there is an indescribable appreciation and subtle emotion. Oh, forget it, someone as outstanding as Brother Chu. What woman can resist? Favorability +2. After the practice, Shin Minna couldn't help but run over, holding Lin Chu's arm, and said excitedly. Appa. You play really well, can you play a few rounds with me? I really want to try it. She couldn't hide the interest in her eyes, like a child who had discovered a new toy. Minner, Brother Chu is a beginner, how can you bully him? Tang Manru frowned, feeling a little helpless. Hey, just for fun, mainly I want to practice with Appa Shin Minna stuck out her pink tongue mischievously, holding the racket with both hands, looking eager to try. She looked so cute that it was hard to resist. It's okay, Manru, she's right, let's have some fun. It just so happens that I haven't practiced with anyone other than you, Manru. Lin Chu smiled generously and nodded, patting his racket to indicate that it was okay. That's also, come on. Tang Manru smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say, and stepped aside to watch this fun. At the beginning of the game, Lin Chu let up a little. Although Shin Minna is considered pretty good among the novices, she is far inferior to Tang Manru's strength just now. There were several times when I was in a rush to catch the ball. A simple forehand shot made her miss. The ball flew out of bounds, but she didn't care, clapped her hands and laughed. Wow! Appa, you're so strong. I can't catch it at all. Her eyes looked brighter when she looked at Lin Chu, as if she had discovered new strengths in him. For her, although she couldn't beat the opponent, she enjoyed the feeling of competing with Lin Chu. But this scene did not seem to make that sense to Fong Jun, who was standing by. They thought that Lin Chu was just relying on the boy's speed and physical strength to bully girls and show off in front of girls. Seeing Shin Minna's dazzling white long legs running back and forth, with sweat dripping down her pretty face, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Fong Jun snorted coldly, shook his side bangs, and came over to interrupt. What's the big deal about bullying a girl? Your name is Lin Chu, right? How about I play a couple of games with you? His tone was full of provocation and disdain. He even felt that it was an insult to him that Lin Chu was of the same gender as him. Seeing Fong Jun suddenly approaching aggressively, Lin Chu raised his eyebrows and was about to accept his invitation. But just when he was about to fight, Tang Manru, who was originally sitting under a parasol, could no longer sit still after seeing this scene and stood up directly. Mr. Fong, Brother Chu is my student. He is a novice, so he is naturally no match for you. How about I compete with you? Although Fong Jun was not Tang Manru's student, he had heard of this person. I have also heard gossip from Shin Mina before, that Fong Jun's family is in the real estate industry, and they seem to be rich and powerful. Even his qualification as a trainee seemed to have been obtained through connections. As for tennis, he is not only one of the permanent senior members of the club, but also occasionally participates in amateur and semi-professional competitions. His strength should not be underestimated. Lin Chu is indeed excellent, but fighting against such a person is undoubtedly like an egg hitting a stone. Upon hearing this, Fong Jun sneered, swung the racket in his hand, and fixed his eyes on Lin Chu, completely ignoring Tang Manru's suggestion. No need, Coach Tang, I just want to fight with this brother Lin Chu today. There was a hint of stubbornness and provocation in his tone, and the disdain in his eyes was even stronger. I want to see how capable a beginner is. Chapter 50. You told me this is a beginner? I don't believe it. Tang Manru frowned and was about to persuade him again, but she saw that Fong Jun had already made his stance, making it clear that he would not give her any way out. She looked at Lin Chu helplessly and whispered, Brother Chu, be careful. His semi-professional level is no joke. There was a hint of worry in her tone. After all, she knew Fong Jun's strength and didn't want Lin Chu to lose face in such a contest. Shin Mina stood aside, pulled Fong Jun's sleeve, and whispered, Fong Jun, stop it. Lin Chu Appa has just started learning. It would be boring for you to fight with him. She turned to look at Lin Chu, her eyes full of worry, fearing that he would be crushed too badly by Fong Jun. But Fong Jun was not moved at all. He felt very unhappy when he heard his goddess calling the other party Appa again and again. He couldn't help but snorted and shook her hand off. Minner, don't worry about it. I just want him to know that tennis can't be played just by talent. He patted the ball and raised his chin towards Lin Chu. But I don't want people to accuse me of bullying newbies. How about this? I'll give you a hand so that you don't have to make excuses if you lose. He held the racket with one hand and put the other hand in his trouser pocket. He deliberately put on a relaxed posture and looked at Lin Chu with a sidelong glance, as if waiting for him to take the challenge. Lin Chu raised his eyebrows. He glanced at the two people who were worried about him, and then glanced at Fong Jun's arrogant expression, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Okay, let's try it. One-handed is fine, I have no objection. He walked to the other side, gripped the racket tightly, stood in position, his tone was relaxed, but there was a sharp flash in his eyes. Brother Chu is such a fool. Even if it's Fong Jun, one hand is enough to beat him. Tang Manru retreated to the sidelines, crossed her arms, and sighed inwardly. Shin Mina bit her lip and whispered, Come on, Lin Chu Appa, don't lose too badly. Neither of them was optimistic about Lin Chu, and felt that the contest was too unequal to be a foregone conclusion. At the beginning of the game, Fong Jun served with one hand, and a fast forehand ball went straight to Lin Chu's left baseline. Although the speed of the ball is not as sharp as that of the one that was played with both hands, the angle is tricky and it is obvious that there is no real intention to let it go. He had a sneer on his face, thinking, This ball is enough for you to run, you noob. But Lin Chu's feet slipped and his reaction was incredibly fast. He swung his racket and returned the ball cleanly and accurately, forcing Fong Jun to move to receive the ball. Fong Jun frowned and thought to himself, Luck? He adjusted his posture and threw out another one-handed side spin ball. The ball drew an arc in the air and went straight to Lin Chu's blind spot on the right. But Lin Chu turned around and hit the ball with his backhand. Not only did the ball return to him, but it also carried a hint of attack and landed in a tricky spot. Fong Jun obviously had difficulty returning the ball with one hand, and the ball went out of bounds. What? Fong Jun was stunned for a moment, and the disdain in his eyes began to waver. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, Not bad, let's try again. He continued to serve with one hand, this time with a little more force, but Lin Shu seemed to have turned on the radar and received every ball as steadily as an old dog, and even found time to return a few diagonal balls. The angle was weird and Fong Jun almost made mistakes several times. On the sidelines, Tang Manru and Shen Minor looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Tang Manru murmured, "Brother Chu. Fong Jun can't even hold him down with one hand?" Shin Min's eyes widened and she whispered, "Appa is so strong, Fong Jun can't even take it down with one hand." Shin Min favorability, +3. Fong Jun was panting, his face gradually becoming ugly. He realized that he couldn't hold Lin Shu down with one hand, and the noise around him was getting louder and louder. Several club members and students passing by were attracted by the competition and slowly gathered around, whispering, "Isn't that Fong Jun? He's giving up one hand when fighting a newbie? Newbie? Your shot is so steady this time. That's pretty awesome. How can a newbie play like this? He must be cheating. Fong Jun is too lame. How can he fight with a newbie?" The sound of discussions came into his ears, and Fong Jun couldn't hold back his expression. He glared at Lin Shu fiercely, pulled out his left hand from his pocket, clenched his hands, and said coldly, "Good boy, you have some skills. I won't let you. I'll play with you with both hands." He thought that he had underestimated the enemy by using only one hand, and this time he had to let him see his true level. The crowd around them immediately became interested and started talking louder. Fong Jun is getting serious. This is going to be interesting. That newbie probably can't hold on any longer. Semi-professionals are no joke when they get serious. What's so good about this? Everyone gather around. If Fong Jun gets serious, isn't it just pure bullying? I declare that it was definitely Fong Jun who unilaterally crushed him. Fong Jun sent out a powerful smash with both hands. The ball was so fast that it made a whistling sound and hit Lin Shu's half of the court with great momentum. But Lin Shu was not in a hurry. He took a half step back, raised his racket, and made a beautiful high return to resolve the attack. The ball landed accurately outside Fong Jun's baseline. What? Fong Jun ran as fast as he could, but was still a beat too late. When the ball landed on the ground, he froze, his face full of disbelief. In the next few games, Fong Jun used almost all his skills, serving, smashing, and cutting the ball in turn, and every ball was fast and fierce with his two hands. But Lin Shu seemed to have turned on a cheat, and he received every ball perfectly, and even returned a few backhand shots, with such force and angle that Fong Jun had no chance to fight back. Who is this newbie? Fuck, that's awesome. Is this true? This level of ability means a novice? I don't believe it. The crowd around the stadium gradually quieted down, leaving only exclamations. It's true. Mr. Lin Chuling just signed up last week. He knew nothing when he came. It was only with Coach Tang's step-by-step teaching that he made such rapid progress. Facing everyone's doubts, the receptionist at the side stepped out to explain. Even she found it hard to believe that a novice who didn't even know how to hold the racket could improve so quickly. She suddenly thought that she could call up the surveillance footage of Lin Chu's practice and the game. It will definitely be very attractive when it is edited into a promotional video for the club. Wow, that's a genius. This newbie can reach this level. I feel that if he continues to practice with this talent, he can even enter the domestic professional competition. Domestic professional competition? Be brave, international competition is fine. So handsome, this little brother has so much muscle and explosive power. Male hormones are simply overflowing. I almost went back to the south after watching it. Everyone was whispering, and even a few little fans of Lin Shu appeared, wearing short skirts and shorts, with a crazy look on their faces. In the last ball, Lin Shu made a clean forehand smash, and the ball hit Fong Jun's half of the court. Fong Jun missed the ball, and it rolled out of bounds, and the game was over. The crowd cheered and some even applauded. Too strong. This newbie is incredible. It's so funny. Fong Jun is so embarrassed to be beaten by a newbie. I declare that my idol is no longer Fong Jun, but this little brother. Fong Jun stood opposite, his face ashen, his knuckles turning white from clenching the racket in his hand, cold sweat running down his forehead. He panted, and his gaze towards Lin Shu changed from provocation to shock and shame. This guy is a beginner? There's no way. Yeah, you're just pretending, right? You're deliberately trying to pick up girls with this trick, right? Playing dumb to eat the tiger? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he couldn't help but swear. If it weren't for this, he really couldn't believe the result. Chapter 51. Purchase Greentown No. 1 Villa and get your first home in Hangzhou. After the game, Lin Shu stood on the side of the court, wiping the sweat from his forehead, with the exclamations of the crowd in Shin Min's cheers still echoing in his ears. At this moment, a clear reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Health value increased to 80. Ding! Mission completed, rewards distributed, Greentown No. 1 Villa, X1, Basic Mixed Martial Arts, X1, Invincible King Kong, X1. Lin Shu was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a warm current surging from deep within his body. The fatigue quickly subsided, and the whole person seemed to be filled with energy again. He looked down at his arms. The already full muscles seemed to be even tighter, and even his breathing was much smoother than before. His health value jumped from the initial normal level to 80, which cheered him up. Then, the system interface appeared in front of him, and the reward details were displayed one by one. Greentown No. 1 Villa, a luxurious single-family villa located in the top wealthy area of Hangzhou, covering an area of 800 square meters. Equipped with a private swimming pool, audio-visual room and smart home system, the house is worth about 600 million renminbi and is a symbol of wealth and status. Basic Mixed Martial Arts combines the basic techniques of boxing, jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai, directly instilling them into the brain and muscle memory. It allows users to master practical fighting skills in a short period of time, which is enough to deal with daily conflicts. Invincible, passive skill, greatly improves physical endurance and resistance to blows, and shortens the cooldown time of movement. It can significantly reduce fatigue and damage at critical moments, ensuring your physical strength lasts as long as a diamond. Lin Shu looked at the three rewards, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The value of the villa is self-evident, and the fighting skills and the invincibility are extremely practical. Especially this, Invincible Vajra, which greatly improves physical endurance. As the saying goes, there are no fields that are ruined, only cows that are worked to death. This means that in the future, when I sow seeds in the fields, I won't even have any cool-down time, and I will be truly invincible. Wow, that's really awesome. He couldn't help but clench his fists and muttered to himself. This benefit from the system is really timely. I have to go see what the villa looks like later. The tennis class was officially over. Lin Shu packed up his racket and was about to leave, already thinking about his next itinerary. Just then, Shin Minna ran over from the sidelines, her blonde hair shining in the sunset, her long legs slender and white under her pink and white tennis skirt, and her white sneakers made her look full of energy. She stood in front of him, staring at him with sparkling eyes, and said with a smile, "Lin Shu Appa. Didn't you say yesterday that you would take me for a ride? Class is over today, why don't we go now? I really want to try out your convertible." She tilted her head, her eyelashes trembling, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. She was as beautiful as a doll, and looked at Lin Shu with anticipation, completely forgetting that there were other people around her. Lin Shu was stunned, then remembered what he promised her yesterday, and nodded with a smile. "Okay, let's go now. I'll take you for a spin, but I have something to do on the way later." He was about to turn around to get his car keys when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Etc. Tang Manru walked over quickly, racket in her hand, looked at Shin Minor with a frown, and glanced at Lin Shu. She had been packing up her things, but when she heard what Shin Minna said, her heart tightened for no reason. She cleared her throat and tried to speak in a natural tone. "Minner, are you and Brother Chu going for a ride alone? I think the weather is nice today, why don't I come along? I don't have many classes anyway." She said it casually, but there was a subtle emotion flashing in her eyes. She didn't want to leave Shin Minna and Lin Shu alone, especially when she saw her excited look. She always felt a little blocked in her heart. She looked at Lin Shu and added, "Brother Chu, you don't mind bringing one more person, right?" Lin Shu raised his eyebrows, looked at the two of them, and raised the corner of his mouth. "Of course, Manru, if you want to go, come with us. It will be more lively with more people. Wait for me at the entrance of the club. I'll be there after I pack up." 10 minutes later. Shin Minna was standing under the shade of a tree at the entrance of the club, waiting for Lin Shu's car to pick her up. At this time, she was wearing a white one-shoulder sweater, and her golden hair was casually draped over her clear collarbone. She was wearing a short gray skirt, with her long legs wrapped in sheer black stockings. With a height of 1.76 centimeters and a pair of YSL high heels that are so attractive to men, her legs look even straighter and longer. She is simply a goddess of the peninsula who can only be admired from afar and not touched. The breeze blew gently, making her golden hair sway gently and flipping her short skirt up and down. Shin Min-ah held her golden hair with one hand and subconsciously held down the hem of her skirt, which was fluttering gently back and forth with the other hand. The lower part of her left leg felt a little itchy, so she couldn't help but rub it a few times with her silk stockings-covered feet. She lowered her head to browse her phone, occasionally looking up. Her eyelashes were as long as small fans. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth showed an unconscious smile, as beautiful as a painting. Even the members passing by couldn't help but take a few more glances. Just then, a brand new Porsche Carrera slowly drove over. Its body was shiny black and its engine roared as it stopped in front of Shin Min-ah. The car window was lowered. Fong Jun leaned out, put his arm on the steering wheel, and blew a loud whistle. "Minner, are you waiting for the bus? Come on up, I'll give you a ride." He raised his eyebrows deliberately, with a hint of boasting in his tone. The car was just picked up, and the price of over 1 million yuan was enough to support him. He lost face on the court today and was feeling very humiliated. He was thinking of using this car to save some face in front of Shin Min-ah. "Fong Jun, are you buying a new car?" Shin Min-ah looked up and saw that the other person was driving a Porsche, so she didn't seem very interested. He glanced at her and curled his lips. "Yes, it just arrived yesterday. This car runs very well. Do you want to try it?" Shin Min-ah was still looking at her phone. She smiled without looking up and waved her hand. "No, Fong Jun, thank you. But Lin Shuapa said he would take me back, so I'll decline first." Her tone was relaxed, and she was completely unaware of the displeasure that flashed across Fong Jun's eyes. When Fong Jun heard the name Lin Shu, his face suddenly darkened. He sneered and leaned back in his seat, his tone full of disdain. "Lin Shu? What good car can he drive? A shared bicycle or an electric car? Mine is a Porsche Carrera with a 3.0T engine. How can he compare to it?" He patted the steering wheel and thought, "It's okay if we lose on the court, but can he beat us in the car? Impossible. Fuck. Just as he finished speaking, a low and elegant horn sound suddenly came from behind him. Fong Jun subconsciously looked back and his whole body froze in an instant. A Bentley Continental GT slowly drove over. Its streamlined body was like a work of art. The glacier white paint glowed with a low-key luster in the sunset. The roar of the engine was steady and powerful, and its aura directly crushed his Porsche. The convertible roof slowly opened, revealing Lin Shu in casual clothes, with Tang Manru sitting next to him. He held the steering wheel with one hand and waved to Shin Minor. "Minner, let's go, get in the car." Chapter 52. Shin Sheng, a cold and aloof housekeeper with super high looks. Fong Jun sat in the car, staring at the Bentley, his eyes almost popping out. His throat moved, his fingers clenched the steering wheel, and he felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. In his eyes, a Porsche worth more than 1 million is already a top-of-the-line model, but Lin Shu's Bentley Continental GT starts at 4 or 5 million, and he loses his temper when he just crushes it. He gritted his teeth, his mind in turmoil. Where did this guy get this car? Lin Shu glanced at Fong Jun, smiled, and without saying anything, stepped on the accelerator. The Bentley's engine roared, and it sped away with Shin Minah's cheers and Tang Manru's giggles, leaving behind only a chic taillight. The car sped along. Lin Shu controlled the steering wheel skillfully, but in his heart he was thinking about the Greentown No. 1 villa that the system rewarded him. He deliberately took a detour and finally parked the car in front of a high-end villa area surrounded by green trees. Lin Shu got out of the car and looked around his own house, which was as magnificent as a modern palace. The single-family building covers an area of 800 square meters. Its exterior walls are made of large glass curtain walls in dark gray stone, reflecting a low-key and luxurious luster under the sunset. The private swimming pool is full of rippling blue water, and the poolside is inlaid with imported marble, which sets off the surrounding carefully manicured French gardens. The lush greenery exudes an aristocratic atmosphere. At the entrance of the villa, the tall black wrought iron gate slid open automatically, revealing a spacious vestibule large enough to park several luxury cars. Shin Min-ah jumped out of the car and saw the spacious single-family villa in front of her. Her eyes widened immediately. "Wow! Appa, where is this? It's so beautiful." She ran over and stared at the private swimming pool and glass curtain wall in front of the villa with amazement on her face. Tang Manru also got out of the car and looked up at the modern mansion, unable to hide the shock in her eyes. She asked in a low voice, "Brother Chu, is this your home?" Of course she knew about Greentown No. 1 villa, which was located in the core of Hangzhou's top wealthy area, and the residents there were all very wealthy and powerful people. It is said that the residents of Greentown No. 1 Villa are all top elites in Hangzhou and even the whole country. Business tycoons live here, holding billions of assets and controlling the lifeblood of multinational corporations. There are political celebrities who are low-key but have far-reaching influence and can move the world with just one word. There are also masters in the cultural circle who collect countless treasures, and their profound knowledge is revealed in their conversation. Their lives are a luxurious scene that is unattainable for ordinary people. Behind every villa is a symbol of wealth and power. Ordinary people can only watch this paradise on earth from afar. I just got it. I'm showing you around. Doesn't a ride have to have a destination? His tone was relaxed, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. It would be a lie to say I'm not excited. This is my first house. After several years of drifting in Hangzhou, he went from being a poor young man to a migrant worker living in a rented house. After enduring countless overtime nights and experiencing the bitterness of life, I finally took root in this city. This villa is not only a symbol of wealth, but also a testimony to his struggle and persistence. Manruoni, this house should be very expensive. Shin Minna couldn't help but ask Tang Manru, who was standing beside her while biting her ear. Such a grand house with a huge area can only be seen in the Gangnam residential area in Seoul, where every inch of land is valuable. The people living there are all popular stars, tycoons, and politicians. Well, this second-hand house costs 600-800 million yuan, and the problem is that I can't buy it even if I want to. Tang Manru nodded, and was once again shocked by Lin Chu's strength and background. 800 million? Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, oh my god. If converted into peninsula currency, this would be 157.784 billion peninsula currency. Shin Minna started to convert the exchange rate while counting on her fingers. She couldn't help but dilate her pupils and exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chuapa is really so talented. If this happened in their peninsula, he would at least be a rich second generation from a big chaebol family. His huge financial resources once again refreshed her perception of wealthy people in China, and she couldn't help but admire and worship him even more. Favorability +5. Just as Shin Minna and Tang Manru were still immersed in shock, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground came from not far away. A tall woman walked slowly towards them, her posture as straight as a pine tree, wearing a pair of black stiletto heels and silky black stockings, exuding coolness and elegance. She was wearing a well-cut professional OL skirt and a black suit jacket that outlined her slim waist in curves. She had long, slightly curly hair draped over her shoulders, and her cold eyes through her gold-rimmed glasses revealed a sense of inhumanity and alienation. Her face was delicate but without a smile, her steps were steady, and her aura was strong, as if everything was under control. She stopped, nodded slightly, and spoke in a cold voice. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin?" "Yes, it's me." "Excuse me, you are the butler, right?" Lin Chu was stunned for a moment, but after seeing the work badge on the other person's suit, he knew what was going on. "Yes, Mr. Lin, I am your full-time housekeeper, Shin Ching, welcome to Greentown No. 1. Obviously, she was already used to serving top wealthy people, and her attitude was professional and indifferent. Although she is just her housekeeper, for such a beautiful person. Lin Chu couldn't help but cast an insight spell at her. Name, Shin Chang. Age, 27. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Charge, 0. Appearance, 93. Endurance, 80. Favorability, 5. Sure enough, she is a super beautiful woman. The system also gave a high score of 93. The key is that this top-notch temperament and body proportions really have an inexplicable attraction to every man. Hearing this, Lin Chu smiled, took a step forward, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Shin Chang. His palms were warm and strong, and his fingertips touched and released lightly without warning, with just the right amount of politeness. When shaking hands, he lowered his head slightly, his eyes fell calmly on her face, and a sincere arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Butler Shin, thank you for your hard work. I will have to trouble you to take care of me next time." His voice was low but gentle, without a trace of condescension, but instead revealed respect for her work. Shin Chang's fingers stiffened slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across his cold eyes. She was used to the indifference or arrogance of many wealthy people, but rarely saw such natural approachability. She withdrew her hand and adjusted her glasses. Although her tone was still cold, it was a little softer. "It's my duty. You're too polite, Mr. Lin." The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and a favorable impression quietly grew. Favorability +5. Mr. Lin, please come this way. She made a respectful gesture. Well, since Butler Shin is here, let's go in and take a look. Lin Shu smiled and nodded, then took the lead and stepped into the huge villa. Chapter 53, The Domineering CEO? The TV drama's male protagonist has entered reality? Shin Cheng nodded slightly, turned around and led Lin Shu, Shin Minor and Tang Manru into the villa. His voice was clear and methodical. Mr. Lin, this Greentown number 1 covers an area of 800 square meters and has 3 floors. The entrance is equipped with an intelligent security system, with fingerprint and face recognition dual verification to ensure privacy and security. The lobby is paved with Italian handmade marble, and the crystal chandelier is custom made by Swarovski, with the light perception automatically adjusted over time. The master bedroom on the 2nd floor is equipped with a panoramic balcony and a constant temperature massage bathtub. The dressing room has built-in smart temperature control and can accommodate hundreds of pieces of clothing. The 3rd floor is the audio-visual room and gym, equipped with a Dolby Atmos system and equipment imported from Germany. A private swimming pool and French garden can be seen outside the window. The kitchen is an open design and is equipped with a sub-zero refrigerator and a Wolf oven to meet top cooking needs. In addition, the underground garage can accommodate 6 cars, and a space has been reserved for your Bentley. She walked and pointed with an elegant gait, occasionally touching the touchscreen on the wall with her fingertips to demonstrate the functions, and her tone was indifferent but professional. Shin Min-ah exclaimed, "Wow! This is too high-tech. A toilet is bigger than our living room." Tang Manru nodded silently, shock flashing in her eyes. Lin Shu listened with a slight smile on his face, feeling more and more satisfied with his new home. After introducing the villa, Shin Qing turned around and his eyes inadvertently fell on Lin Shu. He stood in the middle of the hall, the setting sun pouring in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining his tall figure and handsome profile. There was a faint smile on her fair face, her eyes were clear yet deep, and her every move exuded a calm temperament. He has both the vigor of youth and a calmness beyond his age. Shin Chang was slightly startled. She was used to the arrogance and indifference of the rich, but rarely saw such a natural and charming demeanor. Her fingers touched the edge of her glasses, her cold eyes softened a little, and she thought to herself, "This master is really special. Favorability +5. She quickly regained her indifference, but her tone unconsciously became a little warmer. "Mr. Lin, are you checking in today?" "Yes, let's stay here for one night." Lin Shu smiled and nodded. After all, he wanted to experience the accommodation experience of this villa more than anyone else. "Okay, Mr. Lin, if you need anything, please let me know. I will take my leave now." Since there were other people present, she didn't want to disturb them. Just as Shin Chang was about to turn around and leave in her high heels. "Oh, by the way, Miss Shin, I read the contract and heard that if I move in, your salary should be paid by me, right?" Lin Shu seemed to remember something and said to her. Shin Chang stopped, turned around, and nodded slightly. His voice was still clear, but a little more professional and gentle. "Yes, Mr. Lin. According to the contract, starting from the date you move in, my salary will be paid directly by you, 40,000 per month, including basic management and additional service fees." She took out a document from her briefcase and handed it to Lin Shu with smooth and graceful movements. Lin Shu took the contract, glanced at the terms, and raised his lips slightly. 40,000 is quite reasonable. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, opened the banking app, and with a few taps of his fingertips, was about to transfer the money. But he suddenly thought of something. "How about this? 40,000 doesn't sound good. I'll give you an extra 20,000, 60,000 a month. After all, there may be many things that need your help in daily life." Okay, then thank you, Mr. Lin." Shin Ching's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise and unintentional joy, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart, "This owner is truly extraordinary, as he is generous and straightforward." Favorability +3. "You're welcome. I've transferred over. Can you please check it out?" At the same time, the system sounded the cashback arrival. Ding! It was detected that the host successfully spent money on Hong Yen. 3 million yuan of double cashback has been transferred to your account, please check. China Merchants Bank, your account with the last number 9800 received 3 million renminbi at 1751 on February 3rd. Sure enough, the cashback received verified his guess. Just now, Lin Shu suddenly thought that if he simply transferred the basic salary, it might only be counted as his personal consumption. But if he takes the initiative to raise the other party's salary, it will increase the other party's favorability. If this is the case, this amount of money will be converted into money spent on Hongyan and receive a cashback. It not only improves the other party's favorability, but also gets cash back on consumption. It really kills two birds with one stone. 1.5 million? Mr. Lin, you. Xin Cheng took out his mobile phone and confirmed the receipt of the money. A hint of surprise flashed across his cold eyes, as he mistakenly thought that the other party had transferred the wrong money. Don't get me wrong, your annual salary is 720,000 yuan, and the rest is used to supplement the necessities of life and the daily maintenance of the villa. Lin Shu waved his hand and said disapprovingly. Okay, I understand. She took out a pen from her bag and handed it to Lin Shu, pointing to the last page of the contract and saying, please sign here. Lin Shu took the pen, signed his name in a flamboyant manner, and handed it back to her. After Xin Cheng checked it, he nodded slightly. The contract is effective, Mr. Lin, thank you for your trust. This scene was seen by Tang Manru and Shen Minor, who were standing next to Lin Shu. They were so surprised that they were speechless. I didn't expect that the housekeeper fee for a rich man living in a villa would be nearly $1 million a year. How arrogant is this? Especially Shin Min-ah, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Appa, you are so handsome, is this the domineering CEO? Having grown up watching the Peninsula Mary Sue idol drama, she is accustomed to the extravagant lives of many wealthy second-generation tycoons on TV. Now, she suddenly felt like the male protagonist of a TV drama walking into reality. It's really so luxurious here. After visiting your home, Appa, I don't want to go back to my own rental house. Favorability +3. That's too much. If that's the case, why don't you stay here and play for a while? It's almost time for dinner, why don't we eat here? Lin Shu looked at the afterglow in the distance through the glass of the villa and made a suggestion to Tang Manru and Shen Minor. Great. Lin Shu Appa, it's just right that we can celebrate your housewarming together today. Well, since Brother Chu has said so, we are embarrassed to refuse. The two of them nodded excitedly. After all, they were also happy that Lin Shu was moving into his new home today. Mr. Lin, since you are staying here tonight and you have guests staying over, why don't I arrange dinner for you? Greentown Property has an exclusive team of star chefs, and I can contact them to prepare a meal that suits your taste. The ingredients are all flown in from organic farms that day, so they're guaranteed to be fresh. What do you think? Xin Xing, who was standing aside and listening to the conversation, pushed his glasses and smiled, then looked at Lin Shu seriously and said. Chapter 54, The Drinking Table Punishment Game, the favorability of the two people is improved. Dinner is ready, and Greentown Properties star chef team serves a sumptuous meal. The pan-fried Australian lobster with black truffle sauce, the grilled Wagyu beef fillet with red wine sauce, and the exquisite French desserts are all delicious and mouth-watering. Lin Shu invited Shen Minor and Tang Manru to take a seat. The three of them sat around the long table in the villa's restaurant. The lights of the swimming pool outside the floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the night sky, and the atmosphere was warm and luxurious. To celebrate a housewarming, there must be some sense of ceremony. Lin Shu stood up and took out a bottle of dark red wine from the wine cabinet. The label read Chateau Lafite Rothschild 1982. This is a bottle of 1982 Lafite, which was sent to me by my butler Xin Cheng after he contacted a famous luxury winery in Hangzhou. Xin Min's eyes widened and she exclaimed, Appa. Lafite from 1982, this is too much. I've only heard of it but never tasted it. Tang Manru also raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Chu, your move is really unmatched. Lin Shu opened the bottle skillfully, and the rich aroma of wine filled the air. He poured 3 glasses and raised his glass. Come on, let's have a drink to our new home. The three of them clinked their glasses, and the crisp sound of the glasses rang out. The red wine tasted smooth, with a rich fruity aroma and a long aftertaste. Wow, it's so delicious. It's all thanks to you, Brother Chu, that I can taste such delicious wine, Kongsang Amida. Shin Minna took a sip and couldn't help but squint her eyes, clasp her hands together, and speak in her hometown dialect. Tang Manru shook the goblet and tasted it carefully, nodding and saying, aged red wine is indeed different. After a few drinks, the alcohol started to get to my head and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Shin Minna's cheeks flushed, she put down her glass, and suddenly clapped her hands and proposed. It's so boring just drinking. Lin Chuapa, Man Ro Uni, let's play a drinking game, and the loser has to accept the punishment, how about it? Lin Shu became interested when he heard this. Okay, what to play? Shin Minna rolled her eyes, took out her phone, opened the game app and suggested. I have a Monopoly board with checkers and penalty and reward squares. You jump to the squares and do what's required. How about that? Sure, I have no problem with that. When Lin Shu heard it, he found it quite fresh. I really can't do anything with you, Minner, so I'll play a few games with you guys. Tang Manru also nodded with a wry smile. She had no choice. After all, Shin Minna had always been such a carefree person. When you open the game, you will see a colorful chessboard with colorful grids and different tasks written on each grid. There are drink a glass of wine, imitate animal sounds, take off a piece of clothing, look into each other's eyes with affection, hug each other and say funny things, etc. The rules are very simple. Each person takes turns rolling the dice and performing the corresponding task when jumping onto the grid. The game begins. In the first round, Shin Minna rolled a 3 and jumped to the imitate animal sound square. She said with a smile, "Then I'll learn to meow like a cat." She covered her face and meowed 3 times. Her voice was soft and cute, which made Lin Shu and Tang Manru laugh. She took a sip of wine as requested and muttered with disdain, "This grid is too simple." In the second round, Lin Shu rolled a 5 and jumped to massage the shoulders of the person next to you for 5 minutes. He looked helplessly at Tang Manru on the right, stood up and said with a smile, "Manru, thank you for your hard work." He walked behind her, put his hands gently on her shoulders, and squeezed them with just the right amount of strength. Tang Manru was a little stiff at first, but gradually relaxed under the influence of alcohol, feeling Lin Shu's strong and firm hands. Her face couldn't help but blush, her body softened a little, and her beautiful legs couldn't help but cross under the table. This chessboard is really good at picking people. Favorability +1. 5 minutes later, Lin Shu sat back down, and Shen Minor giggled. Appa's technique is really good. He made Manru feel so comfortable. Next it was Tang Manru's turn. She rolled a 6 and the chess piece jumped to take off one piece of clothing and then drink face to face with the person next to you. She looked down at the task, her face flushed, her fingers clenched the wine glass and she hesitated, "Isn't this too exaggerated?" She was wearing a tight sportswear jacket with a white sports vest underneath, showing her curvaceous figure. Shin Minna was drunk and clapped her hands, "Hey, Manru, take off your clothes. The rules cannot be broken." Tang Manru glared at her, sighed helplessly, gritted her teeth and took off her coat, revealing a tight and fitting sports vest, her sexy figure clearly visible. It would be fine if she was alone with Lin Shu, but now that there were outsiders present, she would naturally feel shy. After all, she was a bit conservative at heart. She shyly leaned towards Lin Shu, raised the wine glass, put her slender hands around Lin Shu's neck, and pressed her whole body against his chest. Suddenly, a soft touch came from Lin Shu's body, accompanied by a scent of wine mixed with body fragrance. After 30 seconds, she let go of his hand, her face turned red like a ripe apple, and she quickly picked up the wine glass and took a sip to cover it up. Shin Minna giggled, "Appa, your face is red." Lin Shu touched his nose and said a little short of breath, "Who can bear this punishment?" After 3 rounds of drinks, Shin Minna rolled a 1 and jumped to dance and interact with the person next to you for 30 seconds. She was wearing a tight miniskirt, the hem of which just covered her thighs. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, shining alluringly under the light. She stood up, threw a coquettish look at Lin Shu, and said in a tender voice, "Lin Shu Appa, let me dance with you here, come over." Lin Shu was pulled up by her, half pushed and half committed to stand beside her, and said with a smile, "I can't dance, don't laugh at me." Shin Minna twisted her body to the rhythm, her waist swayed softly, her long black silk legs sometimes lifted and sometimes rotated, her short skirt slightly lifted, outlining her hot curves. She moved closer to Lin Shu, placed her hands lightly on his shoulders, and swept her eyes across his face seductively, her dance moves teasing. She suddenly moved closer to him, circled around him, her fingertips accidentally brushed across his chest, and finally stopped in front of him, tiptoed closer, and laughed softly. "Appa, good cooperation." Lin Shu was stunned by her teasing, and unconsciously held her waist with his hands, smiled and lowered his head. "Minner, your dance makes my heart beat faster." The two people's breath intertwined, and the air was suddenly filled with ambiguity. Favorability +2. Tang Manru sat aside, the wine glass in her hand swaying slightly. Her eyes fell on Shin Minner's movement towards Lin Shu, and a trace of sourness arose in her heart. She looked at her intimate eyes and the ambiguous movements of her fingertips, frowned slightly, and thought to herself, "This little girl is so clingy to him even when she's dancing. She really knows how to find opportunities." She took a sip of wine to hide her discomfort, and her tone was a little teasing. "Minner, you dance so hard that Brother Chu was almost kidnapped by you." After Shin Minna finished dancing, she sat back next to Lin Shu, panting, and said coquettishly, Hey, Manru, that's what the chessboard requires. Appa, don't you think so? Lin Shu laughed. Yes, that's the rule of the game, there's nothing we can do about it. Next. They played several more games, all with strange mission requirements. It also instantly made the atmosphere among the three of them become a little hotter. Until the last round. Shin Minna rolled a 3 and jumped to kiss the designated person with another player. Her face was red, her eyes were hazy, and she clapped her hands and laughed. Then Manru Aoni and I will kiss Lin Shu Appa together. Readers who think this is good, please give a thumbs up 5555. This new author thanks everyone. Chapter 55. It's okay, ISNT at lively here with Shin Min-ah? Lin Shu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it. Wow, this peninsula girl is really open-minded. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol that exposed her true nature? He muttered to himself, but the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. As the person involved, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Rather, no man can resist the feeling of being hugged and kissed by two beautiful women, right? This sudden benefit made him both surprised and a little expectant. Tang Manro glanced at Shin Minor, her lips slightly raised, her tone slightly teasing. Min-air, you really are drunk, how dare you play with this punishment? Although she and Lin Shu have not officially confirmed their relationship, the ambiguous interactions over the past few days have already made them familiar with each other. If she were asked to kiss Lin Shu, she would naturally be more willing than anyone else. But there happens to be another Shin Min-ah, and she's my best friend. This feeling is a bit weird. There was a complex flash in her eyes, showing both possessiveness towards Lin Shu and helplessness towards Shin Min-ah's boldness. Shin Min-ah came over, took her hand, and said coquettishly, Hey, Manruoni, what about the rules of the chessboard? We're all drunk anyway, so it's more fun to play once. She tilted her head and smiled innocently, but there was a sly light in her eyes, as if she had deliberately provoked this ambiguous game. She shook Tang Manru's arm and urged, Hurry up, don't be shy. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Shu sat in the middle, spread his hands, pretending to be helpless. You really want to play like this? Then I'll have to play along. His tone was relaxed, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he watched the two women approach. Shin Min-ah chuckled and moved first. She leaned towards Lin Shu, her fingers lightly resting on his shoulders to steady herself. She tiptoed slightly and put her cheek close to his right cheek. The aroma of red wine mixed with her breath came to his face. Her lips gently touched his face, warm and soft, like a feather brushing past, and stayed for 2 or 3 seconds. As she pulled away, she smiled and winked, Appa, how is it? Is it sweet enough? Lin Shu's heart skipped a beat after being kissed by her. He touched his right cheek and responded with a little surprise. Min-air, are you serious? What else? Could it be that Appa is shy? His face is a little red, don't you think so, Manru? Shin Min-ah said with a smile, and at the same time glanced at Tang Manru beside her, sticking out her tongue as if in provocation. Min-air you. Tang Manru looked at this scene, with a subtle emotion flashing in her eyes. She hummed softly, took the baton, leaned forward sideways, and her movements were smooth and natural. She leaned towards Lin Shu, her fingers casually resting on his arm, and whispered. It's my turn now. Don't get too proud. She leaned over and pressed her lips firmly against his left cheek. The touch was warm and gentle, with a hint of nonchalant exploration. She stayed a little longer than Shin Min-ah, as if she wanted to stay close to him for a moment longer, her breath brushing against his ear. After the kiss, she stepped back and glanced at him calmly. Are you all satisfied now? Her tone was relaxed, but her eyes were provocative and ambiguous. Lin Shu touched both sides of his face, was stunned for a few seconds, and then laughed. I am completely convinced by this chessboard. You two are so well coordinated, aren't you? Shin Min-ah giggled and leaned on his shoulder, Appa, tonight is so much fun. Tang Manru sat aside, feeling angry and helpless. There's nothing I can do about it, since she's my best friend. As the night deepened, after a few rounds of games, Shin Min-ah became drunk. She stood up unsteadily, muttering, Appa, I'm so dizzy from this wine. After taking only 2 steps, she fell headfirst onto the sofa next to her and fell asleep hugging the pillow. His blonde hair was spread out across his face, his breathing was even, and he was completely drunk and unconscious. Lin Shu and Tang Manro looked at each other. They were both just slightly drunk, and their eyes were clear but a little hazy. The two of them sat at the dining table, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and the warmth of ambiguity fermented in the air. Lin Shu glanced at the sleeping Shin Minor and smiled softly. This girl is thoroughly drunk. Tang Manru chuckled, picked up the wine glass and shook it, her eyes swept over Lin Shu. Her tone was a little teasing but also a little sour. Oomph, it was quite lively. Brother Chu, you must have been very happy to be kissed by Minner tonight. I saw you were laughing so hard just now that you couldn't close your mouth. She took a sip of wine, her eyes narrowed slightly, with a hint of tentativeness and jealousy, as if she wanted to see how he would respond. Seeing Shin Minna sticking so intimately to him, he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. When Lin Shu heard this, he raised his eyebrows and sensed the jealousy in her words. He leaned back in his chair, turned his head and looked at her, his eyes flashing with a smile, his tone relaxed but a little bit naughty. I am happy, but Sister Manru, did you misunderstand? I was just giving Minner face and cooperating with the performance. He paused, lowered his voice a little, leaned close to her ear, and whispered. Besides, Minner was drunk and messed around. I really liked your move, and I want to savor it more. Tang Manru's lips curled up in amusement at his words, and her sourness was instantly diluted a little. She snorted and glanced at him. Brother Chu, you are really good at coaxing people. However, the teasing in her tone had turned into half-true, half-false coquetry, and the soft light in her eyes became even stronger, and it was obvious that she was quite pleased with his solution. Favorability +1. His eyes locked onto her, with a hint of teasing, and his voice was low and magnetic. How about you do it again to prove that I'm not lying? Tang Manru's heart skipped a beat because of his teasing. She glared at him but did not dodge his hand. The more she looked at Lin Shu, the more handsome he looked. Especially when he looked into her eyes from such a close distance, she couldn't help but feel a little itchy in her heart. Even she, who has always been a bit conservative, couldn't help but have a twinkle in her eyes. The two of them looked at each other, so close that their noses almost touched. Brother Chu, why do I think you are getting more and more handsome? Tang Manru couldn't help but move closer to him, put her arms around his neck, and spoke into Lin Shu's ear. Lin Shu looked down at her, his eyes deep, with a hint of drunkenness and tenderness, and whispered. Manru, you look beautiful today too. He unceremoniously put his arm around Tang Manru's waist and held her in his arms. Hate Brother Chu. Didn't we have something left unfinished last time? Lin Shu took a look at Tang Manru's favorability level, which had reached 88. It's just one step away from a favorability rating of 90. This is another big step forward for me. But Minner is still sleeping. Tang Manru blushed and couldn't help but refuse several times. Subconsciously, she glanced at Shin Minor who was sleeping on the sofa not far away. It's okay. It's more lively when there are more people, right? Lin Shu glanced at the long legs and black stockings on the sofa, then slowly lowered his head and said to Tang Manru with a smile. Chapter 56 Late Night Visit? The neighbor Mr. Wang and his charming wife. An hour later. Lin Shu sat lazily on the sofa, with a lit cigarette between his fingers, and a faint smoke lingering around. He leaned against the sofa, his eyes fixed on the messy handprints on the French window of the villa. I couldn't help but feel refreshed, the corners of my mouth slightly raised with a satisfied smile. Just now, Tang Manru's favorability successfully reached 90. She became the second female character in his social relationships with a favorability level of 90. Tang Manru beside him was panting, half leaning in his arms, with a blush still on her cheeks. She glanced at him sideways, her tone revealing a hint of lingering charm. Brother Chu, you are quite good at seizing the opportunity. Her voice was soft and a little bit angry, but it couldn't hide the tenderness in her eyes. I could hear Shin Minna's gentle breathing. Just now, Shin Minna's occasional turning over and low muttering made her heart beat faster and she felt an unprecedented excitement. This subtle feeling between being discovered and not being discovered ran through her body like an electric current. It was a forbidden pleasure she had never experienced before. Lin Shu exhaled a puff of smoke, looked down at her, smiled and whispered, Manru, you seemed quite nervous just now? Tang Manru blushed and snorted, patting him, it's all your fault. She looked up to meet his gaze, the soft light in her eyes became even stronger, and she couldn't help but kiss him again. After a moment, she stood up and said shyly, I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, she wrapped herself in her coat and walked towards the bathroom, her steps light and her back revealing a bit of laziness. Wait until she goes to take a shower. Lin Shu couldn't help but click on the random reward given by the system. Instant Strength Enhancer, X1, Lung Enhancer, X1. Sure enough, the system rewards given verified his previous thoughts. After each female character reaches a favorability of 90, a reward that is more or less related to this female character will be issued. No matter how you look at it, these two props should be more sporty. Lin Shu quickly checked the two prop cards. Instant Power Enhancer. After use, it can improve the instantaneous explosive power of leg muscles and improve short-distance sprinting and jumping abilities by 30%. It takes effect immediately after activation and is perfectly suitable for sports that require quick reactions, such as tennis. Lung Strengthener. After use, it can effectively change the condition of the lungs and gradually eliminate all chronic lung diseases and hidden dangers in the body. It is a one-time use and takes effect within 24 hours after taking it. There are no side effects. Although these two prop cards are mediocre, they are still useful. He tried to use the Instant Power Enhancer. The next second, a warm current surged from the calf muscles, as if injected with some kind of vitality, and quickly flowed through the body along the tendons and veins. His calves tightened as if filled with strength, even his toes felt slightly warm, and his whole body seemed ready to launch out at any time. He stood up and tried to jump lightly. His body was light beyond imagination and his height was nearly twice as high as usual. He landed steadily without any shaking. He couldn't help but walk to the spacious living room and did a few short sprints. His speed was so fast that it created a gust of wind and even made the carpet slightly wrinkled. Lin Shu stopped, took a breath, and grinned. This explosive power is like a cheat. Then, Lin Shu set his sights on the lung enhancer. Just when he was about to use it, his hand paused and his eyes softened. He suddenly thought of his father. My father, Lin Chen, is a chef. Over the years, he has suffered from serious cardiovascular and lung problems. I often cough and wheeze, and the hospital has become my second home. Lin Shu took a deep breath, held the prop tightly, and whispered, "This has to be left for Dad, he needs it more than me." His father's haggard face appeared in his mind, and a surge of warmth and determination surged in his heart. These days, he has become rich thanks to the system and his life has been turned upside down, but it has not really benefited his family yet. A few days ago, my mother kept asking me on the phone, "Sure, when will you come home to visit?" He agreed casually at the time but didn't take it to heart. Now that I think about it, it's time for me to go back. He put out the cigarette, leaned back on the sofa, and whispered to himself, "I'll go home tomorrow and give this to Dad, and spend some time with him." He glanced in the direction of the bathroom, where he could faintly hear the sound of water. He then looked at Shin Minna, who was sleeping soundly, and his mood was complicated but determined. I'll let them accompany me to the mall tomorrow to buy some things for my parents. My dad will probably get much better after using this lung strengthener, and my mom will have to worry less. Lin Shu's lips curled up slightly, imagining what his father would look like after recovery, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. When he was immersed in his plan to go home, he suddenly heard a few crisp doorbells, breaking the tranquility of the villa. He was slightly startled, raised his eyebrows, and muttered in a low voice, "It's so late, who is it?" He stood up and walked to the door. He looked through the smart access control screen and saw two unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman, both of whom had good temperaments. He pressed the door opening button, and the door slowly slid open, revealing a couple standing outside. The man was tall and sturdy, about 40 years old, wearing a tight black sportswear, with strong and powerful muscles, as if he had been in the gym all year round. He had a warm smile on his face, bright eyes, and a bold spirit. The woman was a young woman with outstanding temperament, about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a dark blue silk dress. The hem of the dress swayed in the night breeze, outlining her graceful figure. She was holding a bottle of beautifully packaged red wine in her hand, smiling slightly, with a hint of calmness in her gentleness. "Good evening, I'm Wang Qiming from room 002 next door, and this is my wife, Li Yu." Wang Qiming spoke first, his voice loud and clear, with the confidence of a fitness enthusiast. He stepped forward, handed over the bottle of red wine, and said with a smile, "I heard that number 001 has a new owner, so I came here to say hello. This bottle of liqueur, which is over 20 years old, is a token of my appreciation. Welcome to stay." Lin Shu took the wine, looked down at the packaging, and raised his mouth slightly. "Brother Wang, sister Li, you are so polite. My name is Lin Shu, and I just moved in. Please take care of me in the future." He looked up at the two of them, and first noticed Wang Qiming's muscular figure, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and tight muscles. He could feel the strength through his clothes, and thought to himself, "This guy looks like a fitness fanatic. He can probably lift twice as much as I can." Looking at Li Yu again, he couldn't help but stay for a few more seconds. The mature charm of this young woman came to him, like a jar of aged wine, exuding a rich but unobtrusive aroma. Her skin is fair and delicate, and the years have left only faint smile lines on her face, which in turn add a bit of gentle charm. There is a sense of intelligence and tenderness between her eyebrows and her eyes, and the tails of her slender eyes are slightly upturned, as if hiding a bit of indifference that comes from seeing through the world. The dark blue dress fits her figure, outlining her slender waist and full curves. A part of her calf was revealed under the skirt, wrapped in black silk stockings as thin as a cicada's wing, slender yet voluptuous. She was wearing a pair of low-heeled shoes, and her gait was elegant when she walked, with her skirt swaying slightly, like a flower blooming in the night. Her hair was slightly curled and draped over her shoulders. The ends of her hair trembled slightly with her movements, giving off a light scent of woody perfume, exuding a seductive charm amidst her maturity. Wang Qiming looked at Lin Chu, his eyes lit up, as if he had found a fellow traveler. "Brother Lin, you have a good figure. These muscular lines, have you trained before?" He stretched out his hand, his grip was strong and his palms were rough and calloused, obviously the marks of years of weightlifting. He grinned. "I'm a fitness fanatic. I like to play with dumbbells and have participated in several bodybuilding competitions. Looking at your physique, how about we go to the gym together to spar with each other next time?" Chapter 57, Marriage for more than 10 years, but still cold as water. Lin Chu shook hands back, feeling the other party's strength, and nodded with a smile. "Brother Wang, you are too kind. I have been fascinated by tennis recently, and fitness is a good way to make up for my shortcomings. I will definitely accompany you some other day." Li Yu smiled gently, showing her calmness and gentleness, and took the initiative to extend her hand. "Mr. Lin is young and promising. It must be extraordinary for him to be able to live in room 001. Her voice is as smooth as silk, with the magnetism of a mature woman, like the night breeze blowing gently against your ears." When Li Yu extended her hand, the cuff of her dark blue silk dress slipped down slightly, revealing a piece of her fair wrist, which was as white and delicate as fine porcelain. Her hands are slender and her nails are painted a low-key burgundy color. Her fingertips are warm with a hint of coolness, like carefully carved jade, exuding a mature charm. Seeing that the other person was still so charming, Lin Chu couldn't help but cast an insight spell. Name, Li Yu. Age, 33. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Charge, 0. Appearance, 91. Endurance, 40. Favorability, 40. Not a buddy? What is going on? Lin Chu carefully looked at the charging number on the numerical panel. Repeatedly confirm whether you have made a mistake. No matter how you look at it, these two look like an old married couple. How is it possible that they haven't even had one incident? Besides, with Wang Qiming's wolf-like and tiger-like physique, it is impossible that he doesn't have such thoughts, right? And what's up with this favorability level? It's already over 40? If she didn't have a husband, maybe Lin Chu will be able to open all the windows and doors of her house in less than a month. Surprise is surprise. Lin Chu still smiled and took over the conversation, looking down at her hand and gently holding it. "Thank you for the compliment, sisterly. I was just lucky and just happened to benefit from the dividends of the times." His palms were broad and warm, and when his fingertips touched hers, the strength was just right, polite yet intimate. Li Yu's hands were as soft as cotton, and her palms trembled slightly, as if they were burned by his temperature. She raised her head and glanced at his face inadvertently. That young and handsome face, with three-dimensional and deep features, and clear eyes with a cynical smile. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a hint of wickedness, his skin glowed with health under the light, and his whole body exuded vigor and handsomeness. Seeing this, Li Yu's heart trembled slightly, and a barely perceptible touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. She was used to the calmness and sophistication of the rich, but rarely saw a man like Lin Chu who was both young and energetic and calm. Thinking of this, her eyes softened a little, her fingers stayed in his palm for a moment, her fingertips unconsciously brushed the edge of his palm, like an unintentional test. Luck is also a form of strength. Mr. Lin is too modest. Li Yu's voice lowered a few notches, with a hint of appreciation, as if her heart was touched by his appearance. Favorability +2. Lin Chu raised his eyebrows, noticing the subtle changes in her eyes, and nodded with a smile. "Sisterly is joking." Wang Qiming glanced into the room and noticed Shin Minor sleeping on the sofa. He smiled cheerfully. "Brother Lin, it looks like we have guests tonight, so we won't bother you. Let's work out together another day." He patted Lin Chu on the shoulder and turned to leave. Li Yu nodded slightly and said softly, "Then we'll go first. Mr. Lin, go to bed early." When she turned around, her long skirt swayed slightly, her black silk calves shone in the light, and her back was elegant and charming. On the way back, Wang Qiming put his arm around Li Yu's shoulders and walked along the quiet path in the villa area. The moonlight sprinkled on the ground, reflecting the shadows of the two people, and the night breeze blew gently, bringing a bit of coolness. He couldn't help but ask, "Li Yu, what do you think of Lin Chu?" His voice was loud and there was a hint of curiosity in his tone, as if he was quite interested in his new neighbor. I heard Wang Qiming suddenly ask me what I think of other men. Li Yu was stunned, and glanced at him sideways, her tone indifferent but with a hint of meaning. Ah. Well, I think it's quite interesting. To be able to live in Villa 001 of Greentown No. 1 at such a young age, he must be either rich or noble. He has a nice figure, and you two have common interests and hobbies. If you spend more time with him, he might be able to help your career. Do you think so too? It seems that I should really build a good relationship with him. After hearing Li Yu's comments, Wang Qiming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The two returned home and hadn't even sat down yet. Wang Qiming stood up and said to Li Yu, "Wife, I haven't worked out yet. I have to go upstairs to work out. If you're sleepy, you can go to sleep first." Wang Qiming is an avid fitness enthusiast. He has set up a gym on the third floor of his villa and sweats for an hour almost every night. Li Yu nodded and said calmly, "Go ahead, I'll read for a while." She watched him go upstairs, her eyes calm as water, having long been accustomed to his daily routine. This marriage lasted for more than 10 years, but it was always cold and indifferent, more like a platonic spiritual partner. Wang Qiming devotes all his passion to fitness and seems to have little interest in intimacy between husband and wife. Li Yu felt disappointed at first and tried to ignite his passion, but he always brushed her off with "I'm tired" or "let's talk about it tomorrow." Over time, she got used to this alienation and even numbly accepted the status quo. However, at the age of 33, she is in the prime of her life, and her physical and mental desires have not diminished due to the dullness of her marriage. She sighed softly and whispered to herself, "This day is really." She shook her head, her eyes complicated, with both indifferent acceptance of marriage and there is also helplessness towards inner desires, and even a vague expectation for some kind of change. She sat on the sofa, turning the pages of the book with her fingers, but her mind was absent. For some reason, Lin Chu's young and handsome face suddenly appeared in her mind. Those clear eyes and warm palms. Like a stone thrown into her calm lake, it caused tiny but lasting ripples. The sound of Wang Qiming working out could be heard from upstairs, and the low hum of fitness equipment colliding could be heard intermittently. It was like some kind of fixed rhythm, announcing the normality of their marriage. Li Yu's face flushed, she slowly stood up and went to the bathroom.